Hey everybody, I'm just gonna start this crap because there's a lot of sightings nonsense. I'm only on episode 31 of like 94 or some bullshit. We're never gonna get through these at this rate. Let's do it.
In 1908, witnesses said it looked like the end of the world. Now, Russian scientists believe an extraterrestrial craft exploded over the Siberian countryside.
Whoa!
Did a grisly supernatural force cause these bizarre deaths?
Within an inch or two of the body, there is virtually no
That's a
fire
crispy ass
damage at
beef.
all.
You can't see it, you can't touch it, but a mysterious ghostly energy has been captured on tape in an exclusive sightings investigation.
Oh shit, guys! Finally, some evidence. Some
We
evidence.
would probably have to classify this location as a classic haunt.
And best-selling authors offer a wondrous vision of the afterlife.
The bottom line of what people can learn is to not fear death.
I'll hear what I want, Bill. I'm already spooked. Paranormal. Mind. Alright, cut the crap. Oh, what kind of suit is he wearing this week, guys? It's important.
Welcome to Sightings.
Oh, he doesn't have the brown one. No brown suit? I'm out of here.
Tim White. One summer day in 1908, in a remote region of Siberia called Tunguska, 800 square miles of virgin forest were flattened in an instant. The explosion had the power of 2,000 nuclear bombs and sent pressure waves around the planet twice.
Whoa.
Few people outside Russia have been allowed to investigate Tunguska, but now our
I've been there a bunch of times.
sightings team has been granted unprecedented access. What they found is evidence of an otherworldly
Man, that's just a fat bitch beefing or something.
that could strike again. Imagine a 10 megaton bomb with 2,000 times the power that destroyed Hiroshima. Imagine feeling the shock waves from that explosion.
Why? Why would I
halfway
imagine
across the
that?
globe, and then the next day feeling them again.
Whoa!
Imagine devastation so widespread, it would have consumed all of New York City in less than a minute. Now, know that it all happened in 1908. Tsar
Sightings
Nicholas II ruled Imperial Russia. World War I was still to be fought, and nuclear weapons weren't even a dream.
The truth's not even really out there.
And yet the explosion that decimated the remote Tunguska region of Siberia resembled a
This story is the most boring.
nuclear
It's
blast
a meteor, dude.
in a number of
There, I
uncanny
solved it.
ways. Some scientists
Thank you.
insist the nightmare of destruction was
Wow!
the result of a comet that exploded above Earth.
Or a comet.
But other experts believe that an extraterrestrial craft from an advanced civilization is somehow responsible. For 86
Why would you get aliens out of
years,
this?
the debate has continued, but there is still
Definitely
no
aliens.
consensus. Comet theorists need a crater. Ufologists need just one shred of physical evidence. But whether the Tunguska
It's the
blast
truth.
was a comet, meteor, or an alien craft, scientists are worried.
It's a
Will it
meteor
happen
alien
again
craft.
somewhere else? How do we prepare for a cataclysmic event like this when we don't understand its origins? Professor Nikolai Vasiliev is a renowned Russian scientist who
This
has
guy
made
don't even know stuff.
more than 30 trips to the epicenter.
This isn't Russia's problem.
This guy's clearly drunk.
Tunguska affects the whole world and all of the mankind. It doesn't pose a great danger only to Russia, but rather for mankind as a whole. This isn't a fictional tale, nor flight of fancy. I base my opinions on facts obtained from my work on Tunguska problems. I don't want to scare our viewing audience.
It's true.
The situation is to a great extent ambiguous and highly serious.
Recently, the Shoemaker-Levy 9 comet made a crater on Jupiter the size of Earth.
Shoemaker Levy 9 is that old? No. It's that old? No, I remember that happening like yesterday.
Years ago, a meteorite did this in Arizona. In Tunguska, whatever happened in 1908 only did this. No crater has ever been found. Moscow was the first stop for our sightings
That's that Tetris
investigative
place.
team. There, we met the scientists who support the party line. Although they cannot explain why there is no crater at the blast site, they still insist it was a comet that hit Tunguska.
I'm a staunch supporter of the comet hypothesis, and I think that there is no serious proof to refute it. It does have several problems.
As a geochemist, Professor Kolesnikov is trying to solve these problems using existing theories. He admits he isn't getting any closer to a definitive answer. Instead, there are just more unanswered questions.
There was we are researching
This can be easily explained on the flat Earth model.
He's right. He's right. How can it be easy to explain? I don't know, but Shake said it, so it's right. I don't know I haven't brushed up on my flat Earth stuff.
It is possible that all objects in the epicenter were exposed to a small dose of X-ray radiation.
X-ray radiation is one of the known byproducts of a nuclear explosion. Did Russia have atomic bomb technology at the turn of the century? Highly unlikely. Who then had the technology to create this kind of devastation? From Moscow, we flew 1,900 miles into the heart of
I blame India. Better nuke that place right now.
Into Tunguska itself.
India did it in 1908.
American television crew has ever attempted. After a 6-kilometer hike, our team reached what is believed to be ground zero.
This rock was placed here by one of the early Tunguska expeditions
Have we
in
seen this?
1928.
It seems very familiar.
Our guide in Tunguska was Vitaly Voronov,
It's hard to tell because they recycle shit all the time.
a Siberian native whose ties to the areas date back 3 centuries. He has collected an oral history of the Tunguska explosion. Voronov is a vital link to those who actually witnessed the cataclysm that must have seemed like the end of the world.
One eyewitness told me he was riding a stallion when he heard what sounded like cannon shots. When he looked up, he saw a body glowing like the sun. It began to...
This guy flipped a coin. He's like, tell him a bunch of bullshit stories or kill them all. And it landed on bullshit stories.
climbing towards the horizon for maybe 15 or 20 seconds. There were many small explosions on the object. It ended with one heavy explosion. The force of the
Happened in 1908. You don't know anybody from back then?
explosion was so strong, the man and the horse were knocked to the ground 15 miles away.
Sightings also heard the
Yeah, if there's another one I recognize, I'll skip ahead.
retelling of a first-hand account of the explosion. A local spiritual leader, a shaman, said,
How I figured it out is I matched up the ending to the beginning of the new episode.
as a young boy, he
So it
was
should be
running
right,
away from
in
the
theory.
blast when he saw something fly out of the epicenter. A cylinder with sparks shooting out of it. The cylinder
Whoa!
flew over the shaman's head and into outer space. Could this cylinder have caused the blast? Yuri Lovbein believes he has found evidence to support the theory that Tunguska was the site of an alien encounter gone awry. He has unearthed
Septic
masses of
system
anomalous matter.
back up? Well, there's the turds to prove it.
In the beginning, we found small
That's a big
fragments
turd.
buried deep in the earth. But there was nothing on the surface, no fragments at all. All trees collapsed, and over many years, everything went underground.
Chemical analysis reveals that these rock-like fragments have a silicon coating, the same kind of material used as heat shielding on our space shuttles.
There you go, guys. It's a spaceship.
Lovbein believes these large masses are actually exploded fragments from the exterior of a UFO.
It is possible that this could be a ship from another planet, an intergalactical ship which was
You don't believe any of this shit, dude.
reputed with
Stop it.
silicon. And we found its thick-walled casing.
It's the
used
truth.
to protect the
No, it's not. It is not the truth.
craft from the high temperatures of the stars.
Lovebein's most intriguing piece of evidence, however, was not found at the crash site. It was discovered months later, embedded in one of the fragments.
I took pincers and extracted this object. Here it is. It was surrounded by crystal light, transparent and
You just put that there.
transparent particles.
Has Lovbein found the first physical evidence
He
of an
just put that there.
extraterrestrial spacecraft? He has compared his sample with metals commonly found on Earth and in meteorites. So far, there is no match. The fragment continues to
Look at that,
undergo
guys.
rigorous metallurgical testing.
Explain that one. Nerds.
When analysis is complete, Sightings will report the findings to you. There are so many theories because the Tunguska event has no precedent. No known natural phenomenon can adequately explain this event, so even mainstream scientists admit they're looking in a new direction.
Can we
There, now I can take him seriously. I couldn't take him seriously before, but now I can.
hope to obtain an explanation of Tunguska using classical conceptions? 10 years ago, I would have definitely answered yes. Now, I'm doubtful that it can be explained without resorting to non-classical conceptions.
Next, should these people profit from the wondrous visions they say they've had on the other side?
People making money off the near-death experience are wrong.
Yeah, tell them.
In 1961, a controversial little book by Jessica Mitford called The American Way of Death
1961. Nerky was just a little guy back then.
sent shockwaves across America. It was the first popular book about death. Today, nearly 35 years later, books about death
It's
are one of
definitely
the
aliens,
fastest-growing
Art Frog.
categories in publishing.
My name is Daniel Brinkley. I have a book on the New York Times bestseller.
I know what started that Tunguska bullshit. Someone lied to the engine lady.
A list called Saved by the Light. And for people who don't know about it, it's about me going through 2 near-death experiences.
Yeah,
Author
bullshit.
Daniel Brinkley believes he's been to
Bullshit.
heaven and back, and he's not alone.
You had too much ice cream before bed, dude.
According to a recent Gallup poll, 30% of us claim to have had or know someone who has had a near-death experience. More than 100 books have been written about NDE, and some of them are making
And
it
they're
onto
all
the bestseller
horseshit.
list.
I believe that it's important to get the message out about the near-death experience because there's just too many people afraid of death. That's fucking bullshit! The near-death experience teaches us to not fear death. And if we're not afraid to die, we're not afraid to live.
So
The
true.
classic pattern of a near-death experience
So
is
put wieners in your ass and stuff.
well documented. First, an out-of-body experience leads you through a tunnel
You read the logo as shittings.
towards a bright light. Once there, you meet your God.
I wasn't breathing.
RP. You could do whatever your whatever your heart,
Had no pulse.
whatever you
or
dream of, or whatever the fuck, man.
no cardiac activity. For
I can't think.
between 20 minutes and an hour and a half.
You're helpless. You feel helpless. For the first time in your life, you're totally helpless.
Then I felt a
You gotta believe in yourself, basically.
tremendous sinking sensation, and then I came out of my chest and rose up to the
Whoa!
ceiling, and I could look down and see my body lying there on the bed.
And rapidly, I'm pulled out of my body and right into a dark, totally dark tunnel with a sensation of speed, rapid speed.
Is that what it looked like?
I saw a
Whoa.
pinpoint of light in this blackness, and I was attracted to it. So I turned and I began to travel very rapidly towards that bright light.
I
Yeah, well,
was
why'd you come back?
part of the light, and the light was part of me. It was not painful. It was absolutely wonderful.
And I was able to ask thousands of questions, millions of questions.
Why do they call them Apple Jacks when they don't taste like apples? That's one of your questions. Yes. Okay.
And have every one of my questions answered.
Then to my right came a being of light.
What does poopy taste like?
And this being was there to witness or be with me. I had a panoramic review of my life. I felt every emotion, everything I'd ever done, every word I'd ever said, and every experience I'd ever had with anyone that I'd ever come in contact with.
Okay,
After
dude.
I went through
Where are
my
these people now? where did they go?
review, I was told that I had not completed my time on Earth, that it was really necessary for me to return and to do that.
When I re-entered my body, it was like I'd been in a car crash.
Wow!
I crashed back in. It was a jolt that I felt.
Contact with.
After I went through my life review,
Uh-oh.
I was told that I had not completed my time on Earth, that it was really necessary for me to return and to do that.
When I re-entered my body, it was like I'd been in a car crash. I crashed back in. It was a jolt that I felt right down to the fiber of my
And she said, I'm still alive. Damn, it's so close.
13 million Americans have had some type of near-death experience. I'm just one of them.
Brinkley's cashing in on his near-death experience. But no one approaches the success enjoyed by author Betty Eadie, whose book, Embraced by the Light, has been the nation's #1 bestseller for more than a year.
There is absolutely no way to fully describe the beauty that is there. They said a good...
You know how you could tell someone's a huge fucking liar? If they ever wrote a book.
Analogy would be that heaven is like the print, and earth would be much like the negative. All of the flowers and the trees,
really,
with their movement, with their mere existence, was glorifying God and praising Him.
The unprecedented success of
which God, Bealf? They never say that.
Embraced by the Light speaks to our nation's hunger for reassurance about life's ultimate mystery. But Betty Eadie is drawing fire from other experiencers who believe she should not profit from her NDE.
Look, I've experienced near death, and I know the values that are given in that experience. People making money off the near-death experience, like Betty Eadie and others,
yeah, they should just do conventions and charge like I do,
are wrong. They're not authentic, and they're hurting the near-death experience movement.
Yeah.
I can't speak for all the authors out making a mint right now, but I can speak for some of them because I've known them for such a long time that I know that they wrote books to truly try to help people.
Doctors and medical researchers believe the near-death experience can be explained scientifically. To them, NDE is simply a hallucination caused by a brain...
But why would you even attempt to explain that? Because, 9.999 times out of 10, they're lying.
Cut off from oxygen.
There's nothing magical about a near-death experience. The basic themes of the near-death experience are remarkably similar across cultures, the reason being that the 5 billion brains that make up this planet are remarkably similar in their structure.
To prove his point, Dr. Persinger believes he can duplicate a near-death experience in the laboratory.
What's up, Bill?
Using a perfectly healthy subject.
What we attempt to do is to...
They were going to kill that lady.
Safe levels of complex magnetic fields through the brain.
That's what happened when you OD'd on Jankum?
We use and where...
Man, that's a cool helmet.
Induce the experiences that are associated with that part of the brain. If you stimulate the brain with a different kind of pattern, you make the person feel pleasurable, leaving their body. In fact, the most common experiences in the chamber are feeling detached, feeling floating, feeling as if there's a sense of a presence.
I believe, along with skeptics, that our brain is related to this experience, but there are things that happen in a near-death experience that have yet to be explained.
I don't trust a lady with a mullet. No way.
By the brain.
Even though you might get a doctor to explain to me my body,
add stripes on it, Art Pro.
They cannot explain to me my spirit. Their explanations for what happened.
Hey, can my magic brain reading tard helmet have stripes on it? but of course, I want one big one in the middle and 2 tiny ones on each side. Coming right up, sir.
To a near-death experiencer is simply weak.
The fact that we now understand the part of the brain that mediates the experience does not demean the experience and does not make it less useful or less important from the point of view of our species or the individual.
Whether near-death experience is physical or metaphysical may be beside the point.
I forgot how infomercial this show was. It's very little information.
What's behind death's door are finding an audience. They tell us there is light at the end of a dark journey we must all take one day.
People are buying these books.
Man, where do I get that shirt?
Because these are the substitutes, powerful substitutes for traditional religious beliefs that no longer work.
My thing is, if something happens after you die, cool. And if nothing happens after you die, equally cool, because you won't be there to... What difference does it make to you? You know what I mean?
Death is the last great mystery. And as we start to look at the near-death experience, we have at least a basis by which to view the way we leave this earth. For one thing that most of us come back with is we're not afraid to die. And more importantly, we're not afraid...
All right, cool. Go jump off the roof then, dude.
...to live.
To live. Now that I've died, I can truly live. It's really a win-win, Earl.
The light, Betty Eady, has not been forthcoming about the medical details of her near-death experience. Her secrecy frustrates researchers who are looking for cases of near-death experience that can be scientifically substantiated.
Next, a bizarre phenomenon defies explanation, yet people continue to die.
Skin, muscle and bone had been turned into fine white ash.
Pickles will be waiting for me.
300 years, there have been strange reports of people who were found dead, reduced to ash, while everything around them remains unburned. It's called spontaneous human combustion, but that popular term is kind of a misnomer. In this phenomenon, people don't suddenly...
Why is everyone talking about spontaneous human combustion now? Have you noticed that? I've heard people mention it like 8 times recently. It's like, I haven't heard people talk about this shit in years. Now I hear it all the time.
Burst into flame. Instead, they appear to have been slowly devoured by intense heat from the inside out.
Whoa.
Some
that bill. Drinking too much of that goo shit, man. She put too much pepper in the coleslaw, guys.
And fire
officials, you know, 'cause why people don't season day food.
Believe that these are the victims of a strange, misunderstood phenomenon known as spontaneous human combustion, or SHC. No one knows how or even if
I like the shoes and the foot hanging out. Hey, should we burn the legs too? Nah, it's fine.
SHC occurs, but mysterious deaths by fire like these have been reported throughout history. Authors Jenny Randles and Peter Huff have documented...
Do you think like the the guy in the autopsy room made the legs do a little dance?
There were 70 possible cases of SHC in the 20th century alone.
We're talking about a situation where the fire is so localized that within an inch or two of the body, which
Prince Albert haircut,
is turned to ash, apart from a few extremities perhaps, there is virtually no fire damage at all. So this is a self-contained fire.
That's a crisp ass
The implication from that, although of course it's not proven, is that the fire begins internally and spreads outward from the body and therefore never goes very far beyond the extremities of the body, consequently does affect the room itself.
Now, what is the explanation for that, though? This has got to be some like fake government made up bullshit, because there's no logical explanation why the fucking body would burn to a crisp. The house wouldn't burn down, but the body is literally ash. And there's some fucking legs hanging out. That's some like cheesy what's the name of that show? With the robot. the alien laser beams. This is a Mars Attacks bullshit, basically.
Scientifically speaking, there is no way the human body, which is largely water, can spontaneously combust. There is no mechanism by which it can happen.
But there are fire experts who disagree. They maintain that the same kind of spontaneous
it's got to be some like
combustion that occurs in nature can also occur in humans if conditions are right.
If you take the human being as just a bulk substance made up of a whole range of materials, from
90% water, dude, or 75%, something like that. How many percent? That can't just catch. Wet shit can't catch on fire. Have you ever tried lighting up wet shit? A turd?
Water to highly combustible.
2005 world style, yeah, right?
Heat it sufficiently. Give it sufficient oxygen.
Oh, I was gonna say Lost in Space. This is some like Lost in Space bullshit.
And use the fuel that's within the body. Then it will burst into flame, the same as any other bulk material.
In this working-class district of Chorley in Lancashire, England, Peter Huff has been investigating a grisly case of suspected SHC.
Maybe it was Frosty Jacks.
The incident happened on the night of the 4th of March 1980 in this house here. An elderly lady lived in the house at the time alone, and it was the previous evening that neighbours last saw her alive.
They're all boozed up.
Later that night...
Combustion is as...
Do you mean in ass? Combustion in ass? Do you think she was lighting her own beefs? I think Jay Crizzles has figured it out. That lady was bent over the fireplace lighting her own beefs. Well, I'm going to stop doing that. I'm going to stop lighting my own beefs.
1930, they noticed
Thank you.
black smoke coming from the chimney.
I
but
will
thought
never light my own beefs again.
no more of it. And the following morning, when two men called at the house, they got no reply. Neighbours forced their way into the house, and what they discovered was grisly, to say the least. From the waist upwards, everything, including skin, muscle and bone, had been turned into a fine white ash.
Look, even in a crematorium, you still have to grind the bones up. How is that possible?
Investigators point out that turning a body to ash is beyond the scientific possibility of even the most sophisticated crematorium.
See?
In
They
my
agree with
time
me.
working here as a cremationist, I've
Look
never
at this fucking creep. This creepy ass bitch.
seen a body
She
that
held her
has been
beef too
cremated
long?
to nothing. There has always been skeletal remains left over.
Even at 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, human bones cannot be reduced to ash. They have to be pulverized with heavy grinding stones before they can be placed inside an urn.
So if a body was reduced to ash in a fire,
Now all I can think of is poor Donald being dumped in that garbage can. Poor Donald.
it would be a mystery to me in how that occurred.
Comparisons to crematorium are false comparisons. It's like comparing a piece of wood that you've set on fire with a match to a piece of wood that you put in the oven and baked. You may have to bake it at a very high temperature to have any effect on that wood. But baking...
All right, so it's hot enough to turn bone into ash, but not set the house on fire. I mean, how hot does that have to be?
And actual fire burning are very different phenomena.
And how come it never happened again?
Comparison.
Another baffling element common to most cases is the fact that highly flammable objects like furnishings, pillows, and carpets
that makes
near
no
the body
sense.
don't burn.
This is really remarkable. One would think that a fire, a normal fire of the order, which would be necessary to burn a human body...
This is RT's uncle.
...at all, would have also have set the room ablaze.
Anyone who's had any experience, I think, with a simple thing like a campfire knows that you can get quite close and put things quite close to a fire laterally, but place them over the fire and they burn readily.
Are you saying it's hot egg farts?
So again, these are not mysteries. These, while unusual that the body burns that way without the house burning down, while these may be relatively unusual deaths, they're not unexplainable.
To date, no coroner has ever written spontaneous human combustion on a death certificate. They prefer cause unknown or simply by fire. Despite skepticism from the medical establishment, Jenny Randles and Peter Huff continue to document mysterious fire-related deaths that they believe may be the result of spontaneous human combustion.
So where does it start then? Right? Would it have to start in the fucking head or something? Because what, they don't move. They just fall down and their legs are there. I don't get it. Where does it start?
Want a real scientific
You think if it started in the chest or something, you'd at least get to run around the house a little bit.
investigation? I think it does. If we had 100 deaths of a particular unknown disease, I'm sure the medical profession would like to find out why.
Next is an alien intelligence trying to communicate through these newly discovered crop circles.
There seems to be, in some of the better cases, a definite UFO connection.
And later, a supernatural phenomenon is captured on tape during an exclusive sightings investigation.
Crop circles are generally associated with the fields
I'm not
and
digging the tie this week. What's your name? What's your face?
grasslands of Great Britain. The formations discovered outside the British Isles have almost all been ruled out as hoaxes. But in the past year, an intriguing new series of crop circles is being studied along the U.S.-Canadian border.
Well,
Like I said before, our crop circles compared to the English ones suck.
I saw it, my blood
Look, that
pressure
looks like
went up.
ass.
It's very difficult to describe. The air is full of electricity.
That's a lazy ass crop circle.
something
That is
up
definitely a dude.
there that was watching me.
Look how
that I
stupid
didn't know
that
about.
looks.
They appear at first light. An American icon, amber waves of grain, crushed by an unseen force. Is it a hoax? Sometimes. But here, there are no footprints, no tire tracks, no obvious sign of a human hand at work.
I believe it's an alien intelligence of some sort.
It was just a very eerie
force around me.
That's some hillbilly.
Nobody has actually seen a transmission of the formation.
The scientific term is agroglyph.
Yeah, see, those are like the nice ones.
Crop picture.
Yeah, look at that one. That one, those are the ones that are ones in England.
The predominantly European phenomenon. 3 new North American.
Look at that shit.
Glyphs
It's
are being
perfectly straight.
studied. This one appeared near Portland, Oregon.
Look at that stupid ass, lazy piece of shit crop circle. Come on, get out of here.
And in June 1994, then in July, 2 separate designs appeared in the same wheat field in Chehalis, Washington. 2
Look how
weeks later,
terrible.
and 2,000 miles away, this classic pattern was discovered in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. Farmer John Parks was on a routine inspection when he discovered the formation in his neighbor's wheat field.
The straw was just bent, just laid over, right from the ground.
Yeah.
The stalk was still...
However they did it in Europe was pretty slick. Though you could tell it's just this guy probably did it. This fucking asshole up at 3 in the morning doing it.
One big long piece of straw, but it was just tipped and laying right flat on the ground.
I find it hard to believe that a human being actually could really go in there and do that without disturbing any straw.
If you went in and pushed it with your foot, the straw would kink, would bend somewhere in the middle and be broken, and this straw wasn't broken.
The evening before the crop circle appeared, animals in a kennel less than 1 mile away were acting strangely.
Yeah, 'cause there was a bunch of assholes yucking it up in the field.
Our dog was barking incessantly. The owner of the boarding kennel was puzzled by his dog's erratic behavior.
Around midnight on Sunday night, she started to make a racket, barking, whining. And
Everyone in this video is dead.
told her to be quiet, and she just wouldn't respond. An animal sense a lot of things which we don't. You know, so what turned it on like that, I don't know.
Did the same force that affected the wheat affect local animals as well?
He was actually putting up quite a fuss. He didn't want to go past the circle whatsoever.
You just know.
And so I settled him down. His eyes were this big. He had the white was showing around his eyes. He was really nervous.
Is there a connection between the nervous energy exhibited by animals?
He got up at 2 a.m., drank a whole bottle of Rumplemans and said, I'll run around in the field. That's exactly what happened.
And the anomalous energy that flattened this wheat. That's a possibility being explored by the United States Center for Crop Circle Studies.
There are certain features that you develop an eye for, and if you keep an open
Look at this fucking idiot.
open mind and not coming in with an expectation of finding this or not finding, if you stay open, you'll see all kinds of things. The clues are all over.
The obvious
Okay, crazy lady.
First thing to do is try to see if there's any entry or exit marks. Possible signs of maybe something mechanical being brought in there.
Then I use my eyes and my camera. And before I
And
touch
smoked plenty of that goo shit, man.
things or lift things or move things or before things get another couple of seconds older, I photograph it.
Then, grain samples from the affected areas are isolated and undergo microscopic evaluation. Among those studying the samples,
She's
biophysicist
alive.
Dr. W.C. Levengood
She probably died in a meth explosion 20 years ago.
research associate John Burke. They hypothesize that the crop circles are caused by unusual but natural atmospheric forces.
John and I came up with a concept based on very unusual natural phenomena in the atmosphere.
At his laboratory in Grass Lake, Michigan, Dr. Levengood is currently conducting a comprehensive biomolecular study of crop circles. He has discovered that wheat from certain formations have actually become magnetized.
They go through biochemical changes. They go through cellular changes. This is a control node here.
All right, fuckface. Go out there. You could have done that in the lab. I want you to go out there, pick a piece up randomly from the fucking crop circle and see if a magnet sticks to it. I bet it won't. Man, everything was so scammy back then.
Showing you the normal node, very symmetrical. And what we find here is that there are very drastic changes in the formation samples, which cannot be explained by ordinary trampling or hoaxing or anything.
Then why is it even like remotely straight?
Now in the formation, what we find is that this energy is so intense and so rapid, the heat is so high, that it literally blows expulsion cavities.
We have an enormous amount of evidence that indicates that the causes of crop circle formations are quite likely ion plasma vortices. And while this may sound exotic, you could picture a slow-speed electrified tornado, if you will, because plasma is nothing more than...
No, it's totally this and not some guy going, hey, with a board and just smashing down fucking a piece of plywood, just smashing down wheat.
It's very similar to trying
crop
to
combustion?
deal with the weather. It's on a bigger scale and so complex and chaotic. With all the resources at the command of our weather bureaus, we can't do an accurate 5-day forecast. That doesn't mean we don't understand the principles of meteorology. And the same thing is true of crop circles.
Theoretically, a spiraling ion plasma vortex could create circles in standing crop. But could a force of nature create these intricate patterns?
I believe that the circle makers are non-terrestrial entities.
That's cool. It even connects to the road. You see that way?
Circles in standing crop. But could a force of
Watch
nature
this one. It
create
connects to
these
the road.
intricate patterns?
I believe that the circle makers are non-terrestrial entities.
Yeah, the road. Oh, I got no thing to. Anyway, I don't have a thing I could fucking. Whatever, at least to the road. I'm not used to this setup.
Don't need UFOs. I don't believe that these are craft landings or pod marks.
The national director of MUFON, the Mutual UFO Network Canada,
all feds, by the way,
investigating the suspicious origin of the Ontario crop circle.
There seems to be, in some of the better cases,
it's Tony Schiavone,
a definite UFO connection. There's also evidence of paranormal activity like psychic effects, physical effects.
String's theory is bolstered by reports of UFOs sighted the night before a crop circle discovery.
They are amber lights that are seen coming to the ground and extinguish when they
There
touch.
were people that admitted to doing it, and they made one on camera, but it looked like these. Like in England, they admitted to doing it, and it looked like these shitty ones. It wasn't nice like the, you know, like the real good ones.
The ground.
If an alien force is creating these circles,
Like it looked like that shit. It looked like absolute ass.
Random, a cosmic prank, or are they trying to tell us something?
So someone was making them who knew what they were doing, but it wasn't those guys.
As well, that we are in trouble here on planet Earth. Things have to be changed, and we are slowly being told and shown through crop circles and various other phenomena that we are not alone, and we may need some outside help.
But dude, why make the jump to aliens? All right, there's these weird shapes in the field. Why is the first thing you think of as aliens? Like people from another planet in a spaceship. Why is that this dude's first thought?
All scientists, I think, have a love of the unknown, of the mystery of the unknown.
Is that right,
TK?
TK?
A beauty in crop formations as well that is rather compelling.
Crop circle investigations are becoming more and more scientific.
What if, I mean, couldn't it just easily be a magical race of midgets? You know? Some mythical, magical midgets doing it in the middle of the night. I mean, that's just as realistic as aliens from outer space.
Advanced technology is helping researchers gather extensive amounts of data.
Leprechauns. You say it's aliens. I say it's fucking leprechauns.
Unfortunately, all this new data still hasn't solved the mystery of how and why crop circles are being created. Or
why not skunk ape? Exactly.
Coming up next, haunting sounds captured on tape have experts baffled at San Diego's Whaley House.
I'm not skeptical. It's kind of eerie to me.
There is an invisible energy that exists between magnet and metal. You can't see it or touch it, but you know that it's there. Some paranormal investigators believe that people generate a similar kind of energy, which remains in the
alien leprechauns? Now we're getting a little crazy.
Environment even after death. They call it residue. These investigators suggest that what many people experience as a haunting may actually be their ability to feel, hear,
or even see the
Show that magnets, how do they work? I like everyone calling that guy an idiot. And it was a stupid thing to say, don't get me wrong. But then it's like, hey, you explain how magnets work. Well, you don't know either. Shut up.
Of this
well, it's a reaction of some such with the molecular structures that have an attraction. Shut up, dork.
Residue.
You don't know either.
California, 1850, a stagecoach stop with good food and clean beds. Today, it's an historic landmark with a different kind of reputation.
It's magic.
The Whaley House is considered one of the most haunted places in the West. Sandy Stokes was a reporter for the San Diego Press Enterprise when she investigated the Whaley House for a special Halloween
dumper
story.
check.
So, to do a little bit of research to make sure that it was really haunted, I called up...
Now, that's a nice vest. We got to bring the T-shirt and vest back, guys. How do we do this?
Ghost hunters, and one of the people I called was Richard Sennett.
So I sort of challenged her. I said,
oh,
go ahead. Go down to
Richard.
the Whaley House. Use a tape recorder. Use brand new music quality tape. Go from room to room.
I believe that,
Caruso. Play it back and see if there isn't something that shouldn't be there.
So I took his advice, and I came down here, and June Redding
This
gave
lady's
me
broad shoulders seems very familiar.
a tour.
In her 34 years as director of the Whaley House, June Redding has experienced all kinds of haunting phenomena. She's convinced that Mrs. Whaley, a professional musician,
we're not watching the same ones over and over
the
again.
Century, is still demonstrating her
If
talent.
they mention the pool balls, I'm out.
And we think perhaps her spirit isn't strong enough to return, but we have music coming from the music room, piano and violin music at times. We have the sound of a music box.
Please don't say
a
pool
string of
table.
a music box. It's not one of ours here.
Would Sandy's tape recorder pick up this anomalous music?
When I got
Oh,
back
are we going to hear some spooky music from the Nether Realm?
and played the tape, it was very interesting. I heard some sounds on it that we hadn't heard while we were walking through the house and I was interviewing her.
EVP is electronic voice phenomenon,
Ooh.
and this first began in the 1970s when people using tape recorders began to get extra sounds that shouldn't be there.
The tape was digitally analyzed by EVP expert Brian Black.
And what they heard was, now listen up, guys. I'm going to play the tape.
Wow!
That's what's on the tape?
Wow!
Listen closely. There's another one.
Hey, where are the white women at?
He discovered background sounds like clacking billiard balls.
Oh, man, we've seen this one. I'm out of here. Damn it. Out. Hold on.
And hearing, which is clear.
Worldwide for her.
I'm just skipping around to see.
Water came up. Paul Devereaux. And in smoke effects. Again,
The hoax.
positive effect.
Same purpose.
Another advanced civil.
All right, maybe we didn't see this one.
Plus, a remarkable
I know,
story
right?
about the power of healing. And why did the government stop its search for extraterrestrial life?
I'm sure fact or fiction would get me in trouble. No one cares about sightings because it was, it was probably a fed nonsense. Seriously, you don't even get like you can't monetize this on this. No one cares about this garbage show. This one sounds boring. I'm skipping it. I'm skipping this one. Halloween Ghost of Barry Pomeroy Castle. It came from outer space. Ghost hunt.
On this edition of Sightings, is Barry Pomeroy Castle the most haunted place in England?
You could see directly through her. It sounded like this.
An exclusive An exclusive
Sounded like this.
Hey, can you play that Meek Mills tape? Yeah, it sounded like this.
An An exclusive sightings investigation.
A Snatty's house?
Can the moon drive us mad?
O.J. Simpson happened 3 days after the new moon. The Bobbitt incident happened 3 days after the new moon. Both at night, both using a knife.
Also, practitioners give us a rare look inside the world of Santeria and Palo Mayombe.
When you're dealing with this element...
Man, we've seen all these. Hold on, guys. Motherfucker. I'm going to 40. Yeah, all these sound familiar. I'm going to 44.
This edition of Sightings, Mexico City, 1991. The location for the largest mass UFO sighting in history.
Look at that. This guy! I hate that guy. That motherfucker is still around to this day. Every time you hear about aliens in Mexico, it's only this dude. It's like, can we have somebody else? Why is it always this guy?
People went to the streets of Mexico. This was a massive phenomenon.
Now, the visitors are back.
If they are here, now they are telling us...
I mean, I'll entertain it, but then they show this guy, and I'm like, I hate this guy.
Possible to travel through the stars.
Then, in 1953, a CIA LSD experiment went terribly wrong.
He went through the window.
Dude, we've seen these. How far into the show was I? Unless they're just looping. We're going to start at season 4. I know I wasn't at season 4. I have a feeling this playlist might be fucked. Sorry, guys.
An exclusive sightings investigation uncovers a classified UFO military tape.
It doesn't resemble any shapes that I would know.
Why does this UFO have the Air Force running scared?
The Air Force running scared.
My first encounter seeing anything of this nature.
Plus, was a Sasquatch shelter discovered in Ohio?
It was big enough for 3 of us to go and sit in comfortably.
The Bigfoot mystery continues with more.
Dude, that's the host acting like a big fruit. That's the host's voice. Listen.
Have the Air Force running scared.
The Air Force running scared. They got the host to read like that.
UFO military tape.
It doesn't resemble any shapes that I would know.
Why does this UFO have the Air Force running scared?
Running scared.
My first encounter seeing anything of this nature.
Plus, was a Sasquatch shelter discovered in Ohio?
It was big enough for
Why'd you have the host read like this?
3 of us to go and sit in.
Why couldn't you get some guy in the back to do it?
Bigfoot mystery continues with more eyewitnesses on the next Sightings.
Yeah. Oh, Bigfoot running scared.
An exclusive sightings investigation uncovers a classified UFO military tape.
It was big enough for 3 of us.
Is this historic footage that proves aliens exist?
What's going on?
Or is it a cruel hoax?
You're saying that they used a human body.
And that makes it one of the most despicable hoaxes ever perpetrated.
Later, Jack Wheeler is convinced he is alive today because a spirit of love rescued him from sin
It's all about love, people.
and death.
And then I remember falling and her catching me.
Plus, Bigfoot is tracked in Ohio.
That's just the average dude from Ohio. There he is. Bigfoot in Ohio. Huh? Come again? No, I live down the road. I live down in the holler. It was just yellow group. The spirit of love. Wow!
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White.
There he is. That's his name, Tim White.
What you're about to see is different. It was shot in late 1994 in the government's own backyard, the super-secret Nellis test range in southern Nevada. Had the tape not been smuggled out, it might well have been classified by authorities. The base employees in this report appear at considerable professional risk, and therefore their identities have been heavily...
Is that a hairpiece, dude? Is that a hairpiece, bro? Kind of looks like a hairpiece.
Disguised.
Tim White's a definite fan.
2.5 degrees elevation.
He was a Fed at the time he was doing this show. He was still working for the government and the Pentagon. That's a merkin on his dome.
Remote-controlled cameras monitor the 7,700 square
It's an
miles
alien.
of airspace above the Nellis Range. The cameras record fighter jet training, tactical exercises, and in at least one case, this UFO. The video from a tracking location known only as S30 was fed into Nellis Air Force Base in Las Vegas. Personnel
Smellis.
there monitor what is supposed to be classified data about aircraft runs over the 3 million acres of desert that make up the Nellis Range. An unknown aircraft making its way onto the complex, says aerospace journalist
Yeah,
Bill
computer play
Swift,
Doom.
is not considered standard operating procedure.
I don't think you'd really see many objects wandering in by accident. They're very, very careful to ensure
Bill
that
Sweet Man. The sweetest man you ever done seen.
that sort of thing doesn't happen. The potential for serious accident if somebody is really straying into the range is very, very serious.
And yet, something obviously did stray in, and it frightened the camera's remote-controlled operators.
This craft shows up, and it's like they're playing with kids. It's like, do whatever they want and buy now.
Wait a second. Let's see something. Humor me. Let's go to properties. Wait. I want to see if we can like fill in the light and see what his dumb face looks like. Probably not, but you never know. Do they make sure they get all that out? Oh. Can we get some detail?
That's scary. I've never seen anything like this before. This
No,
was my
they're
first
good.
encounter seeing anything of this nature.
You can't get anything out of it.
Ranges for close to 10 years. It seemed to move in
That'd be
whichever
great if you brightened it up and you just saw his dumb head.
direction it wanted to go whenever
Hey!
it wanted to. Contrary to any aircraft that I've seen in the
It's
past.
worked before.
Chuck DeCaro is a former member of U.S. Special Forces, specializing in state-of-the-art military technology. He has analyzed hours of video footage of supposed UFOs, debunking many. But he has never seen anything like the Nellis UFO.
In my first look at that tape, I said, wow. And I continue to say, wow. There are only 3 things that could be on that tape. One is a very elaborate and very expensive hoax. I don't think that's what we're seeing. The second is some kind of a black project, a secret project that has some very unusual aerodynamic characteristics. And the third, if you can eliminate all those aerodynamic answers, could be a true unknown. And if that is an unknown, if you can come to that conclusion, you've got a pretty interesting piece of history right there.
To rule out the possibility of a hoax, Sightings asked a government subcontractor who uses the same image
that looks
analysis
like a balloon.
computer as the Department of Defense to analyze the S-30 tapes.
That really does look like
He
balloons.
is asked to remain anonymous.
The video appears to be genuine. Specifically,
Genuine?
it was taken by contractor personnel that are operating tracking sites for the United States Air Force.
Could the Nellis UFO be a rare glimpse at a military black project? The stealth bomber is one former black project tested in Nevada.
Some stealth. I could see it. It's right fucking there.
And early on,
Look, there it
misidentified by
goes.
civilians as a UFO.
Stealth my ass.
But our sources insist that when black projects are tested, the tracking cameras are deactivated.
The camera operators in the tracking sites are not exposed to those highly classified aircraft on a typical basis.
Chuck DeCaro and the government video
Shoots on
engineer
power
compared
line.
notes on the possibility that this UFO was a black project.
What's startling about it is that it doesn't resemble any shapes that I would know immediately. And that's why I thought it was interesting to start with.
It almost appears to be like spherical in the center and with a appendage on the bottom and on the top. You don't see any evidence of rotors.
No. And also the startling thing is it seems to change shape.
Oh, cool. Can we see it? Hey, I'm glad you guys are having a fun time, but how about us over here?
Is its apparent ability to change shape instantaneously.
The physical profile of the object changes almost frame to frame. Sometimes it appears almost to be a fuzzy, gassy cloud. In some portions of the video,
Trump dude told my mom about it in the 80s. Well, dude, the people knew about those fucking things in the 60s. Remember all the boomerang-shaped UFOs? Like before it was the shape it was now, it was kind of a roundish boomerang shape. People knew about it back then. I mean, not officially. You know what I mean?
To get a better look at the flight
I got me a rocket pack, Bill.
Sightings consulted with Chip Peterson, a video processing expert. He stabilized and enhanced several minutes
Never
of the
trust a motherfucker called Chip.
S30 video.
I basically moved each frame, and you can see the frames actually moving now, showing the degree that I had to move the image in order to keep this object stable in the center.
The stabilized image clearly shows the odd shape of the object shifting and turning in the sky.
I then took the numbers one by one and reconstructed the flight
How are
path.
you stabilizing the frame but still keeping the graph on the bottom and the top? I don't make no film.
And that's the only way I could determine what the actual motion was. And I recreated that in 3 dimensions. It's initially heading away from the camera, and it abruptly changes. And during this phase, the range is increasing. It's actually going away from the camera. And at this point, it changes direction.
Man, that was some fancy shit back then. Look at that computer.
Wouldn't do that. It wouldn't change that abruptly. And it wouldn't follow a
It took 6 days to render this animation.
radius throughout this entire portion here. It's all at constant distance from the camera. It's as if it's observing the ground position just as the ground is observing it, and maintaining
right,
this
Chip?
constant distance.
Based on his knowledge as an aerospace engineer, Peterson offered one possible explanation for the abrupt turns performed
It's fudge and quarters.
by the UFO.
You could interpret it as if it determined it was on radar at this point. Perhaps if you're on radar, of course, you can sense that in all of our fighter planes. You know when you're being tracked. As soon as you get a lock where you get this radar signal.
All right,
It would
dude,
seem
come
to
on.
me that this object was interested in
So I worked really hard on this animation, okay?
who was
Just show
observing
it.
and it turned in order to find out.
Chip, enough.
When something starts to change shape like that in the air, you become very, very puzzled because you realize that you're looking at something that appears to involve a whole new technology that we don't understand.
That computer's
What
in a
you want to do,
landfill.
of course, is go and find the person who's invented this and say, whatever made you think of that, and what does it do, and how does it do it?
But we will probably never know who created this new technology. Questions about the earthly or otherworldly origins of the Nellis UFO are unanswerable until the mastermind behind this craft
I mean,
comes
was the
forward.
PS Triple -2 even out yet?
There is only speculation and fear.
It's like us viewing an ant farm. And the ants think they're it. That's the scary part.
Scary. It was 30 fucking years ago, dude.
To this day, the origin of the UFO has not been determined. Sightings forwarded a copy of the Nellis videotape to the Pentagon requesting an
Yeah,
official
where you work.
response. As of this broadcast,
And I answered myself and said yes.
the Air Force has not responded to sightings request.
Next, for 25
You're ignoring yourself?
years, Debbie Palmer's friends and family have been tortured by one agonizing question.
Oh,
What happened
whoa.
to Debbie?
Wait a second, guys.
An official response. As of this broadcast, the Air Force has not responded to sightings request.
Next, for 25
Oh,
years, Debbie
shit.
Palmer's friends and family have been tortured by one agonizing question. What happened to Debbie?
I knew she was coming back to me.
I don't know. She's probably under the mattress in the woods somewhere. It's always under a mattress or a bunch of tires. She, my psychic abilities are telling me she is under a mattress in the woods or under a bunch of tires. Debbie Downer. 6 feet Downer. She's a
A
spooky
young
ghost.
woman disappears. No sign of foul play, no known enemies, no trace. When Deborah Palmer's family reported her missing, the police didn't know if she'd been kidnapped, murdered, or had simply walked away from her life.
Aliens are busting on her to this
After
day.
finding no evidence of a crime, the search for Deborah Palmer was suspended. But in a sad paradox, the very circumstances that caused the police to stop looking are what continue to give her family hope that Deborah will be found.
What happened to Deptford?
Someone out there knows what happened to Debbie.
Looking at you, Jack.
Debbie Palmer was the archetypal girl next door. At 18, she was a model and a beauty queen.
That's a model. Looks like Clint Howard, dude.
Fun-loving friend, an adoring daughter. Her life was filled with promise.
Oh,
with a bright future ahead and the home and family she hoped to have one day. Debbie dreamed of being in the headlines. But when that dream came true, in 1970, the headline read, "Feared Dead."
Debbie and I were like sisters. She was a fun-loving, sweet child that never met a stranger. Everybody was her friend.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, I wonder what happened to her. She never met a stranger.
And she was...
Hey, I got cookies in here. You want some cookies? Come on in.
Just precious.
She loved to ride horses. She was a people person. She loved people. She got along well with everybody.
For 25 years, Ann Palmer has lived with the grief and uncertainty of not knowing what happened to her daughter Debbie.
Poor Anford.
Even now, she holds out hope that Debbie is alive.
She joined
When
the
she
cult.
first disappeared, I kept hearing her voice say, "Mom, I'm all right. Mom, I'm all right."
Ann was an actress, a model, and a single mother. In 1954,
You sacrificed your daughter to the dirty sniffers.
she packed up 3-year-old Debbie and left Dallas for Hollywood. They were a family of two.
Satanically sacrificed.
And mother and daughter were exceptionally close. Ann says their bond went beyond love.
Debbie and I had a very
Sniffer
powerful
sacrifice,
psychic
that's right.
connection. When she was a teenager and she would be out late, I could simply think, "Debbie, where are you?"
That's right, what Jack said.
Almost within
Maybe even a little Moloch in there. For
a matter
flavor.
of 15 minutes, the phone would ring, or she'd come home.
Shortly before her 19th birthday, Debbie returned to Dallas and moved into her first apartment. She was so
This guy with the big nose said I could be a big star. I just got to go to his house, but I'm not allowed to tell anybody where it's at.
Among the tenants at the Carrollwood Apartments, they named her Miss Carrollwood. She seemed to know
Miss
everyone and had a
Pecklewood.
very active social life. The apartment complex would be the last place anyone remembered
Dirty
seeing
old
Debbie
owl,
Palmer.
that's right.
She vanished on September 8th, 1970.
Well, I didn't know she'd vanished at first. She'd been missing for 4 days at that point. And
Your daughter was gone for 4 days at 19 years old, and you didn't think to check on her or call her or anything? Okay.
so we called the police, and the police said she's
Oh, it's a sister. Okay.
18. There's nothing we can do. We can't look for her. There's no foul play indicated. And then it was terror.
Once an intense search did begin, the trail had grown cold. The only significant break in the case came 2 full weeks after her disappearance, the discovery of 2 packed suitcases in the woods north of Dallas.
Oh, no.
I got a call one day from Plano, Texas, from the police department, and they said they had found her luggage and that we could come over and claim it. Now it was just going to be a matter of time till they found her body.
But Debbie's body was never found. There were no signs of
Yeah,
foul
'cause they
play
ate that
or
shit.
a reason for Debbie to run. In police work, there are just so many roads you can travel before you hit a dead end.
It is a mystery because we can't determine whether there was foul play involved, whether she's a victim of a crime, or she simply, on her own, simply walked away from her life as it existed then and is still alive somewhere.
There you go. Shake's
I
bringing
looked
it
for
out.
her at every street for 15 years. I looked everywhere for her. I knew I was going to find her. I knew she was coming back to me.
Nothing that we heard gave us really hope. I had to keep the hope going.
Roy Brockaway was
Did
the
he hit
sheriff
a
of
dead
neighboring
end?
Kaufman County. He was a family friend who
Kaufman County.
became closely involved in the investigation.
We just never have come across anything that
That's
has
every
indicated
word
to
was
us what
fancy.
happened to Debbie.
Sightings brought world-renowned psychic
She wasn't there.
detective Dorothy Allison to Dallas to work with the former
But you
sheriff.
check the tank. Did you check the tank?
As he drove near Debbie's last known address, Dorothy began to express strong psychic impressions of Debbie.
Roy, there's this one forest area where it's real isolated, where I believe that girl
It's true,
was.
Jack. That's very sad. now that you brought that up.
Taken.
And she won't get to see all the new fucking Marple movies.
Yes, if you've done a murder or anything like
I've
that,
done a murder.
There is places out here that you can put a body that probably could never be found.
Although she did not know where the suitcases had been located, Dorothy guided Roy to a location eerily nearby.
Roy, this is the kind of a scene that I actually saw her in. It seems exactly like this spot here.
Dorothy's last stop was the Carrollwood Apartments. Outside
Why are you humoring this cheesy lying bitch?
Debbie's apartment, Dorothy attempted to psychically reconstruct the final hours before her disappearance.
What happened that night was that they had a very bad argument. She was with this
Who?
one fellow that she had
Who?
going with for a while, and she wanted to get rid of him. And he said he was going out to the store someplace, but I believe he went to pick up some drugs. And then all of a sudden, this other fellow comes along. I feel like she was getting rid of one to go with the other. It was a violent fight. I mean, he was really going at it. So he takes her and just promises her to take her to a doctor, but instead where he takes her is to kill her.
Could Debbie Palmer have been murdered?
Did you just make this up? Whatever your name is. Yes, yes, I did. Can I have the little Debbie snack cake you promised me? No.
Dorothy's psychic visions seem to suggest. The scenario of jealousy, violence, and drug abuse certainly doesn't fit Debbie's wholesome image. But after Dorothy's psychic revelations, those who knew Debbie best admitted she could have been led astray. Those who knew Debbie best
See ya!
she could have been led astray.
It could have been the boyfriend. It was a party Thursday night.
I think it takes the tension out of a murder when you throw the junk the lady left into the woods. You yell "See ya!"
That's where she disappeared, and she said she was going
Suddenly
to have
it's all good again.
a little talk with him, and then nobody remembers seeing her again. And it's possible she went to have that little talk with him, and he didn't like what she was saying, and he lost his temper and killed her. That's a possibility.
Maybe even a yip.
It's been in my mind all these years.
Dorothy showed Sharon the notes from her psychic impressions. Because legal charges have yet to be filed.
It was a doghouse with a chimney and a smiling sun. Is that where she's buried, Dorothy?
We asked them to refrain.
Why does a
from
doghouse have a chimney? I don't know, but that should make it easy to find.
mentioning actual names of suspects.
Now, here's a list of the names that I have written down. And you can tell, only you can tell me if you recognize anything there.
Lady, what are you doing to this? This is the sister. Why are you doing this to her?
Without calling names, the first and the last name of the man she was dating that she was going to have the little talk with to break up with him, his first and last name are both here. And in between...
Yeah, because she fucking looked at the police reports, dude.
...is you have my grandmother's maiden name.
Oh, that's dirty. All she had to do was go look up shit probably in the library.
Debbie's family and friends were amazed at Dorothy's accuracy about the small details of Debbie's life. But believing Dorothy means confronting the probability that Debbie is dead.
How can you say what it's like for 25 years to look for somebody?
I will always hope and follow every
I think the sister did it.
lead to believe that she might still be alive somewhere in the world today.
Since our investigation in Texas, Debbie Palmer's cousin Sharon has contacted the Texas State Police. She presented the new psychic evidence generated.
Oh, you got psychic evidence, huh? All right. Just leave it here. And he points to the garbage can. Just leave it here, and we'll look over it later, I promise.
By Dorothy Allison. According to State Police official Jim Chandler, this is not the kind of evidence that they feel justifies a reopening of the Palmer case.
Next, medical science discovers auras and evidence that California's Mammoth Mountain is really a mountain of doom.
In the news!
Here are some of the stories Sightings is following in the news. Geologic discoveries near Mammoth Mountain in Northern California indicate to some that the dire prophecies of futurist Gordon Michael Scallion could be coming true.
Whoa.
The picturesque landscape of Mammoth Mountain, California is deceiving. Beneath this pristine forest, there is a boiling, seething lake of molten earth poised to unleash its fury.
That the earth is going to open up in California, and I can tell you exactly.
It happened, guys. We're all dead, and we just don't know it.
Where it will open up. It'll happen between Bakersfield.
Please. This happened already. You guys have been teasing me with this for fucking decades.
And the
Unless any of you guys live there, then no, don't do that. Take California.
To Eureka.
While scientists do not take Scallion's predictions seriously, they do agree that the Mammoth area is a volatile location.
It's clear that
Yeah, just take California. Leave the other states.
there's going to be eruptions there in the future. And it's clear that large areas there will be covered with ash and be destroyed.
We've been
University's
promised
New York
forever.
volcanologist Marcus Bursick warns that recent earthquake activity has unleashed a fresh torrent of magma under
torrent?
the Mammoth Lakes area. The effect is similar to shaking a bottle of champagne and releasing carbon dioxide bubbles. But unlike champagne, the concentrations of carbon dioxide under the earth are deadly. Evidence that these poisonous gases
You mean
are
there's fizzy bubbles under the ground?
already working their way to the surface was discovered on Mammoth Mountain. Hundreds of trees here were killed by
I mounted your mammy, and she's a mammoth ass built.
emissions from the volatile magma below.
There's a lot of volcanoes
Yeah,
in the
beachfront
area,
property.
and several of them showed an effect from the Landers earthquake. So this magma is sitting there stewing underneath the surface, and it's emitting this carbon dioxide along with other gases.
The last time Mammoth
The Earth
Mountain
is beefing.
erupted approximately
Soda
700,000
in
years
Earth?
ago, a dense volcanic cloud blocked out the sun and covered the western
Sweet, delicious alcohol under your lawn? Yeah, dude, get a straw.
United States in a thick layer of ash. Today, there are those who believe the long dormant
Wish I
volcano's
had some
time
sweet,
has
delicious
come again.
alcohol.
In the fall of 1967, something strange crashed into the water off Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia.
A cone-ass
Since then,
fat
UFO
bill.
investigator Chris Stiles has been building an impressive document trail indicating that the Canadian government knows more about the crash than they're willing to tell.
I believe that this was a device from another intelligent civilization, not of this Earth.
Now, Chris Stiles and Sightings are mounting a new full-scale investigation to scour the ocean floor beneath Shag Harbor
That's when Dennis Ramsey came to Earth.
in search of UFO debris. Our findings in an upcoming edition
Maybe
of
it was
Sightings.
Canadian Cankles doing some diving.
Researchers at Pennsylvania State University are confirming with technology what some holistic healers have felt for years, that the magnetic field around the
Get your
human
head off my
body
dome!
changes
Are your
with the
hand off
onset
my
of
dome?
disease.
Well, this is a picture that shows basically the distribution of the magnetic field.
Much better. much better. Thank you.
Of a human body.
Michael Smith and his colleagues at the Penn State Magnetic Resonance
Oh, okay,
Imaging
Michael Smith.
Lab are pioneering a breakthrough technology for surgeons.
I can show them the positions of say, for instance, a tumor. You can show them the presence of a tumor or a disease that they're not aware of. And it really gives them a visual way to look into the human body and see what's wrong.
So that's
Gross.
safe and give you high resolution, also give you the image of the soft tissue.
The future of MRI technology offers tantalizing possibilities. But so far,
Tantalizing?
it is only a diagnostic tool.
I think the comparison between holistic methods and techniques and MRI should be viewed, with caution. People should use those things that have been proven to be useful to diagnose.
It's funny looking back at that shit that's 30-something years old, and they're like, this is going to be the future. You never hear about it again.
Disease.
Whoa, more news?
We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings.
Dolores Wheeler loved her husband so much, she saved his life 12,000 miles away. And are these
Get.
pictures of an alien autopsy an incredible find or an incredible fraud?
The risk of sounding pompous, yes, I could have done it a lot better.
It's so funny. That's been proven a hoax so many times. But sightings are like, it's real.
For nearly 50 years, UFO researchers have been looking for the smoking gun that will...
Hold on.
For nearly 50 years, UFO researchers have been...
I've been jerking off in Denny's bathrooms. So that's what UFO researchers do? They just jerk off in Denny's bathrooms?
looking for the smoking gun that will prove once and for all...
My pecker's smoking.
Government is
in the Denny's bathroom.
The incident at Roswell, New Mexico. And now, Sightings correspondent Carla Wohl reports that newly discovered film of a bizarre autopsy is adding fuel to
this
the
was
Roswell
new?
fire.
This was new at the time? That's crazy.
Since January 1995, the hottest news on the World Wide Web of UFO devotees is this photo.
Devotees?
Allegedly an extraterrestrial from the Roswell crash site being autopsied by the U.S. military. It's the UFO story of the decade.
This is an injury, and that deep wound is consistent with high temperature burns.
If this
It's
is
a perk of
truly
the
genuine,
job.
then it becomes the focus of worldwide recognition.
This guy again? It's always this fucking dude. That guy probably killed Debbie Palmer. He sacrificed her to Moloch. Man, that guy's a propaganda poster if I've ever seen one.
That indeed our planet's being visited, that indeed governments have known for 48 Indeed governments have known.
Oh no, high interest loan face.
For 48 years and haven't told us. The world will never be the same again.
Rumors of a Roswell autopsy film go back to 1993. London music promoter Ray Santilli told Bufora, the British UFO Research Association, that he had unearthed a bizarre 16mm movie in a private film vault.
No.
Ray Santilli said, I have got my hands on some material. I know nothing about...
That's fucking Orville Redenbacher's grandson.
Roswell, but I'm being told by the man who sold this to me that he was in fact a military cameraman with the United States military back in 1947.
This is proven fake like a million times.
This was the official record, U.S. government record, of an event which occurred there, i.e. a crashed UFO and the recovery of aliens and, of course, that debris.
Kent Jeffrey is the author of the Roswell Declaration, a petition calling for the declassification of all government documents on Roswell. He eagerly anticipated the release of the autopsy film.
When I first heard about the film, I was very hopeful.
You're rebunking it?
That we finally
but it's fake.
had what we'd been looking for in the way of evidence to prove
Guys,
this
I get my
case.
Kirby. Tell me if I missed
However,
anything. I'll
in
be right back.
the ensuing months, as I learned more and more facts about the film, I became less and less optimistic.
Now, Santilli says he has had it authenticated. He went to Kodak, and they said, yes, this is film stock from the 1940s.
Kodak did not authenticate the film. What Santilli did was go to Kodak and get clarification on the edge markings. The edge markings on the film are a square and a triangle. That signifies that the film was manufactured in either 1927 or 1947 or 1967. The only thing Kodak did was to verify that that is the case, that those edge markings signify those years.
Rand Molnar, dean of the Brooks Institute of Photography, finds it highly suspicious that Santilli went no further in his attempts to authenticate the film.
If this were a legitimate film with historical value, then I would think he would take every measure possible to try to get this authenticated. Taking it to an expert, to someone here or elsewhere that could look at the film, analyze it, and then make a determination on whether it's actually legitimate, or if it should be tested further, or if there's something else that can be done with it to try to authenticate it. What event is transpiring on it, supposedly.
The dissemination
Did I
of
miss any cool stuff?
From Ray Santilli in London is extremely unorthodox. It is
What if it's
extremely
real?
unusual for research of any kind to be carried out in this way.
Rather than release the film in its entirety, Santilli selectively
That's
leaked
just Gawi. Just baby Gawi on the table.
small portions of the film at invitation-only screenings. Many in attendance left unconvinced.
I still had a great deal of hope when I went over there to see the film. However, from the first few frames, I realized that this
Jerry,
was...
that was you, wasn't it? That means, of course, that means
this
yes.
was a human body on that table.
You realize
That's
what
a
you're
good
saying. You're saying
resolution for
that they
1927.
used a human body, a dead person, to perpetrate this hoax.
That is not only my opinion, but the opinion of most of the medical people who have seen this film now.
No, stop, guys. Come on.
And that makes it one of the most despicable hoaxes ever perpetrated.
Oh, so it is. Oh, so he's admitting it is a hoax. Okay.
Makeup effects artist Steve Johnson built the aliens for the movie Roswell. He agrees that the autopsy film is a hoax, that it's not flesh and blood you're seeing, but a ripoff of his special effects creations.
Could you have done this?
Hey, fuck you, dude. It looks nothing like your gay-ass fucking alien. Look, it's a hoax, sure, but don't say they ripped you off, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
The risk of sounding pompous, yes, I could have done it a lot better. But the main thing is, it never...
No, yours looks dumb, dude.
...proves once, to me, that this is...
Yours is too stylized.
...a dead body. For instance, when they make incisions, they will begin the incision, then they cut away.
Dude, that looks way more realistic. I mean, I know it's a hoax, but that looks way more realistic than yours.
Or they cut in tighter. From a special effects technician's point of view, they used every trick that I would have asked a director to use had a director come to me and said, I want to do this great autopsy scene.
What are some of the tricks that you think they use specifically?
He invented aliens,
Human
yeah,
bodies
right?
do not bleed after they're dead. The blood coagulates in the veins, then settles to the lowest point. If you incise them, they don't bleed.
Well, that
this
is
thing
true.
did bleed. And I thought, well, simplest, oldest trick in the book is a blood knife.
Show me.
It looks pretty much like that because it does leave a line, and then a few trickles come out.
And that's it. I mean,
I
simple
think
as that.
so.
Why do you think someone did it?
It would be exciting in a perverse kind of way to be able to fool a lot of people like this. There is a lot of money.
I mean, you didn't have to be a dick about it, dude. You could have gave the guy credit. It wasn't a bad. It wasn't a bad hoax.
In fact, Santilli has profited from the autopsy film. He's reportedly signed six-figure deals with American, French, and Japanese television networks.
To put together a hoax like this would require a tremendous amount of time, effort, and money. Certainly the Roswell incident is one of the better documented
Dude, it's a
UFO
hoax.
incidents. So this will be a
The guy proved it with the knife bullshit.
likely candidate other than some obscure thing.
Many ufologists worry that
John
the flap over
Alien.
Santilli's film is obscuring the real story of Roswell. UFO researcher Clifford Stone gave me a tour of the old Roswell military base.
This was known as Hangar 84.
Those titties.
In July of
Look at that gun.
1947, this building right here housed a secret that the United States government didn't want to talk about. As a matter of fact, I would state that they considered that secret so sensitive that it
The
was
corpse
rated
of
higher
Debbie
than
Palmer.
even the hydrogen
Oh, that's what they did to her.
bomb.
According to Stone, while the autopsy film may be a hoax, the recovery of aliens is not.
Bodies were seen by many people, including some credible military witnesses.
Among those propounding a theory of government cover-up is Walter Haut, the former Air Force
Sassy boy.
lieutenant who was ordered to write the Roswell press release stating the UFO
So sick
was
of
a
Roswell,
weather balloon.
I feel very, very sincerely that it was a cover-up. It was a way...
Motherfucker, you found a weather balloon. So obviously a weather balloon.
I guess that's the easiest word to use.
Wow, we found aluminum foil in the desert.
Could Ray
What could it
Santilli
be?
be just another unwitting pawn in a Roswell disinformation campaign?
Disinformation is not a word that a lot of people like. It implies our own government is putting out.
Hey, you would
false-
think the makeup guy would be like, yeah, or the special effects guy would be like, yeah, it's a pretty good hoax. Guys, when the rent check's late. When the when the slumlord doesn't get his check and when his check is 15 seconds late.
stories. Gee, really? Could
My
they do
Reynolds
that?
rap.
Yes.
Yeah, seriously.
One of the things that you normally do
I'm just sick of Roswell.
intelligence community, all kinds everywhere. If some truth leaks out that you don't want leaked out, You flood the market.
If I would have done the alien, I would have gave him a massive penis.
With garbage. Then there's no way to separate out.
Do you hope that there is another film or some other evidence out there to prove that Roswell did in fact happen?
I certainly do, and I think it's a real possibility. And we are working very hard on trying to find any individuals who might have such evidence or who may have even just participated and now be willing to talk so that this information can be shared with the rest of the world.
Nearly everyone who's studied the Roswell autopsy film is convinced that it's a hoax. But Ray Santilli, the owner of the film, stands by its authenticity.
Yeah, and then he, of course, he didn't know yet, but he'd come back years later and say, yeah, I faked the whole fucking thing.
Next, a story of life-saving love that transcends time and space.
Oh,
Felt a presence around.
This is for the ladies.
I looked up and I saw my wife.
And she, and she was getting a train ran on her in Harlem.
In 1970, Jack and Dolores Wheeler promised to love, honor, and cherish each other till death did them part. Within a year, the significance of those wedding vows would be tested on a Vietnam battlefield. Because of what happened there, Jack Wheeler has come to believe that his wife's love is a part of a supernatural force that saved his life more than once.
Whoa. A spirit of love.
We just had an instant attraction for each other.
I'll never forget the first time I saw her.
Oh. I love you, Smee.
Came into the room there in the sorority house.
Love at first sight only begins to describe the instant, inexplicable bond that Jack and Dolores felt for each other from the moment they met.
He had asked me to marry him like 3 months after we met.
There was a whirlwind romance, a fairy tale wedding, and then
I said, you have to be 6 foot, make $500,000 a month.
Phone call from the draft board. After only 1 month of marriage, the Wheelers were separated by the Vietnam War.
Here we had just got married and we're unsure as to the relationship and how it would survive with her staying in school and still going to college while I went off to Vietnam.
I wrote to him every day, and you know, I thought of him constantly. I knew he was in battle, but I didn't really want to think about it.
But while Dolores tried to push thoughts of danger out of her conscious mind, Jack insists that his new bride was still connected to him through her unconscious.
Something got me up that night.
There'd been a break.
Someone called Don Shipley on this guy. I want to see what Don Shipley has to say.
The unrelenting sound of gunfire had stopped. Jack Wheeler was asleep in what infantry soldiers in Vietnam called a hooch.
I was laying there and it was 2, 3 in the morning and I felt...
It says here you never even served. It says you were a cook at a military base. No, I got shot and almost died in Vietnam and my wife saved me through the power of love. Well, but it says here you just cooked at a military base.
A presence around me.
You just want some DDR5 RAM.
I looked up and I saw my wife.
It's over for Jack Sells.
A long robe came beaconing to me. And I got up, went outside the hooch, and I was maybe 20 or 30 feet from it. And suddenly there were 2 loud explosions.
Whoa!
2 mortar rounds had come in and it hit the hooch where I was. And there was shrapnel throughout it and shrapnel throughout.
No, I was a Green Beret Airborne Ranger. I killed like 50 gigs with a spoon. But don't... Oh, it makes sense why why it doesn't say that in my military records, because it was all classified. In fact, right now, I don't even exist.
The cod and
it's all classified, bro.
And people would ask, you know, why I wasn't in the hooch. And
a sewage technician, second class.
It was very difficult to understand, and nobody understood it, and you couldn't explain it. And to this day, I can't explain it.
Wow!
Back in the United States, Dolores Wheeler was unaware.
Was fucking everybody.
Jack's close call, and the fact that he had seen her exact double image beckoning him away from impending danger.
There's the Latin term alter ego. There's the Norse term Fardogr.
That guy's so dead now.
Which means forerunner.
Don Ward is a UCLA folklorist specializing in tales of the supernatural.
Right. He was
uses the
beyond
word
classified.
doppelganger to describe what Jack Wheeler
In fact, he wrote the CIA handbook.
It's a German word for a universal phenomenon. That is the notion that the human spirit has an essence of its own that can be perceived visually by other people. And it is identical to the person themselves, right down to the clothes they wear.
Whoa! But Jack Wheeler knew nothing of doppelgangers. He only knew that somehow, from a vast distance, Dolores was continuing to protect him from harm.
The choppers picked us up. They gave us some new rations, and
they gave me a juice box.
Got some mail, and it was like 7 or 8 letters that I got from my wife. We were flying in, and I had one that I was trying to read it there, but you got your pack on and your weapon, and the doors of the chopper open, so the wind's blowing, and I was reading this letter from her, and it just started to turn the page when suddenly it flew out of my hand.
Nice
so
one,
I
dude.
Sort of got up partially and scooted back to grab the letter, and just as I did, enemy fire.
Jack believes that if he hadn't ducked for that letter, he would have been killed.
Whoa.
And the other men in his unit did
I bet
die
you this never happened.
that day, and Jack wondered what special force had spared him once again.
A lot of mental activity occurs strictly on an unconscious level. And this may have been what was happening with Mrs. Wheeler. She may have been unconsciously aware of her husband's dangers half a world away in Vietnam.
Professor John Rohner...
What, through a letter she wrote a month earlier, dude? What?
Chronicles the Wheelers' experience in this collection of true stories.
His thoughts probably
It's just that footage that Rambo dude pretended to play a helicopter.
were almost continually on her and hers on him. And I think that may have precipitated...
Yeah, it's funny how many people, like, I know that stolen valor is just kind of funny, but it's amazing how many dudes lied about how great they were in the military.
Telepathic connection and even a visitation.
We got hit. I took a bullet in my hip and a bullet in my shoulder, and the chopper crashed into some trees. And I was just laying there, and I was about 20 or 30 feet from the ground. And I looked down, and I could see this image of my wife. And she had her arms out, like, to comfort me.
Give me a speech!
And then I remember falling, and her catching me.
You bitch. I got you, sweetums.
I was unconscious, and when I came to, they had me back in the base camp. They said that I just fallen down and it landed in a stream, and that it had broken my fall.
Any record of this, dude?
When he finally returned home, Jack told no one, not even Dolores, about the eerie visitations
Yeah, until
he
your wife had an idea for a book, right?
experienced in the jungles of Vietnam.
It was several years after he had returned from Vietnam. We were in the living room, and he started telling me about the time that I came to him and did this and that, and I just said, whoa, I came to you over there? That's impossible. You know, that's crazy. And, you know, we didn't talk about it
So you
for a
just
while.
never thought to tell her that weird experience you had in Vietnam? Like, if that was real, that'd be like the first thing you'd tell them. But I gotta tell you something.
Wow. And then when I would read
I just
something
just thought to never tell her.
that was similar, I'd say, well, tell me some more about what you experienced. Then I found out there were quite a few people that had experienced the same thing.
There's a man in England, his name was Tyrrell, who came up with a theory and stated that there were such things as apparitions, which required two people.
I don't talk about my military experience so much, but I was in a super top secret classified group called the Super Cool Dudes, and I was the demolitions guy.
There had to be an agent to send the message, and there had to be
You didn't mess with the Super Cool Dudes.
recipient to perceive it. The experiencing of the double occurred when these two people were in conjunction with one another.
After the war, Jack and Dolores devoted themselves to home and family. Dolores' special life-saving gift seemed to be a part of the past until April 19th, 1995, when Jack was just a little late getting to his Oklahoma City office.
Ironically, I got angry at my wife for getting me up 5 minutes late because I told her I needed to be in at this meeting, and I had stuff I needed to do, and I needed to be in the office at 9.
I was in the super cool. Yeah, what group? What group number? Caruser. What group number?
She's busy doing some things, and she just didn't realize.
How would I even know about the super cool dudes? Because it's beyond top secret.
It was. I went through my normal routine and just left the house 5 minutes late. So I was driving into work, and normally I'm directly in front of the federal building.
For Jack, the extra 5 minutes that his wife allowed him to oversleep would mean the difference between life and death.
The explosion was like...
Oh, this guy is full of shit, dude. So you were supposed to be at the Oklahoma City building? Get out of here, dude.
9 o'clock, 9:02, which is almost every morning.
Yeah, I think that's what he's saying.
I'm right
This
there.
guy's full of shit.
And this morning, since I was about 5 minutes late, I was just exiting off of the freeway, getting onto 6th Street when the explosion occurred.
Where he parks his car is where all the cars
That's right.
Caught on fire. A few minutes off, either way.
But we didn't call him Hanford back then. His name back then was Bones.
He would have been
with a Z.
seriously injured.
The Wheelers believe that it was something deep
Sure,
in
a
Dolores'
likely
spirit
story.
that somehow kept Jack
Man,
away
sightings.
from
What a
ground
collection of bullshit artists.
zero. His office was demolished. If he had been sitting...
You know what? You know what? I mean, it's not funny, but it is funny indirectly in a kind of strange way. There's this leg they found at the Oklahoma City bombing, and they're like, who the fuck leg is this? Who owns this fucking leg? No one knows where the leg goes to. They DNA tested and all this shit, and they're like, it's just this leg, and no one knows who owns it.
Desk, as he had every other morning, he would not have survived the blast.
And just a leg, that's it. They thought it was this black lady's leg, and then they went to open up her casket, but she had both legs, so it's like, it's not even her fucking leg.
I believe she has a gift. She has an ability to sense needs of her loved ones and be able to protect them. All I know is that I've experienced these things, and I don't believe that I'm dreaming.
You're missing a leg? Maybe it's yours.
I just know that that is what I experienced, and that's what I've observed, and that's what I've lived.
Although Jack Wheeler's life was spared,
Just some random mystery leg.
family's happiness is bittersweet. They wonder why so many lives had to be lost inside the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building, and they pray it will never happen again.
Next, startling new evidence of a Bigfoot in the wooded hills of Ohio.
When somebody told me there was Bigfoot in Ohio,
That's just Yellow
I
Group.
laughed.
Whoa!
Bigfoot expeditions have become a kind of a cottage industry in the Pacific Northwest. Entering Bigfoot country, the billboards proclaim. But recent sightings
we got an update.
1,500 miles to the east seem to indicate that Bigfoot's range may extend all the way across the Rockies and into the Midwest.
Whoa, there he is. Bigfoot prowling in the tall grass, guys.
I would like to report what I believe to be a Bigfoot sighting approximately 5 miles from Lisbon, Ohio.
Probability of a Bigfoot being sighted in Ohio obviously is lower than in the Northwest, but you can never exclude it absolutely, because historically there have been a goodly number of sightings made in that area of the country.
Biologist Dr. Henner Fehrenbach specializes in primate research at a college near his home in Beaverton, Oregon. His extensive analysis of Bigfoot evidence grew out of a casual interest in the subject during the 1960s.
Scientists that are ordinarily quite rational refuse to even inform themselves of the evidence that is available. They reject it as if it was a ghost.
When somebody told me there was Bigfoot in Ohio, I laughed.
These feet never even look like close to being real to any kind of real foot.
Of the evidence that is
Look at these
available.
stupid fake ass feet.
rejected as if it was
Like that's not how a foot. Any art fags in here would know that that's not what a foot looks like. Like when a foot is pressed down into like mud or something, that's not what it looks like.
When somebody told me there was Bigfoot in Ohio, I laughed. I didn't believe it.
But compelling physical evidence and eyewitness reports have made George Clapperson and Jody Cook believers. Together, they have formed the Ohio Bigfoot Research and Study Group in Cincinnati, Ohio. A 24-hour Bigfoot hotline has been set up to record area sightings.
They make a report in 1988.
Like you could just look at those feet impressions and know that that's bullshit.
You investigate it in 95, and everything is still exactly the same. They take you to where they had the sighting, and there's fresh evidence where they had their sighting years ago. That's pretty convincing.
In February
Yeah, wood
of
feet on sticks,
1995,
exactly.
Clapperson and Cook discovered
Like something that has no give, right? Because like the human body, when you put your foot down, there's some give there. It wouldn't look like that.
an anomalous structure near Akron, Ohio, that they believe may be a Bigfoot nest. It is similar to, but larger than, nesting sites of other primates.
It was about...
And you know, when you step down, the front of your foot pushes down, and then the back of your foot pushes down. It wouldn't be so
4.5
even.
feet high and about 5.5 feet long. It was completely hollow on the inside. It was big enough for 3 of us to go and sit in comfortably.
It's just flat-footed.
Are
That
these
flat-footed?
the sounds of Bigfoot? Sightings received these sounds recorded in Ohio by Bigfoot researcher Matt Moneymaker. The recording is part of an extensive surveillance project that Moneymaker is conducting in southern Ohio. Sightings will bring you more on the results
Whoa,
of this
look at that
investigation
top-of-the-line
on a future
technology.
edition of our program.
Telling you, it
Peter
was just
Byrne
Yellow
of
Group.
the Bigfoot Research Project is cautiously optimistic about the reported sightings in Ohio. In an average 6-month period, Byrne receives more than 3,000 calls. But from those calls, less than 5 are found to be credible sightings.
Just say that again.
Ohio. In an average 6-month period, Byrne receives more than 3,000 calls. But from those calls, less than 5 are found to be credible sightings.
I'll tell you something.
Bigfoot
Some of these guys need a big foot and ass.
If you've had a paranormal experience, please write to us at Sightings. Sightings can also be contacted at America Online at keyword
America
Sightings.
Online.
At the Sightings Forum, download
Guys that have any paranormal experiences.
images, sounds, and QuickTime clips. Also, join us daily in our chat room, live on AOL.
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind. For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
Get out of here, Tim. Paramount Television.
Is this policeman's sixth sense, intuition, or more?
He just knows. He sees things that other people don't see.
He finds bodies, solves crimes, and gets murderers to confess.
I knew he was the killer.
Whoa, this guy's the real deal, guys.
With a killer instinct. Plus.
Okay, talk to me again.
No more of this guy.
I didn't expect this much activity.
Cruise aboard the famous ghost ship on the next Sightings.
Come on. Sightings. Enough the crap.
I know I was going to get him.
Is this police officer's sixth sense?
I didn't expect this much activity.
It's the same thing over again.
On this edition of Sightings.
There we go.
28 years ago, something strange crashed into the icy waters of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia.
Again?
I believe that this was a device.
We just seen this.
On to John Shore. George Brejack had a case.
Never forget it.
Stayed like George's father were
Hold on.
The Blue.
All right, here we go.
Welcome
what the fuck?
to Sightings. I'm Tim White. Whatever you do, don't call Police Lieutenant George Brejack a psychic. He bristles at the
But a faggot is appropriate.
term. Lieutenant Brejack says his unusual ability is just gut instinct, intuition, the feeling a cop gets after 30 years on the beat. But whatever you call it, this New Jersey police lieutenant has a gift for solving unsolvable crimes.
Yeah, the Einstein-looking douchebag. Yeah. Because that guy would just say stuff with no evidence. Psychic cop.
Paterson, New Jersey is Lieutenant George Brejak's beat. He knows this town like the back of his hand.
And he catches all his pipes.
And he also seems to know something more.
Working with George is like working with a super cop, and you have like a human lie detector right next to you.
A lot of police
He even knows why they call them Apple Jacks when they don't taste like apples.
Develop good intuition after years on the force. It's a well-documented phenomenon called the blue sense. But George Brejak's ability is different.
I do believe George is a psychic cop. He just knows. He sees things that other people don't see.
Brejak grew up in Paterson. His family moved here in the
Paterson is a mega shithole.
1940s.
It wasn't always a shithole, but you know, it got diverse.
It was prosperous, clean, and safe.
It's my city. I know the streets. I know the people. I know what the people think. My city.
Paterson was really nice at one point.
George Brejak has seen a lot of changes in Paterson over the years. When the mills closed in the 1950s, economic hardship caused many people to leave.
He could detect a sassy boy from a mile away.
Those who stayed, like George's father, were bitter.
I remember him brutally beating my mother one night. I think about that maybe that's the reason why I was given this gift.
It was the love of his mother and his deep faith that helped George persevere through the hard times. He fulfilled his dream of becoming a police officer in 1963.
Lieutenant George Brejak brings to fruition those many gifts that God has given to him. That creates power.
No, I know I'm right. I get paid to be right.
From the start, Brejak
shit.
knew he had a knack for police work. He worked hard to develop his talents, but even he isn't prepared to take all of the credit for the special gift he brings to every case.
It's crazy because I'll be driving down the street like this and something will tell me to make a left turn, and I'll make a left turn, maybe go down a block or two and get somebody with a pocket full of dope.
The first time George realized he had...
That's because you just punch people on the side of the road till you find one. He just beats the locals down. Or sometimes I have drugs in my pocket and I put it in their pockets.
More than just good gut instinct was also the first time he worked on a seemingly unsolvable case.
I'll never forget, it was November 2nd, 1979. We had a homicide in the city of Paterson where a 7-year-old boy was missing for like 3 weeks.
All right, dude, if you're so fucking great, then why is Paterson still a fucking shithole to this very day?
The boy's name was Delvis Mateus.
Delvis?
An intensive search over all of Paterson was underway. George was assigned to a stretch of track that yielded nothing.
When we went to leave, I actually got in the car, like you see on television. I put the key in the car, and something told me, go check the wooded area across the railroad tracks. After leaving the car...
His sassy sense was tingling.
I got sick to my stomach, I got upset inside, and I knew I was going to find the little boy's body.
George was right.
Patterson's
he found the
bad.
boy's body under a piece of plywood. 2 weeks later, George Brejak had the killer behind bars. After the Delvis Mateus case, the other officers in Brejak's department started to sit up and take notice.
Smell this?
Yes, you get an instinct. I get instincts. But this man, certain things, he gets a natural instinct.
Sometimes it like bothers you to think that, like, why is it you? Like, why do you have this thing about you?
Sometimes I find a gas station bathroom, and 15 minutes later I gotta take a shit. You can't buy instincts like that.
There was a time in Paterson where I think I solved 3 or 4 unsolved homicides in 6 months. It was crazy.
Perhaps it's no coincidence that Brejak's most famous case was solved because of his desire to bring a wife-beater to justice.
That's a nice picture of Skeleton Man right there. Skeleton Man beats his wife all the time.
The victim was 24-year-old Candy Austin, who seemed to have led a charmed life.
Poor
until
little
she
guy!
met John Short.
You'd have to say her family was like the Norman Rockwell All-American family. The little house with the picket fence, and
there he is,
just
Skeleton
by
Man.
fate, Candy Austin met John Short, and it became a nightmare for Candy.
Candy was drawn to John Short from the moment they met. After a whirlwind romance, they married and had a child. But friends sensed a dark side to John's character.
My first instinct when I met John was I just didn't think he was the right man for her.
Candy pulled away from her family and friends. She didn't want anyone to know
No,
that John
Delvis
was
will
beating
beat me.
her up. The violence continued to escalate. On June 22nd, 1981, in the parking lot,
I walked in, and the husband was playing bongos on her head. It sounded like Tito Puente in there.
the Willowbrook Mall, John and Candy had a terrible fight. In his book, Buried Mistakes, author Michael Kaplan suggests that Candy's
He
death
was
may have
playing
been a
Wipeout on her
tragic
skull.
I don't think that he meant to kill her, but then he panicked and put a screwdriver through her abdomen.
Oh!
John knew that if he
Rude.
called the police, he would surely be the prime suspect. He needed someone else to discover the body.
He says to his father-in-law, which was a key word, let's go look for her, meaning you and me. Not, I'm going to go look for her. Let's go look for her. He wanted the father with him. And he says to the father-in-law, you know what? He said, let's check the Willowbrook Mall.
Oh!
Back at the scene of the crime, at the Willowbrook Mall, John Short put on the performance of his life.
He runs to the car, John Short. He said, Dad, the door's locked. He tried the door. Give me something to break the window with. So the father-in-law gave him a hammer. He comes back to the car, very excited. He smashes the glass.
Short's diabolical plan worked. Candy's father was the first to see his daughter's blood-soaked body lying in the front seat of the car. No one suspected John. And he continued to
The perfect crime.
play the role of the bereaved husband for more than 6 years.
I had a series of dreams about Candy over the 6 years. She'd say, I can't stay, but I just want you to know that I'm okay, but you have
Why? Because you're dead? No, because it's Patterson, dude. You got 5 minutes and then I'm out of here. Even in the dream world, this is too much.
to find the person who did this to me. And I had these dreams up until the time I met George. So it's all. And I had these dreams up until the time.
Where's the DoorDash? I'm hungry. Is the DoorDash coming by? I want my moons over my hammy.
Met George. So it's almost like she
Making
was
it about
guiding
her,
me
she really
towards
is.
George.
Until 1987, George Brejack knew nothing more about the murder of Candy Short than what he'd read in the
Is that a fanny
newspapers.
pack?
But as soon as the case was handed over to him, he felt a strong connection. It was just the kind of case he wanted.
I took that file to my camp and read it for 3 days and come back and told my chief. I said, I'm going to solve that murder, chief.
George used the painful memories of his own abusive father to help him form a subconscious connection to the victim, the killer, and the witnesses.
What? Let me use my psychic powers. Hey, wait a minute. The husband did it. Whoa, dude. How'd you figure that one out? What a genius. You mean you figured out the husband killed her? Wow, dude. You're on a whole nother level.
I felt that he sometimes knew what I was going to say before I said it.
I knew inside of me that the father had something important to tell me. And 2 days later, I called him.
6 years later, right.
By the TikTok diner on Route 3, I want to talk to you. He was like startled because I knew he had something inside of him to tell me. And what made me feel good about it at that point was that this thing inside of me.
Nostradamus over here. My psychic powers tell me.
Word. He says, I'll never forget. He says, I see my daughter's
The
body
husband did it.
every day of my life.
You know, if you watch a million of these, it's always the fucking husband or it's always the fucking wife.
The way it was found. He says he had to know the car was there before we got to the mall.
George went to the Willowbrook Mall.
George went?
He climbed to the rooftop parking space where Candy's body had been found. He closed his eyes and relived the crime. He saw the killer. He saw John Short.
Yeah, that'll hold up in court, dude.
And I talked to him for a few minutes. I got sick to my stomach. I knew he was the killer. I knew I was going to get him.
Again, George Brejack was right. He saw through Short's lies, pierced his alibi, and on February 2nd, 1988, 7 years after Candy's murder, George arrested John Short.
Oh, John
He had
Short.
done what no other cop could do. He was exhausted.
What? Figured out it was the husband. Dude, this is not a magical feat.
And exhilarated.
I said to my chief, I said, this is great. I said, man, the magic is back.
So the guy does this over dramatic performance where he leads the dad into the Willowbrook Mall parking lot where he finds the body in a trunk immediately and starts overacting. Oh no! And then this guy's like, hey, wait a minute, maybe the husband did it. Wow, dude. Your cop senses are fucking amazing.
Inside of me, and when we arrested him, it was like the greatest high of my life.
This is the dumbest story ever. Hey, let me tell you, let me give you an example of how great my cop senses are. Well, this lady, her TV goes missing. And now her next door neighbor, Jamarcus, comes over saying, oh, it's bad how bad the neighborhood is getting. It's terrible how bad the neighborhood's getting. And I said, hey, Jamarcus, mind if I take a look inside? And then he spontaneously combusted. And inside his house, I found her TV.
He doesn't want any plaques or medals.
Detective Douche does it again.
Not in it for the glory. George Brejack is only doing what his unique gift compels him to do, and he still does it every day.
When I leave this earth, my mark is here. I did what I had to do.
Where does his ability
they're gonna love this one.
come from? Why does this cop seem to possess a supernatural power beyond reason?
And I really thank God for the gift that He has given me, because this is the perfect example how this gift works.
Everyone clap.
George Brejack draws strength from his ability to help mend the hurt in a grieving family. He's also gratified that his ability is the reason why John Short is serving 15 to 30 in New Jersey State Prison for murder.
So you know that motherfucker's out by now.
Next, ancient stones reveal
I
prehistoric...
bet if you look up John Short on Facebook, you'll see his mulleted head up there with a thumbs up and a past blue ribbon in his hand. He's living it up right now.
Man charted the stars and performed brain surgery.
Was South American civilization this sophisticated? I would say yes.
Archaeologists search out an ancient site. They dig up shards of pottery and hand tools and desiccated bone. And then with these fragments of civilization, they build the jigsaw puzzle that we call history. But a newly discovered piece of the puzzle just doesn't seem to fit. Thousands of carved rocks called the Ica stones suggest that eons ago, humankind had already mastered astronomy, medicine, and even aerodynamics. If the Ica stones are genuine, every history book in the world will have to be rewritten.
No, they'll just say it doesn't exist. Like they always do.
I traveled to the small, bustling town of Ica in central Peru and was surprised to find that perhaps the greatest archaeological discovery of the 20th century was not being kept in a guarded vault or an illustrious university, but in the private museum of Dr. Javier Cabrera. There, I found these carved stones, about 15,000 of them.
15,000?
Dr. Cabrera claims were largely discovered in the nearby mountains in the mid-1960s. The Ica stones depict knowledge that ancient peoples are not supposed to possess. Here, a prehistoric...
it's weird down there. The kind of shit they had. It's crazy.
Studies a comet through a telescope. This is a view of the Earth, complete with all 7 continents as seen from space. There are scenes of sophisticated medical procedures as performed by ancient surgeons.
Dr. Cabrera, this is obviously a surgery.
No, this is just history shit. I can't really goof on this too much.
What do we see?
I like the fake ass psychics.
Transplant
of the brain?
How old are these stones, which so
I don't know, like 30, 40
accurately
years?
depict modern procedures like this heart transplant? It has been impossible to scientifically date them, but this carving...
How do you know that's a heart transplant, though? I believe that stone is real, but how do you believe it? How do you know that's a heart transplant?
And riding a pterodactyl seems to indicate
Pterodactyls?
a time well before humankind was known to walk on Earth.
Man, we used to ride pterodactyls and shit.
Paleontologists and anthropologists tell us that the dinosaurs disappeared 65 million years ago.
So basically what they're telling us was the Flintstones was based... the Flintstones was a documentary.
That man appeared during
Look,
the
that guy's
last
flying a fucking pterodactyl.
years, but the stones tell us something else.
Energy of the human being.
Dr. Cabrera, a physician and professor of biology and anthropology at the University of Ica, has been vilified and ridiculed by many of his more mainstream colleagues. They contend that the Ica stones must
Hey, drop that stone, young
because
man.
they contradict the known timeline of history. But adventurer and author David Childress believes that the Ica stones are not the only potential evidence that points to the existence of an advanced prehistoric culture in Peru.
Archaeologists are starting to find out that civilizations in South America are incredible.
Hey, this dude's still around, isn't he? Does this guy do the talk show or podcast circuit? You know, I've seen this guy before.
Old. Yearly, they keep pushing back history and civilization in South America. I think we're going to find that there are even older civilizations than those who have been discovered so far.
Evidence of an advanced prehistoric civilization is supported by the legend of Viracocha, a mysterious stranger who was said to travel from town to town, spreading secret knowledge.
That was that cop. That was that detective guy.
The story of Viracocha is that Viracocha landed in the area of Ica. Perhaps someone from Atlantis or some other lost civilization is now a refugee from his own homeland because it's gone, and he literally walks the earth, going from town to town, city to city, and nation to nation.
That's an army guy see pterodactyl. You see the ones where where they said they saw aliens? I don't know. I don't know if it was Peru. It was somewhere down there, but then like the local mining company was like, no, we're just on jetpacks scaring the locals. It's like the whole story doesn't make any fucking sense. Jetpacks? It's like a bunch of guys pretending they're Green Goblin out there. Like that doesn't make sense. And then the people saying they're seeing aliens out there doesn't make sense.
If they are genuine,
where was that at?
Ica stones will provide scientific support for what is now only legend. But to date, not one single
Such a weirdest. It's weird on both ends. Like what the fuck's going on down there?
Take any serious steps toward authenticating the stones.
Dr. Cabrera's collection is so fantastic, so amazing, that official archaeologists just simply refuse to have a look at them. They're just impossible by normal historical standards. Yet what we have with Dr. Cabrera may be something that is so important in a historical way with Peru that we've got to look at it. And we've got to either authenticate once and for all these stones. Or disprove.
Right. We got
Why do you think
leprechauns.
some scientists have been so skeptical, so slow to accept the story of the stones? Are they threatened by them?
Look, the Alabama woods is so miserable that we don't get nothing. We don't get Bigfoot. We don't get pterodactyls. We don't get shit because it's miserable. The trees grow like 2 inches from each other. You can't get anywhere. It's a mess.
Archaeologists have said these stones are falsifications. If there's one thing I regret, it is not having someone who seconds my opinion. I am simply an isolated investigator whom others attack by saying that these images
That's clearly Mean Gene.
are things, in reality, that I myself ordered engraved.
We don't even get Goatman, dude.
Skepticism about the origin of the Ica
You know what Alabama has? One time a cop covered himself from head to toe in aluminum foil and took a picture of himself and said he was a space alien. And then he got laughed out of the police department. That's the only wacky Alabama story I've ever heard, is the guy who covered himself in tinfoil.
Began with the discovery itself. Newspaper accounts were vague, describing the stones as part of a secret hoard found at an undisclosed location. The police, suspecting grave robbing or antiquities smuggling, interrogated Basilio Mendoza, who was said to be selling similar stones to tourists. When questioned by police, Mendoza claimed that he had
so he's faking the funk.
Carved all 15,000 of the stones himself. He also sent a confession to the newspapers. Case closed, as far as archaeologists are concerned.
It was fake.
But before you return a
You mean we weren't flying pterodactyls?
guilty, consider this. If Mendoza had stuck to his original story of finding the Ica stones at an ancient burial site, he would have been charged with a violation of the country's strict antiquities protection law.
Oh, shit. He was covering his own ass.
A crime punishable by a lengthy prison term. By claiming he
So
had
what's the truth?
manufactured the stones himself, Basilio Mendoza was able to both keep out of jail and continue selling the stones.
When the stones are put in their proper order, the message I read has not only to do with Peru and its territories, but with the world.
But a guy really sat and carved 15,000 stones, dude. You know, I think after like 850, I'd be like, all right, I'm done with this.
And although this sounds like an exaggeration,
15,000 is a lot.
Dr. Cabrera believes that his interpretation of the stone...
But on the other hand, how would you find 15,000 fucking stones? After finding the 800th one, wouldn't you be like, all right, that's enough?
Stones offers a challenging message.
So I don't know what to
Not only
believe.
the past, but also the future. And that is why traditional scientists have rejected the legitimacy of the stones.
We are living in apocalyptic times. Why? Because man has reversed the purpose of life, and selfishness is causing him to lose the balance of the planet.
Yeah, right. After 1,000, either way, carving them or finding them, you'd be like, yeah, this is dumb. I got enough.
The ecosystem. All the wise men of the world know that
one more stone.
We are headed towards a cataclysm.
I'll get out of here with this fucking guy.
Author of
I hate this
Fingerprints of
guy.
the Gods, Graham Hancock, has found this same apocalyptic
Bullshit
message
artist supreme.
among the ruins of many other ancient civilizations.
We have inherited
That's
a
3D printer.
remarkable legacy of knowledge from what appears to be a highly sophisticated and advanced civilization.
Because of this dumb fuck, we got ancient aliens. Look at this googly-eyed, cross-eyed motherfucker.
That was destroyed in an enormous cataclysm.
Well, it wasn't him, but he's the one. Who's the original guy who wrote Chariots of the Gods? It wasn't this guy, was it? No, he wrote Fingerprints of the Gods. The guy who wrote Chariots of the Gods. They're both the same asshole, pretty much.
From what appears to be a highly sophisticated and advanced civilization that was
this guy's
destroyed
definitely
in
a
an
funk
enormous
faker.
cataclysm. And what this legacy repeatedly and urgently warns us of is that
Eric Von Daniken, and then this guy. These two guys are why we got that stupid Ancient Aliens TV show.
Will recur.
These warnings may sound extreme, but there is scientific evidence that, through the millennia, major Earth changes have significantly altered our planet. What artifacts could survive this kind of...
Don't you think it's funny, like, they find something like let's say they don't know if it's real or if it's forgery, whatever. It doesn't really matter, but then they totally make you think it's fake by bringing the biggest bullshit artists.
Cataclysm. Not wood, not paper.
Like, if it was real, no one believes it now because of this fucking guy.
Many researchers like Graham Hancock believe in the existence of an advanced civilization predating the Stone Age, but do not believe that the Ecostones are genuine. Others, like Dr.
Also, he thinks they're fake.
Cabrera,
That means they're real because that guy's a funk faker.
adamantly believe in the legitimacy of the stones and insist that they are among the most important artifacts ever discovered.
Yeah.
Next,
He's a
Jurassic
Daniken
Park isn't
funk
science
faker.
fiction anymore.
We're still learning a great deal about
30 years ago, motherfucker, and we still have no dinosaurs. So you're full of shit.
types of organisms that we're able to revive.
Yeah, I mean, people knew how to carve back then. I mean, it's plausible they're real.
Here are some of the stories Sightings is following in the news. Ancient enzymes are being extracted from insects found in prehistoric amber.
That's a great idea.
Maybe the first step toward a real-life Jurassic Park.
Robin Steele is the president of Ambergene Corporation, a small biotech firm in San Carlos, California. Since 1992, Ambergene has been successfully reactivating microorganisms trapped for millions of years inside ancient amber.
We step back and really marvel at what we're doing. And our hope is that we're going to
She could steal my DNA anytime. You know what I'm saying, guys? She can extract my DNA anytime.
be able to find some very exciting information that can help us understand the secret of life, essentially.
Ambergene technicians believe that propagating ancient organisms will now have important commercial applications. Better laundry detergents, tastier beer and wine, stronger...
No, what, why, from ancient bug juice? Hey, I didn't like beer, but thanks to ancient bug juice, this fucking beer is amazing.
...for products, and most importantly, more effective antibiotics.
If we can find an organism that produces an antibiotic that is effective against this multiple drug-resistant bacteria that we have nowadays, it certainly will save a lot of lives. So I think there is a tremendous potential for a discovery that will really help.
100 million years ago, these tiny organisms got stuck in tree sap, which fossilized, creating a suspension chamber we call amber.
Hypothesis is that these microorganisms, because they're ancient, they are producing chemical compounds that are novel.
Remember the Cobes rap song where he called people who hated him tree sap?
Chemical compounds that are not found in modern organisms.
Ambergene was the first company to develop a process that allows scientists to reach the mummified remains of insects inside the amber without compromising the microorganisms dormant within them. If you saw Jurassic Park, you have a pretty good idea where some people find all this may lead.
We just don't know. We're still learning a great deal about the
30 years ago and nothing's happened.
types of organisms that we're able to revive from the
What do you guys even do? Do you just pretend to do stuff? I think they just pretend to do stuff.
amber.
You know, even today you'll say like, "Oh, we got bugs in amber." Well, did you do anything? You had them for 40 fucking years. You do anything? No. We just stare at it, and then sometimes we show some Asian lady putting stuff in vials. That's all we're doing. What's in the vials? This is water, just from the tap. Oh, okay.
In Las Vegas, Nevada, government workers are taking off in the middle of the night from a
Yeah, they
carrier
get investors and
on
screw
this
them,
plane.
basically, yeah.
And they're landing at this military installation, which until recently didn't officially exist. That's the routine for engineers and technicians who work at Area 51.
Yeah,
a
where's my
top-secret
dinosaur
aircraft
cruiser?
design and testing facility in the Nevada desert, and the location of frequent UFO sightings. Now, a group of Area 51 employees are suing the government, claiming that they have gotten sick from on-the-job exposure to highly toxic chemicals. Rutgers University biochemist Dr. Peter
I think
Kahn
that guy was just running around beefing.
has studied tissue samples from deceased Area 51 sheet metal worker Robert Frost. Dr. Kahn found levels of dioxin and dibenzofuran never before found in any human.
When I first saw his profile, my reaction is, what on earth has the man been exposed to? So I sent the profile to some...
Bronald block. They had Bronald block at Area 51 even back then.
colleagues around the country and other countries, and people said, what on earth is this? And I was not in a position really to tell them. Nobody had any idea what this stuff might have been.
And it is unlikely that anybody ever will. Like just about everything else at Area 51, the chemical compounds that workers have been exposed to there are classified. Whatever
Here he
killed
goes.
Robert Frost remains a mystery.
What certainly has raised my curiosity, especially when I consider that my tax dollars are paying for the damn place.
Whoa!
In Antarctica, scientists have confirmed for the first time an unprecedented increase in the melting and disintegration of this polar ice cap.
Oh, here we go. Propaganda time.
The resulting excess water could cause seas worldwide to rise as much as 150 feet. The resulting
Yeah, you know when you like melt ice cubes in a glass of water, the water pours out of the top of the cup. That's what happens. That's what's going to happen to us guys.
change in mass and pressure has caused some scientists to seriously consider a previously ridiculed theory that the entire crust of the Earth could shift.
Should the polar ice
Crust
cap
ass,
go
Bill.
in motion, the first thing that will happen will be tremendous earthquakes worldwide, and at the same time, volcanic activity erupting.
Definitely.
And the wind will rage wildly trying to seek a new equilibrium.
Noon's theory of massive global shift is controversial, but the effects of melting polar ice are not. Recently, researchers at a Woods Hole oceanographic conference...
Plus, you can't trust this shit anyway. Did you ever see that picture of the polar bear, like, on the one little piece of ice in the middle of the ocean? Well, it turns out that fucking polar bear does that, like, every day and every winter. Every winter he goes out on little pieces of glacier looking for fish and shit. He's not even struggling. He just swims out there and does that. But they used it to be like, oh, we're killing the polar bears. Everything's melting.
That
That asshole does that every day.
1/3 of eastern Antarctica could soon slip, a theory originally supported by Albert Einstein.
We'll have more stories from the news next
I know,
time.
right?
Now, here's
They've been
what's coming
teasing us for decades that California would be
Sightings.
underwater.
just what did
It turns out that's just what polar bears do. That motherfucker goes out every day on chunks of ice and just chills out.
To Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia 28 years ago.
We thought it was a plane crash. The way it turned out wasn't. We don't know what it was.
And investigating America's most haunted ship.
I'm skipping this fucking dude. I hate that guy so much. Because you just know there's going to be nothing to talk about. Just going to be the guy lining it up the whole time. And no more crop circles.
It's true that the Mounties always get their man. On October 4th, 1967, they apparently let a UFO slip through their fingers.
What?
It was on that day, at 11:45 p.m., that a mysterious craft plummeted into the waters of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, in southeastern Canada. Now, nearly 30 years
right.
later,
It was the Coke
Shag
polar
Harbor mystery is about to be uncovered.
Dude, what the fuck is with this Shag Harbor bullshit?
What?
No, out. Next episode. Poor Souls UFO encounter. I think we're deep enough now where we can skip the obvious, like, repeated gay stories.
Is this barn really a grave site full of...
The soil appeared to be melting.
The soil's melting.
There is no explanation. This does not occur in nature.
And scientific evidence that
Whoa!
werewolves are real.
Werewolves are real, guys. I'm pretty sure Gordon's a werewolf. Pretty sure.
Welcome to Sightings. I'm Tim White. At the turn of the century, going to the poor farm was more than just an expression. It was a real place where destitute families, the sick, and the mentally ill were given shelter. Some of the old poor farms still exist today, mostly as tourist attractions.
I'm streaming from the poor farm.
One of them in rural Nebraska was turned into a private home. And
Oh.
every family who's lived there tells the same story. The farm is haunted.
The poor farm's haunted. Look, dude, if I died on the fucking poor farm and I'm a ghost, the last place I'm going to be is at the motherfucking poor farm. Hey, I got to be here in death, too? Nah, I think I'm leaving the poor farm. I'm dead. I don't have to stay here anymore.
Perched on a windy Nebraska hillside, this
I
homestead is
guess
one of the few
I'm dead. I guess I'll just stay at the poor farm.
remaining landmarks of the great land rush of the late 1800s and its inevitable result. An underclass of poor and needy pioneers whose American dream had turned sour. It was built in 1884 as a poor farm, and for 56 years, it
Life
was
on
a
the poor
temporary
farm.
home for more than 400 people who lived and worked here.
Tramps came when they had frozen feet.
Fucking
Old
tramps?
people came when they had no place to retire.
I'd rather haunt the local titty bar, right? What the fuck are you staying at the poor farm for?
People came in when they were sick. Often they came to the poor farm to die.
In 1940, the poor farm was shut down and sold off. Among its early tenants was Jerry Clausen, who first rented the property in 1960 when her son, Stan, was just 7 years old. As soon as the Clausens settled into the main house, they felt an eerie sense that they were not alone.
We could be sitting there watching TV, and all of a sudden we'd look, and there was a dark shadow peeking around the doorway like somebody was there looking at us, you know, and it'd be there for just a few seconds, and we'd get up and go look, and there was nothing there.
Whoa!
The things that happened out here, those are things that
One
live
time I took a shit and I got up and there was nothing in the bowl.
with you
Is that,
forever.
is that right, Stan Hart? Yeah, sincerely.
Don't forget them.
The haunting activity seemed worse at night. Jerry's 3 children would not venture outside. Inside, they would not be alone in
You gotta
any
go to
one
the
room,
bar.
even for a second. A strange and frightening presence was disrupting their lives.
Sometimes we'd hear a car.
Now, if I was a ghost, I would go to that one underpass or whatever where all those trucks crash into with the webcam. I'd probably just hang out there.
out in that little lane.
All those videos of those cars,
and
trucks getting wrecked.
running out there, but we'd look out, there was no car to be seen. Out in the barn, the lights would go on for no reason at all because we never used the barn.
and the light would come on, and then after a little while, the light would go back off again.
What?
Like somebody was just standing there flicking the switch on, flicking the switch off.
And the kids would say, Mom, aren't you going to go down and see why that light is going to scare them? I said, there's no way I'll go down to that barn. So, never went.
After only 8 months, the Clausens moved out. They were the last in a long string of tenants who had come but not settled into the old poor farm. The property sat vacant
You'd
for the
have to
next
look.
30
You'd have to go there and watch.
years. The main house was condemned, then demolished. The old barn was overtaken by weeds. Then, in 1989, Kathy and Ray Drawbridge bought the decaying property. They were disenchanted city dwellers who wanted to bring up their daughter, Sarah, in a rural environment. To them, the
Well,
dilapidated...
Jack, ice is coming for all of us, dude. I hope you've got your half a set of screwdrivers ready and your Allen keys. You never know when you'll need an Allen key.
Poor farm didn't seem to have any problems a lot of sweat and a new coat of paint couldn't cure.
The real estate man on the way just mentioned that it had been an old poor farm, and we didn't think anything of it. We didn't know what that was. We just made a joke out of it and thought it was a good place for us.
Working weekends, Kathy and Ray spent 2 years clearing the land and renovating the old buildings. They experienced some haunting activity then, but dismissed it as the product of their overactive imaginations. It wasn't until they assembled a modular home on the foundations of the old poor farm's infirmary that the ghostly incidents became impossible to ignore.
When we go into the buildings, we would get the door slamming shut, feelings of being watched, strong enough that you'd actually leave the building to see if someone had pulled in.
It was the same ghostly car crunching on the gravel Jerry Clausen remembered hearing 30 years ago.
It is so real sounding. I have even gone out onto the porch
And a pair of flip-flops?
thinking that maybe it's on the road and I'm just not seeing it.
At first, the isolated incidents were curious, but not particularly threatening. Then, when the family moved in for good, things changed.
We'd come home from work and the thermostat would be on full all the way up. The house would just be cooking. First, we blamed our daughter, but it was habit.
Then I'd see, when I'd take a shower, I'd come out and there'd be cartoon pictures of my face.
Kathy does not shave her bush, and that's okay.
She has a big poor farm bush. Imagine the bushes on the poor farm. Do you think the ghosts make fun of her buck teeth?
Happening several days in a row.
Thank you.
The back door would be locked, the house would be secure. When we go to work, we come home, the back door would still be locked, but it'd be swinging open.
The haunting activity escalated, and Kathy claims it took a destructive turn when Ray was attacked by an unseen...
There's a crop circle in my bush. Who put a crop circle in my bush?
While trying to clear some brush.
He was a little frustrated by then and started to do a little cussing and got a little agitated. And he suddenly bent over with a sharp pain in his side.
When he looked down, Ray found an L-shaped tear in his brand new shirt.
What?
The next day at work, my husband doubled over in pain. He went to the doctors, they did an x-ray, and they saw
Making fun of
something on
Kathy?
his side. Told him it was a kidney stone to go home. A couple days later, he was feeling better. He had to have another x-ray, and it was gone.
And then he started
Kathy
beefing.
came to believe that the ghosts of the past were somehow trying to reach out to the present. She began to research the poor farm's history, searching for clues to the identity of the haunting presence.
Caring for people.
No!
Paranormal investigator Peter
He got goosebumps and was like, oh my God,
Hey,
there's
that
someone in
fucking
the
guy.
bedroom. The vision he saw was so real, so clear of a woman.
Peter also felt a strong ghostly presence in the farm's old subterranean ice house. This is where the dead were prepared for burial.
Oh.
There was also a cook that... do you know if there was a person...
Dude, every episode do we have to have this fucking idiot? Yeah, I remember even being a kid, someone said when this guy come on, you would sigh. Was that Vic? I think it was Vic. But yeah, I remember this guy come on and be like, oh, these guys' episodes always suck.
Years.
She was very close to the family. She was a slave when she was 12 years old.
I love that sweater, by the way.
So she told them. And she helped in the kitchen until she got too old. They called her Auntie. Auntie had her own bedroom on the main floor close to the kitchen, and that is where she died.
Auntie's real name was Sarah.
There it is. It's right here on her card. You know, that's her first name or given name was Sarah. It was just like, this is it. It just clicked. You know, this is her.
Peter was also drawn to the old stable. He didn't know
Hey, I bet you there's ghosts in here and stuff.
that in this last doorway, the family had already experienced a terrifying encounter of their own, and yet this is
How
where
does this guy live with himself? You know what I mean? How does this fucking piece of shit live with
Peter
himself?
stopped.
Now here, I'm getting a lot of resistance. Here, I'm getting, like, I shouldn't go in there, but I'm getting a lot of resistance
I mean,
here.
I'm sure he's dead now, but
Listen. Hello? Who's here?
he's looking for a
It was
horse's
here that
ass.
Sarah and Kathy had seen the shadows of
He's
a
looking
tall
for a
man.
mirror.
This person died within this vicinity.
Really, dude? Is that what happened? Do you have any proof?
Was someone who was very aggressive and very forceful, and the other
Dude, I could do that.
tried to separate
Bitch, give me a couple bucks. I'll go in your barn and tell you whatever you want to hear.
him from the rest.
The corner always seems dark, and every time we seem to put an animal in there, they die. We use it for storage. I mean, I got tired of washing the blood off the walls.
Time
Get.
after time, Peter's impressions matched known history.
Whoa! It also feels
Yeah, because he looked up the same shit she looked up.
like there might have been maybe a temporary
He died in 2007.
burial ground.
I hope
back
it was penniless.
here somewhere. They may have at one time buried the deceased and then
Bullshit artist.
dug him up and moved him.
The next day, Kathy showed Sightings these pictures. The farm's burial ground had been only a few yards away from where Peter was standing. The graves had been empty since 1955, when the state had moved all their remains to a mass plot in a municipal cemetery.
I feel that an entire family of about 7 people in particular lost their lives here. some
I
time
hope
ago.
this guy's ghost is stuck at the poor farm. Oh!
And it feels like they were stricken with either cholera or typhus or typhoid.
In the old registry, Kathy pointed out that in 1894, the entire Underwood family died of typhoid in the old infirmary.
Actually, it was mother, father, 2 daughters, and a son. So it was very close.
Hey, you!
Despite their experiences, the Drawbridge family continues to restore the old poor farm and share its rich history with others. Peter James believes this will please the spirits.
Our theory is that the farm is actually starting to come back to life. There's no way I'd leave. I feel total responsibility to the people who lived here and the land.
All right.
During Peter James's
All
tour,
right. I hate
on
that
a
guy.
previous edition of Sightings, we brought you the story of 3 women in Israel, all of whom claim to have had contact with an extraterrestrial being. Sightings investigated evidence at the scene,
Here we
including
go.
crop circles and mysterious silicon shards. And the investigative team learned that this was not the only case in which physical evidence could be found after a UFO sighting in the Holy Land.
In the annals of modern UFO hotspots, Israel has been a blank page.
When I researched my book, the only public mention of UFOs that I found were from 1952, from Haifa. There were 2 sightings. That is all I could find until CMON.
Whoa.
Barry Chamish is an author and journalist who has written about a recent rash of UFO sightings and encounters that began suddenly in 1987.
The sign above the poor farm is abandoned hope or EWHON here.
That's right. You're on the poor farm now. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat being on the poor farm. Oh. Everyone always said I'd end up at the poor farm, and here I am. Thank you.
This is on the evening of Rosh Hashanah in 1987. Ami Achrai is returning home from Tel Aviv, his home in Kiryat Bialik, near Haifa. There is a beach called CMON, just before the city of Haifa. He
I
sees
gave him a 30% loan.
red object fly into the air, hover, dip.
Underneath there was a red glowing spot about 1.5 meters in diameter. There were immense flashlights, and there was a very loud noise, a whirlpool, as if a helicopter was going to crash.
He stops his car.
Oh, so it was a helicopter.
Gets out of the car, sees the object return, and there is a huge flash.
It suddenly disappeared.
Whoa!
Only a big red spot remained, and in a second, it leaped into the sky and vanished.
Ami was shaken by the inexplicable UFO encounter. He tried to put it behind him, to dismiss it as an asteroid or a comet, but something drew him back to the scene. And in the daylight, he found concrete remnants of his experience.
Imagine intense heat, burning sand and vegetation.
Dude, that's just some fucking shitty ass missile hit from those shitty tribes on the border. You know, where it does absolutely nothing.
In the shape of a UFO. Inscribed in the right-hand corner, a clear-cut picture of an astronaut in front of the dashboard.
Not only was there an indelible image in the sand, testing at the site revealed the ground itself had taken on unusual properties.
The land was 671% more
Grief is right.
magnetic than usual land.
At the request of Sightings, soil samples were taken from the scorched earth at CMON Beach for a detailed analysis by biophysicist W.C. Levengood. His findings confirmed that
This
the
is
ground
Christian
had
baby
new
residue.
characteristics.
One was sort of astounded by the tremendous change in the ratios of the elements. For example, ordinary zinc was increased to
'Aw, shit.
4 times.
Eat that shit, dude. You'll be busting like a madman.
Whereas there are other elements stayed absolutely the same.
But that finding paled in comparison to what Dr. Levengood found while he was preparing to take a photomicrograph of the soil sample.
As I was adjusting the camera to get the photograph, to my astonishment, the soil
Look how someone
appeared to be
circumcised
melting.
me.
What I
That's made of
found here
foreskins.
was that there was a coating on the soil of a very low melting material. I have consulted with a geophysicist, and there is no explanation. This does not occur in nature. There's no natural way that this amount of hydrocarbon would be on the soil.
5 months after the CMON Beach sighting, just 1 mile away in the city of Haifa, Rosetta Kalfan.
How come all like these UFO stories are the same? Like it does something to the dirt. We took some soil samples, and it was highly unorthodox.
And her family spotted
How come
bizarre
aliens don't leave like fun like party hats or anything?
lights in
Aliens
the
are
sky.
boring.
They were able to film the UFO.
Here, your dirt's wacky now. Enjoy your wacky dirt, Moish. I'm out of here.
With a home movie camera.
We were chatting, and suddenly my sister looked up towards the window and saw a glittering light in the air. I got up quickly, and we both rushed
Right?
to
Aliens never bring a space six-pack. That's all I want.
the window. I told her, "Do
Yeah. Here, dude. A nice steaming bowl of space-a-roni.
you know what that is? That is a UFO.
The soil was sticky
The
and
light was
moist.
golden, like nothing I've ever seen in my life. A real light beam
Whoa.
radiating out from it. It was shocking, truly shocking.
There was a UFO that stayed there 17
That's
minutes
okay,
over
did
the
you more in
sea
your
and
butt?
then disappeared very quickly until it became small as a star.
You see windows, and this is possibly the most outstanding
I want
feature.
some
Certainly in the
space-a-roni.
film, you'll see that at the beginning, Rafi Malka
They left a box of Star Crunch.
clever enough to get background. There's no mistaking this as part of the features of the hill or the Haifa area. It's not a natural feature. It's certainly dangling
Spacey
in the air.
Jacks.
It moves. It has lights, and it was witnessed by experts. I believe that it was a tremendously documented UFO.
2 years later, in 1991, Yossi Ben Maas was leaving his real estate business in Haifa for his home in nearby Beit Shan. Suddenly, out of nowhere,
But why do they always jump to conclusion that it's aliens? Wouldn't you think they'd have, like, it's Israel, right? Wouldn't you think they'd have some, like, fancy, like, experimental spacecraft, or not spacecraft, like planes and, or jets and shit, just like an Area 51? Like, wouldn't you think that's some fancy experimental shit? No, it's always aliens.
was nearly
So
blinded by a
stupid.
brilliant shaft of light.
There was a huge sheet of light. It was right before my eyes. It was spectacular. It was a very calming light, but I was afraid it would go to Beit Shan, where my friends and family are. So all of a sudden...
There, take a spoonful of dirt and grind up a multivitamin and send it to a scientist. Whoa, it's loaded in zinc and iron.
Changes course, as if it was reading my mind. A kind of telepathy between us.
Yossi immediately called the Beit Shan Police Department.
Chief of Police, Yitzchak Mordechai is awoken at 3 in the morning, goes outside, sees an enormous object in the air.
It looked a little bit like a boomerang, but it was a shape that I never saw before. It had a unique power and color, a special glow which was very different from anything I saw before. I didn't know how to react.
He radios
I didn't know how to
the
react.
headquarters, calls the Air Force, says, "This is what I got."
They asked for the exact location of the
Fuck
object.
you!
I gave them the location, and they couldn't find the object on the radar.
Because of Beit Shan's close proximity to the Jordanian border, the Israeli Defense Forces sent
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Some propaganda. It's propaganda time, guys.
troops into the area to track the unidentified craft.
It was dragging a convoy of armed men for 3 hours on a trail up to the Jordanian border, which is a very sensitive place, but it seems to know where the Jordanian
Oh, we're not crossing your borders, guys. We're hunting aliens.
border is, and heads back. At 5:45 in the morning, in broad daylight, it disappeared in a flash.
Chamish has developed a controversial theory
that is
these
feces.
3 UFO sightings are part of a pattern dating back to biblical times.
People who have been studying UFOs seriously around the world
Faggot or
have reached the
pussy.
consensus that the Bible is a convincing UFO story. I came to the same conclusion that the Old Testament,
But you
from the
guys
pillar,
think
the cloud
that
led
I'm
the
a
Hebrews
retard or
out of
something?
Egypt that glowed at night and stopped the Egyptians all the way through the prophets, were in fact UFO related.
Chamish also believes that stories of alien abductions in Kadima, as reported previously on sightings, are also part of the centuries-old pattern.
Shikmona, they were announcing in black and white, "We are here." At Beit Shan, they're saying,
It's the truth.
"All right, now we've got 500-600 of you seeing us, and you can shoot at us if you want to." Kadima was stage 3, "We want to meet you."
And stage 4, according to Chamish, is foretold in a prophetic passage from the Bible.
From Kedem, they shall go up to Jerusalem. In other words, Kadima is the next hop towards the revelation of the UFOs in Jerusalem.
The investigation in Israel is ongoing. A sightings team is now
Diaper
following up
force.
on late reports of activity in the town of Yatzitz on the Mediterranean Sea. An eyewitness there claims that he has evidence of UFO contact in the form of mysterious footprints. Sightings will bring you more on this story after the investigation is complete.
Next.
What the U.S. military is doing to keep Area 51 a secret.
If you cross here, they can kill you.
And how medical
But I mean, it wasn't even a secret at that point.
science explains werewolves.
Everyone knows about Area 51. Didn't they clean out Area 51 a few years back? Like, they might have small stuff there, but it's not like it used to be. Remember, like, 10 years ago, they were saying it was empty.
Here are some of the stories Sightings is following in the news. According to the U.S. government, Area 51, a super-secret military testing ground, does not exist.
I mean, I heard they like closed it down.
Buying up all the land around it anyway.
That was a long time ago, though.
In the 1950s, the United States Air Force has allegedly operated a top-secret military testing facility in this dry lake bed in the southern Nevada desert. Codenamed Area 51 and Dreamland, the base has long been rumored to be a center for Black Project research. Now, the U.S. government has begun seizing all the land around a base that does not officially exist. It is a paradox that has not escaped the attention of dedicated ufologists.
I bet you they do nothing cool there at Area 51. Probably just think of ways, creative ways to demoralize white people. That's all they do. That's all they do at Area 51.
This withdrawal was intended to obscure.
Oh yeah, that retard's trying to charge. That was supposed to be a distraction from something else, but I forget. What were they distracting from with that whole stupid Area 51 thing?
The secret base. In fact, it had the opposite effect. Everyone's heard
Is that
of Area
right,
51 now because they took this public action.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? I don't know. It's just what I heard.
Glenn Campbell is a self-described Area 51 activist and government watchdog. He believes the military has initiated the purchase of land where civilians have taken unauthorized photographs.
Bob Lazar. I can't believe they drugged that guy up. That guy was all over in the 90s, and then like 20 years later, they bring him back, and he's like, I don't want to do this no more. But yeah, Area 51, I was totally there, guys.
Ridge and Whitesides were places where the average citizen could go up and see this non-existent facility. It's 13 miles away. You can't make out a lot of detail, but you can see hangars. You can see the longest runway in the world. The reason they gave for this withdrawal is they needed it for the public safety. They said they needed it to keep people
Was it during the Harvey Weinstein? Maybe it was the Pizzagate stuff? I don't know.
from being hit by airplanes up there, which was plainly ridiculous.
And as the outside perimeter of Area 51 widens, so does the facility's mysterious security net.
Yo, Lazar's so
when
full of
Glenn
shit,
Campbell
dude.
led a
In my
sightings
opinion.
investigative team to the new boundary, one of the infamous white Jeep Cherokees driven by...
I think it's funny that they're bringing up all these like frauds from the 90s. I think that's really weird they're bringing these people back now.
Camouflage fatigues appeared on the ridge.
Okay, we're at the new border, Whitesides Mountain. You used to be able to drive all the way up this road another mile, and then another mile hike to the top of that peak where you had a very clear and simple view of the base. We've got the same new signs here. If you cross here, they can kill you.
Are werewolves real?
They don't want you to see their awesome parties, dude.
At Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas, geneticists may have found part of the answer. The legendary image of the werewolf has some basis in medical fact. Researchers have isolated the
Werewolf
gene
disorder.
responsible for a rare condition called congenital generalized hypertrichosis, causing excessive hair growth on the face and torso.
They killed like 3 guys that made a car that ran on water.
While this condition may have sparked ancient accounts of werewolves, modern researchers see CGH as a possible cure for baldness.
A cure for baldness?
1 year ago, a white buffalo was born in the small farming community of Janesville, Wisconsin. Many Native Americans believe the birth is the fulfillment of an ancient prophecy, signaling a new age of global harmony.
The last time she came, she showed herself
Let's
around
get drunk, dude.
600 years ago.
Floyd Hand is a Lakota Sioux medicine man.
Oh,
whose Indian name is Look for Buffalo. According to legend, the prophecy of hope to come true, the white buffalo must change color. And that's exactly what she did.
Dream catcher. Finally.
They come with this belief on their face. But when they leave with not what they see, but they take something inside them. She changed an awful lot of lives.
Let's get wasted.
She made an awful lot of people happy. She was sent here to bring everyone together. And I guess if you want to say 60,000 people coming up here to see one little furred animal, she's doing her job.
Despite the commercial potential of thousands of visitors to the farm, the hiders aren't interested in reaping any material benefits.
Let's get it. You know you want that in your house.
You'll meet people walking up the driveway here that'll recognize who we are, or they'll ask if we're the owners. They'll shake your hand, just say thank you, and nod to heaven and walk by. How much richer can you get than that?
Whoa!
We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings.
Raynell Wallace went through hell and wound up in heaven.
For the first time, I was feeling love.
And these high school students are demanding the government tell the truth about Roswell.
Oh my God. Just shut up about fucking Roswell. Roswell Area 51 crop circles. Rinse and repeat. Over and over again.
I know about. I don't think it's right.
In 1985, Ronell and Terry Wallace were in a...
How come they never talk about that one with the cop? It was before Roswell, I think, where the cop saw like a ship. Where was it? I want to say like New Mexico or Arizona or somewhere in there. It looked like the Tic Tac. That's where the first Tic Tac alien report came from.
Fatal
Does anyone know what I'm
plane
talking
crash that
about?
changed their lives forever. Ronell's body was badly burned, but as she chronicles
Probably bullshit, but it was more believable than the Roswell stuff.
in the book, the real change in Ronell was not physical. Sightings correspondent Carla Wall reports that Ronell Wallace was transformed not by the flames that
manure.
engulfed her airplane, but by spiritual burning within.
The skies over central Utah were anything but foreboding on the morning of October 9th, 1985. Terry and Ronell Wallace were preparing to board their single-engine Beach Bonanza for a short 15-minute flight. The trip was part of a second honeymoon, an adventure they hoped would put the
Yeah,
spark
but it was
back
like
in a
it was like in the 30s or something, 30s or 40s.
failing marriage. Ronell was committed to the flight, despite a series of eerie premonitions.
He says, it's just a short flight. We'll rent a car and drive home. What can happen in 15 minutes?
10 minutes into the flight, Ronell's question was
It's past our
answered.
H's
A
bedtime.
violent storm blew
He's
in and
sleeping.
the plane crashed into a snow-shrouded mountain. It was an accident that could have been avoided if Ronell had heeded her inner voice. When you say you didn't want to go on the trip, was it a premonition?
All right, he's just gonna snuggle down in his race car bed, turn off the SpongeBob lamp,
Something bad would happen?
fluff his Smurf pillow,
And was
and
it
go to Dreamyland.
a chill down your spine? What was it that made you not want to go?
It was a small whispering, and I think that's how they come. You know, I think the spirit within us comes in small whisperings. I had had a vision the night before. It was real clear. It was real prominent. I woke up in the middle of the night. It was what was
That's
going
gonna be
to
RH.
happen the very next day. And I woke up in a
What happened to your head?
sweat, and I sat up, and Terry was sound asleep, and I started getting very panicky, and I woke him up, and I said, Terry, wake up.
Is he in
Promise me no
pajamas?
matter what happens tomorrow, we're not going to get back
Of course I do. Of course I do, RH.
on the plane, right?
I think she heard the voices, but she didn't pay much heed in it because, I mean, yeah, we're going to be in a plane crash. Look, it's a beautiful day. There's not a cloud in the sky.
Oh,
and
she was
we're,
in a plane.
we're heading
Plane crash. I'm sorry, man. Some of these are so dull.
out. So, I mean, when it started, there was no real reason for concern.
In the morning, Ronell agreed to make the flight from Delta to Provo, Utah, where Terry promised they could rent a car and drive the rest of the way home. But then there was another warning. Before you even left the hotel clerk said something to you. What did she say?
Yeah, we checked out. We went to the front desk. I started talking to her, and she says, "You're not going to fly today, are you?" And I says, "Well, yeah, we're just making a short flight." And she says, "I really don't like the thought of you guys getting in that plane." She goes, "I just have this feeling. I just rather you didn't go. I'll drive you." And I thought, no, don't worry about it. We're going to be fine. We're just going to be fine. Don't worry about it.
Despite this unsettling premonition from a concerned stranger, the Wallaces took off. At first, it seemed like a perfect day for flying.
Until it wasn't.
Clouds came down and went all the way down to the ground. And it was though someone had taken a white sheet and just wrapped it tightly around the cockpit.
And the whole area just became like a just massive fog in front of our face. It's like fingers of clouds just came down in total to almost zero visibility.
And I said, Terry, the ground, it's coming up. The whole horizon was coming right up at us.
Wow!
And I started screaming, the ground is coming up, it's coming up.
And then all of a sudden the mountain was there, and that's when I just pulled back up and she started screaming, the ground, the ground.
Quickly, Terry, right before we nosed into the mountain, pulled up on the steering column, which caused us to belly flop against the mountain. We then started skipping, you know, like a stone on water against the mountain.
Good one, stupid.
As we did, parts of the plane started flying all over the place. The sparks were coming out on the wingtips. I started to cry. I said, please, forgive me for everything I've done. Take care of my kids. Just take care of my kids. When I got sucked out onto the
I can take care of the kids, but the face. The face,
I
maybe
was
not.
completely engulfed in flames. My whole body was completely on fire.
Ronell lay immobile on the frozen wreckage. Miraculously, Terry escaped with only burned hands. At the moment of
How did the guy get away scot-free? He's got nothing.
Terry recalls his own supernatural vision.
I saw what was like a strong, muscular hand that was translucent, whitish, goldish, transparent like, come like this, and I just felt peace and comfort from here that I wasn't going to get smashed.
As I looked over at the flame, Terry stood up inside the flame, and he grabbed an invisible hand, and he walked directly out of that plane, across the wingtip. I looked up at him, amazed because he was unscathed. He says, "Where's the man that pulled me out, Rennell?"
What?
With the threat of certain death looming near, Terry knew he had to get Rennell off that mountain. It would be a 5-mile hike in zero visibility.
The skin of my hands were causing me a lot of pain. At one point, I just couldn't take it anymore, and I just yanked both of them off, and I left them on the ground.
The skin.
Ew. What?
So we had to climb the barbed wire fences, basically burnt barehanded and ripped, which is very difficult to do. And we managed to hike down that way. And was what was amazing to me is I felt led. I felt guided which way to go.
6 hours later, the Wallaces found a road which would turn out to be only 1 mile from the nearest hospital. Terry flagged down a truck driver who radioed for an ambulance, but soon after it arrived, Rennell died.
And all of a sudden, I just let go. And at that moment, I felt peace. And it was quiet.
And then I was at the poor farm.
Then in a quick moment, I was standing up. And as I looked, I could see these nurses all crowded around this gurney. I saw a hand fall off the gurney, and it was black and charcoal, and I realized whose hand that was.
And then I listened, and then I heard.
Sit back and indulge. So.
And then all of a sudden it came black. And the moment it came black, I started seeing colors rushing by me. And I realized that I was heading somewhere feet first. And I got very frightened. And I could hear voices talking next to me. And I quickly, in a quick flash, had a life review of my entire life. It was just circumferenced all the way around me. And then quickly it got black again, and I got scared.
I wish you didn't have to replay that time I shit myself at Walgreens. Can we fast forward the part where I shit my pants at Walgreens?
I got really frightened, and I saw a beam of light coming toward me. And the moment that I looked upon that beam, there was this peace coming from this light. And quickly within that moment, the light pierced right through my soul, pierced directly through me, and I was now in it. And I felt all this peace and all this
eternity of pooping and drugs.
It was powerful. I thought, wow, this is great. It's so white. And as I started...
when I played the review of my life, it stayed on the feminine itch portion. I was like... All right, come on, enough with the feminine itch part.
Look around in the white. I saw a woman coming from the distance moving toward me. As she moved toward me, she came and she stood in front of me. And she was beautiful. She had white hair. She was wearing a white dress. And she called out my name.
That's not her name, Big Rob. Stop it.
No. Rennell is Grandma.
She is opposite.
Grandma? Yes, Rennell, it's me. She reached out her hand. Well, now wait a minute. It hit me. She had died 2 years before. Am I dead?
Rennell believed she was experiencing the rarest of all visions, her life after death.
In reality, she was just pumped full of fucking morphine. She was on a sacred journey, a morphine sacred journey.
In fact, as the vision enveloped her, Rennell Wallace was declared clinically dead.
Next, Rennell's incredible meeting and message from the afterlife.
She started to whisper, "Please go back and tell everybody the key is love."
Oh, shut up!
The day of their near-fatal plane crash, Terry and Rennell Wallace were forced to
It's all
ignore
about love, guys.
the supernatural signposts that should have kept them off that plane. After the crash, the
She
paranormal
definitely
chain
was.
of events continued, and as Carla Wall reports, they soon became impossible to ignore.
Very bad. The burning within. Uh-oh. Back to her feminine itch, guys.
After her clinical death, Rennell Wallace believes she was guided into a life after death by the brilliant spirit of her grandmother. You said your grandmother had an important message for you, which was?
To go back and tell everybody the key is love.
What did she mean by that?
I learned that.
Yeah,
love
oh yeah, oh no, now I gotta explain myself? I don't know, I just thought it sounded good for my book. I don't know, love things?
was not just this emotion that
Grandma, the ghost of my grandma told me everything is about unicorns and rainbows and happy times and delicious cakes and love.
in your body.
Okay.
It is natural power that empowers your own soul and your own life. After everything she had said to me at one point,
Reporter lady, you could slut it up a little bit, dude. You know, I mean, you weren't prime time, but you were close to prime time.
she turned to me and said, "Rennell, it's time to go back."
People wouldn't lie on the internet.
For the first time, I was feeling love. All of my life, all I ever wanted to do, and I think all of us basically want this, is to be loved and accepted.
That's
and
right.
For the first time in my life, I was feeling it. And doggone it, no one's going to take this away from me.
Rennell remembers that she did not want to return to her physical body until she was shown
Well, yeah, because her face is all fucked up.
a vision of her future on Earth.
I saw a young man come from the distance. He was tall. He was dark-haired.
He made over $100,000 a year.
Blue-eyed. Very handsome. And he was smiling. And he came and he stood in front of me. And he started to cry.
Back to the pork farm.
And he said, "Mom, why are you here?" "Mom?" "Nathaniel." He says, "I need you, Mom. You have to go back." At that moment, as I looked into his eyes, I realized I needed to set my own selfish needs aside. I said, "I promise you, Nathaniel, I'll give you your chance. I promise. I swear."
This lady is faking the funk.
She says, "Rennell, go back." And she started to let go of my hand. As she let go of my hand, she started to whisper, "Please go back and tell everybody the key is love. Rennell, the key is love. The key is..."
This sounds like the whole love thing is a way to sell books because it's not like religious. It's not any particular religion. It's what any like normal Ruby like, "Hey, that sounds good. It's all about love." You know, it's like it doesn't commit to anything, and it's vague as fuck.
It's love. It was then that it got darker and darker and darker until I
Love
had
for
come
what? Heroin? Love for sweet creamy meth? What love? What love do you mean?
into this.
I love beating old ladies with chains. Well, that's not a healthy love. Well, you weren't specific.
Hollow body, and just before I came into it, I could see my hand off to the side of the bed. And then when my spirit had come into it, I absolutely...
I mean, you can love doing a lot of bad things, and love doing a lot of bad things. Love for open borders, right? Love for one world government.
It was an instant pain.
Love for
Rennell
Israel.
came back. The memory of the mysterious boy named Nathaniel, who had called her mom, haunted her and sustained her through years of excruciating...
Oh, no. Off the top ropes! When I get you in the square circle, brother. It's El Faso Burno.
Physical recovery.
She was a very motivated person who became very goal-oriented.
I love the shoplifting.
And was sure that she was going to beat this, that she was not going to let this burn injury slow her down. We have guardian angels that watch over us and help us out.
When I get you in the running pile driver, it's game over.
Of help. And
She's going to give you one of these, and one of those, and one of these, and one of those.
sure that Rennell had such assistance
Mankind.
to be able to accomplish what she did.
Renelle invited
Right?
me to accompany her.
There's
to
a lot of love that's bad.
Site of the plane crash. After 10 years, painful memories of the crash caught her by surprise.
It's so funny. I can't believe I couldn't. It just all coming back. I left myself up here.
You left yourself up here. What do you mean?
Yeah. The old Renelle is buried still up on this mountain.
You started a new life here.
A new life.
Yeah, what's the name of your book, lady?
New life. I've made my mistakes along the way, you know, with my new life. But there was a total rebirth.
Renelle survived her ordeal, my brother. And so did her marriage to Terry.
Somehow it fused us together. It's like the hands are both burnt. They're both fused together.
Well, you can't leave her now, dude. You fucked her face up. You better not leave her now, you jerk.
See, so we have the same matching mittens where people have their wedding rings and all that. They match, and so what's happened is we kind of got fused.
Today, Renelle is living the lessons she believes were taught to her by the spirit of her grandmother. And recently, the mysterious boy who beckoned her back to life came down
Was
to earth.
Hanford.
This is Nathaniel Wallace. He's 3 years old.
Remember,
Yeah, of course you tell this story after the fact.
hearing my children's echoes down in the valley and thinking, that's why I
What did
lived.
you think of that story, little Jamarcus?
Cone.
It was corny. You thought it was corny.
This is the reason.
It's been 10 years since the Wallace's fateful plane crash. In that time, Terry and Renelle have given hundreds of public lectures about the importance
Oh, of course. I'm sure they were paid handsomely, too.
listening to the inner voice. But Renelle and Terry have also spent many private hours in hospitals around the country, comforting burn victims as only survivors
I
can.
get us on TV, exactly.
Next, these high school students don't believe it was a weather balloon that crashed in Roswell, New
Guys, do
Mexico.
you give a fuck about this? I don't. I don't care about Roswell. It's boring. Especially 30 years later, nothing's ever happened.
On this edition of Sightings, deep
I'm
within
trimming the fat.
Colorado's Black Forest, something is disturbing the solitude of Steve and Beth Lee's Rocky Mountain retreat.
Oh,
Came home and it was like the 4th of July.
Let's get to the show.
I'm Tim
Thank you.
White. When the Lee family of Black Forest, Colorado contacted
That's
Sightings, it
so
was
sorry.
their last resort. The Lees were exhausted, both emotionally and financially.
Yeah, fuck Roswell.
Spent everything they had trying to cope with the terrifying haunting in their rustic mountain home. When Sightings saw photographs the Lees had taken of the supposed entity, an investigative team was quickly dispatched.
Black Forest haunting.
With the majestic Rocky Mountains as a backdrop, Black Forest, Colorado seemed like a picture-perfect destination.
That's where Pick Rob lives.
For Steve and Beth Lee. For 5 years, the Lees rented homes in the area until they decided this was the place they wanted to set down roots. Strangely, as soon as they made the commitment to stay, the paranormal force wanted them out.
We came
Spooky
home
ghosts.
and it was like the 4th of July in our living room and in our bedroom. We had all kinds of lights flashing through. We would hear people walking. and it
Fix your
sounded
roof,
like
dude.
people walking across
What's
the
going on with that roof?
roof. We would lay in bed at night and hear chains dangling. One night we woke up and we heard orchestra music. Just strange things started happening.
The Lees did not immediately assume that this was the work of a ghost or a poltergeist. They searched for a conventional explanation. A sophisticated burglar alarm was installed. Security cameras surveilled their property.
Oh, shit.
Beth hired
That old-ass security camera.
investigators and queried state and federal agencies. So far, these efforts have added up to more than $30,000.
We
Righteous fuck.
basically used all of our savings. We've used all of our things we ever invested. We've used the college funds, the whole works, trying to figure this out.
The Lees have been gathering an impressive body of evidence
No, you wasted all that money on sweet, creamy meth.
that some strange forces at work here. There are audio tapes of inexplicable noises, statements from multiple eyewitnesses, and bizarre photographic images.
Things started coming out in the photographs, and which I thought was a light leak and, you know, camera messing up. So that's why I
Whoa.
changed cameras and started taking a lot more pictures.
Guys, I got audio recordings of a ghost. Listen, here's one. Here's another. And here's the last one. What kind of spooky ghost is that?
Took a picture right over against my wall, and when we got it back, it had some fog in it for the image it looked like of a face. I'm getting the same image in the fog outside the house.
Dude, that's cigarette smoke. Get out of here. It's either your breath because it's cold outside. That's probably really what it is. It's probably your fucking breath.
In front of the house and back, no matter where I take it.
The images contradicted the Lees' belief that the disturbances were caused
That's
by
a cool
electronic interference, atmospheric conditions, or intruders.
Ghostbusters.
These photos convinced them to
Look, come on, dude. That's your fucking breath in front of the camera.
search in a new paranormal direction. When Steve
Because it's Colorado and it's cold as fuck.
contacted Sightings for help, we called in longtime photographic consultant Edson Williams. Williams is an expert in creating special effects on film. He is trained to detect trick photography.
No, it's in the film. Of course it's not fake. You think that fucking retard knows how to digitally alter photos? No, he just fucking... he just took a hit off his meth pipe, blew it out in front of him, and then took a flash photo. Of course it's not fake.
I saw, this is certainly one of the most curious. It would be difficult to recreate that dot on a single exposure. This dot caught my eye because this is the only instance where there's both a
No man with a mullet knows how to edit photos.
hazy aberration and a very sharp dot. And also these are indoor. This is the first and only dot I've seen that was inside the house. This image was probably the most interesting of all the images to me. It has a light beam that seems to be emanating from the ceiling. It has a slight glow around the top, and the light has a slight bend to it, which
Well,
also
explain
I
that
thought was
one.
very, very interesting. As it comes down, it gets a little thicker and has about a 5 or 6
He just arced a load.
degree bend midway through the beam.
If this is not trick photography,
He's shooting ropes.
what is it? Sightings offered to send an investigative team to Black Forest.
I'm kind of at the point now where I have the best in the field saying, we don't know. And so that's why y'all are here, because we're kind of at the point now where...
Oh, it's sightings. They won't figure anything out, dude.
If we have to accept it as paranormal, I guess we will.
The investigation focuses on 3 areas where
Here
activity
we go,
is
guys.
most pronounced.
Are we finally going to get some evidence?
An exterior wall adjacent to the Lee's satellite dish, the living room, and upstairs in the master bedroom. The sightings team brings in multiple cameras and highly sensitive wireless microphones. A second crew hired by the Lees records our team so they can learn how to conduct follow-up investigations.
Yeah, right.
Psychic
Must
Echo Bodine
be awful to heat that place.
brought in to locate paranormal hotspots, which we will attempt to substantiate with a thermal imaging system.
Any slight thermal changes the camera will see. We take the temperature information and convert it to color, and there's 256 different colors that we're displaying on the screen.
All right, guys.
Less than an hour into the investigation, unusual interference completely wipes out the team's audio system.
What?
It coincides with Echo Bodine's first psychic impressions of a threatening force.
I sat down and I was trying to listen to him, and I became
Echo Bodine.
aware of several voices over here, and so I turned around, and there's a male spirit standing right there.
In the precise place where Echo is pointing, thermal imaging reveals an anomalous hotspot in the rafters.
What?
The heat reads as light blue, while the rest of the ceiling area reads in darker, cooler blues and pinks.
Explain that.
He's responsible for the things that have happened, and he will continue to be responsible for the things that will continue to happen.
Shut up. Show the video.
He considers this to be his place, basically.
A few minutes later, an unseen force pushes a heavy video camera off its sturdy tripod.
What just happened with the camera?
Well, the camera was set up here on the tripod. It was locked in, and all of a sudden,
so you thought.
It just took a header right off the tripod.
No, one of you dipshits tripped over the cable. Come on, dude.
And landed on this light stand here and bent it.
The camera is undamaged, and the investigation continues in
Oh.
Steve and Beth's bedroom. Here, Echo receives her strongest psychic impressions.
Here we go, guys. Psychic
what I'm
time.
feeling is this room is absolutely full of spirits. This room attracts spirits from the past. This is not a restful place. This is
Could
not
you go outside so we can film stuff?
a restful room to sleep in.
Again, there is physical evidence of an unexplained intruder. A slow, hollow thumping is picked up by a police scanner in a corner of the bedroom. It's also picked up by the Sightings audio operator and by Echo Bodine. It is unlike any kind of known electronic interference.
Steve turned on his scanner, and initially we heard that exact same noise, but now we're hearing something else, and it started out really slow. It sounded like sort of like footsteps, and now it's gotten a little faster, and this is how it sounds.
This is compelling evidence
I mean, it's
that
a police scanner. What could that be?
kind of physical disturbance is affecting the Lee home. But the force seemed to be most evident in the emotional effect it had on members of the investigative team.
Wait. I got a clip of the ghost.
Fuck. Oh, shit. That's fucking nut.
I, for one, would like to get out of here.
In the living room, Echo is asking Beth to recall some of her feeling of terror.
Yeah, good luck selling it now that you expose to the whole world that it's haunted. I'm on that fucking house.
Unannounced.
All of a sudden, I felt like something was just holding me, and it was cold, and I wasn't sitting, I wasn't standing, and I couldn't breathe. And I was lightheaded, and I feel just like that right now.
Yeah, like it's almost like somebody opened up
and they
cold
just
winter
kind of,
door.
but they're holding you and kind of going
Shut
like
up!
this.
Here, it's growing again.
Yeah.
It's
One
getting
person at a time, you idiots.
bigger again. Unbelievable.
I have got to move for just a second.
It's really strong.
I've just got to get away from here.
Oh, wow. Here. Unbelievable.
With the emotion,
Any real evidence, guys?
there is more electronic interference. There seems to be a connection, and the team decides to move outside to the area between the living room's exterior wall and the satellite dish. It is here that the intersection of the physical and the emotional overtakes a member of the Lee's camera crew.
What's wrong, Sherry?
So that it'll release her.
I can't explain my arms. My arms
It's
feel...
going inside of her, is what Echo said.
It's in my chest?
Look, get that fucking psychic lady out of here. She's just saying stuff.
My chest, my arms, my legs.
Echo told her to keep saying, clear me now. Keep talking.
I'm clear.
She's acting like a chicken.
Okay. What is it? All right.
Looked it up, and Echo Bodine is still doing this shit to this day. Just a life of fucking... I mean, that can't be full feeling, right? Just having a life, just being a fucking lying scumbag, you know? In my opinion, allegedly. A whole life of being a lying scumbag.
It's okay.
I mean, that's gotta weigh you down after a while, right? Unless you have absolutely no soul.
Don't, Sherry, don't. It's just what they want you to do. Stay calm. Stay calm. It's okay. It's like it's an energy that's pulling on me. At the same time, it's
Tell
pulling
the ghost you're gonna give it one of these and one of those.
on her.
What is it?
As soon as she left the house, the terror subsided and was completely gone less than 24 hours later. It's a phenomenon that Echo Bodine believes is a direct result of
The
the more
fucking hideous house, man. What the fuck's going on in this piece of shit house?
than 20 restless spirits she believes are trapped inside this house.
On a 1 to 10 scale, it's a 10.
What a trustworthy face.
The activity is monumental.
All right, cool, Echo. Any real evidence, please?
This preliminary investigation confirms what the Lee family has
Right
found for
now,
more
it's
than
as
a year.
ugly as shit.
But more work will have to be done to determine why their home is being targeted.
I mean, it could be cool, but like the whole inside's goofy.
And what it will take to appease the spirits here.
Is that what it is?
Mainly, I just want a normal life again, and to get it past us and get on down the road.
Since our investigation, the unseen forces inside the Lee home have turned violent. Steve Lee recently sent us this photograph of a large scratch across his forehead. There was no scratch on the negative. The following day, as this home video shows, Steve developed a large, painful welt on his forehead.
That's because Echo Bodine headbutted him with her massive fucking sharp-angled head.
The doctor can't explain the cause of the injury. The Lees believe
Probably
that
mad.
this welt
He
is
fell down after a 30-pack of Pabst.
caused by violent energy directed at Steve by an evil spirit within the house. They have agreed to update sightings if this strange phenomenon continues. And we will continue to update you.
Next, if there's life on Mars, is there a human connection?
I'm absolutely convinced we're related.
To update you.
Next, if there's life on Mars,
Can we send a Hammy? Can we send Cyrax?
is there a human connection?
I'm absolutely convinced we're related to other beings elsewhere in our galaxy.
Mars ain't even real, dude. Get out of here. Thank you. Space is fake and gay.
Is or was life on Mars? This is the conclusion of many researchers who've studied NASA photographs of Mars transmitted by the Viking spacecraft.
This show is full of shit.
A face staring out into the cosmos. It seems impossible, but as correspondent Carla Wold reports, there are clues here on Earth that add an intriguing new dimension to the face on Mars.
Maybe we'd eat Mars?
Here in the countryside of south-central England, in a hamlet named Avebury,
That is clearly not Mars.
stand 5,000-year-old stone structures of unknown origin. There
There's
are
no
also
space.
circular mounds built for a purpose no one has deciphered. But now, an intriguing new theory suggests that these mysterious monuments are connected to similar formations on the surface of Mars.
The complex on Mars is exceedingly important in my view because it's highlighted by the presence of the famous face on Mars, which acted as a beacon and probably attracted our attention to the whole area.
David Percy is an author, filmmaker,
Never trust an Englishman in a pink shirt. I'm sorry. I just don't.
and paranormal researcher. He believes that this face is not a trick of light and shadow, that it's part of a vast complex of Martian structures created by intelligent life.
This is the whole of the complex. Over here to the west, we have an area which we call the city. And over here to the right is a crater, and beneath it, down here, a spiral mound.
But man, you don't even know that's from Mars. You don't even know where this picture came from. You know what I'm saying? You don't know where this picture came from. It's just what NASA gives you. Oh, they're honest. You don't even know where that's from.
And over to the west...
Have you ever seen that with your own eyes? Get a telescope. You can't see that far. Get out of here. It's all horse shit.
In 1991, while researching the Avebury crop circle phenomenon, Percy made a startling connection.
That his name is Percy, and he has a craving for man-ass. That was the startling connection.
I took an Ordnance Survey map of the area and superimposed it over the NASA photograph of the complex in its entirety and found that it matched.
The most striking match was made here at the famous Avebury
How much inty on this?
circle.
It's about 1/4 of a mile in diameter, and around about 5,000 years ago, they shifted approximately 4 million cubic feet of material. One would want to ask why. My hypothesis is that this is a copy of the crater on Mars.
That's a big stretch for a lot of people to believe that this is a duplicate of something on Mars.
Sure.
How do you get there?
Well, this isn't the only item that we're dealing with here. We have just a short distance away Silbury Hill. It's the same relative size as a spiral mound on Mars. And it's
What
the
if
same...
what NASA sent you was just an altered picture of England? You know, because dummies will just believe whatever slop they put out.
In relative distance to the crater, it would have taken about 700 people 10 years to build this. It was equivalent in effort to putting a man on the moon in the 60s.
Avebury Circle and Silbury Hill do bear an uncanny resemblance to their counterparts on Mars.
Yeah, when are we going back to the moon? Any idea? When are we going back to that old moon? It's been so long.
But I found some of Percy's other theories
We used to go to the moon all the time, like every other week. Why don't we go to the moon anymore?
accept. David, I have to tell you that this, to me, looks like an ordinary country path.
Yes, I agree with you. It is, in fact, an ordinary country path, but
I
it
know,
happens
right?
to be the analogue of the top ridge of the pyramids in the city on Mars.
But if you really want to see something, don't you think you'll see it? I mean, can't you be making things because you want it to fit your theory?
Yes, of course that can be done, and the people who look at this information have to see for themselves. You've got to
And they just happen to throw all the documentation out too. We don't even know how to build this anymore. Totally wouldn't keep that. The plans.
For instance, why that crater...
Oh, you want the original tape of the moon landing? Yeah, sorry, dude. We threw them out in the 80s.
Positioned exactly where
We got
it is
nothing
on this
left.
planet. It isn't at a random place. It is a
You
very
threw the original tapes out? Yeah, crazy, right?
accurately measured point between the North Pole and the equator. If you draw
I'm just
a
saying,
line
it's all
from the
horseshit.
wall down to the south to the spiral mound, and then up again to that tetrahedral rim pyramid, you get just under 19.5 degrees. If you do exactly the same thing at Avebury, you get precisely the same measurement. You cannot get such a correspondence just by wishful thinking.
How do you think it was created? Who do you think created it, and why?
Clearly, this complex on Mars that we're talking about was built
I think
by
Hamper created
intelligent beings who went to Mars.
They recorded Rodeo Blooper 7 over the original moon landing. Yeah, hey! But we have high-definition captures of rodeo bloopers if you would like to watch that instead.
And built the complex because they were working on a project. And this project, in my view, concerned the emerging beings on this planet.
Percy
Isn't that
believes
crazy?
that the extraterrestrials came to Avebury centuries ago to change the course of human evolution, that they conducted experiments in genetic engineering.
I believe they instructed the complex to undertake a genetic project that concerned the emerging beings on this planet. And I believe that that spot marks the birthplace of human beings, Cro-Magnon man.
Percy has found an unlikely ally for his bizarre theory in evolutionary researcher Stan
These guys
Booth.
just jump to conclusions like, hey, the rocks match up on England than it does in Mars. That's probably where a caveman came from. How did you get there? How did you even... And Percy just downs a Frosty Jack. Yeah, that's where caveman came from. Oh, okay, Percy.
They have concentrated on the chain of human development, which made an unexpected and unexplained
So
link.
cavemen knew how to line up the landmarks perfectly, even though they're cavemen, like down to the inch. Yeah.
From Neanderthal
Okay.
man, who appears more ape-like, to Cro-Magnon man, who appears more human.
How do evolutionists explain that?
Well, they don't. They just drop the subject. They say, well, we'll find the home site of Cro-Magnon man one day, and it doesn't really matter. They just brush it aside.
Some from Mars,
What do you
who
think
were
of
very
the-
good at measuring things, Spedford.
His theory that in fact it was
Big brain on
genetic
Grug.
interference from extraterrestrials that explains this.
I think the extraterrestrial theory is more likely than any, because why have we not found the home sites where Cro-Magnon evolved over periods of millions of years? That's what's required.
Why would extraterrestrials on Mars be concerned with our development down
Well, what are you looking for, dude? Like a cave that says, this where Grug born? This where Grug started.
Because they have
I don't know what you're looking
always
for.
been concerned with our development. I'm absolutely convinced we're related to other beings elsewhere in our galaxy, and indeed in other galaxies too.
You realize how
It's true,
fantastic
Windhammer.
all this sounds.
Grug's house.
Yes.
Do you worry that people will think you're crazy?
No, because I believe we will actually be able to go to that site and see the things that they were doing. I predict that when we go there, we will find out a lot more that will corroborate this unfolding story.
NASA agrees that the Viking space probe has made significant scientific contributions. However, they steadfastly maintain that proof of life on Mars is not one of them.
Next, what's behind Oregon's mysterious sand rings?
I believe that
Incest.
there are non-physical,
And lots of it.
non-terrestrial intelligence.
And
Is that fucking hippie lady again? If it is, I'm skipping. This is sightings is starting to turn into an open mic.
Now, here are some
The
of the
same
stories
6
Sightings
assholes
is
over and over
following
again.
In the news. World-renowned alien abduction expert Dr. John Mack is facing serious charges from some of his colleagues at Harvard. They want him out. At Harvard University in Cambridge, Massachusetts, Pulitzer Prize-winning professor of psychiatry John Mack is embroiled in a fight for academic freedom, unprecedented in the school's 360-year history. All because of
I think as more people like get more like, I don't know, sophisticated, I guess, right? They're gonna go look back at these times and be like, what the fuck? Were people just fucking retards? They just believed everything? You know, back then it was easy to trick people because you couldn't like, it was hard to look things up, and no one's gonna like go out of their way to fucking study this shit. You just be like, you either believe them or you don't. But I think now that everything's at your like fingertips, people are gonna start looking back into like the 70s, 80s, 90s and be like, what the who were these idiots who believed this shit?
This book on the alien abduction experience.
I believe one has to expand our notion of the possible and the real to...
This guy got run over. This guy get run over in fucking like Europe somewhere.
Begin to take this in.
Dr. Mack's
He was a
book
Fed.
is a case-by-case study of his own patients' encounters.
It was a little gray being, and it
That's
seemed
him.
to be female.
That's when we found out he was run over and killed in Europe.
As his book earned increasing publicity, a faculty committee began questioning Dr. Mack's psychiatric methods. Despite more than 30 years teaching at Harvard, Dr. Mack was threatened with expulsion.
The number of the people who have gone forward to work with me,
Another
with the
bullshit
media,
artist.
and connect with
Remember,
my
that was the guy who said, after this guy made a giant long speech, he was the guy right after who said, I'm not going to bore you with a long speech. I'm just going to answer quickly. And then the guy's like, hi. Remember that? Hi.
have, in fact, been threatened with loss of their jobs, and people have actually lost their jobs.
Is that what happened,
After
Skeleton
a
Mate?
year-long investigation,
Sassy
John
pants. Look at
Mack
that walk.
was permitted to remain at Harvard, with the warning that his future studies must be, in the panel's words, more scholarly. Our island in space, our Earth, is threatened by giant chunks of galactic debris
Target
hurtling blindly through space. When the Shoemaker-Levy comet crashed into Jupiter in 1994, it was Earth's wake-up call. A congressional task force was formed to monitor the potential danger to our planet. But recently, the task force was disbanded. In a special issue of Astronomy magazine, editor Robert Burnham warns that this means there are now more people working behind the counter of one fast food restaurant than there are watching the entire cosmos for signs of impending disaster. The threat is real. Comets and asteroids have hit the Earth before. Craters range in size from just a few feet to over 5,000 square miles.
Is that what he's doing?
According
He wasn't
to Astronomy
killed
magazine,
in Europe?
NASA researchers believe there are over 1,000 near-Earth objects large enough to cause a global cataclysm if they hit.
What can it hurry up, dude? Can it fucking hurry up?
However, fewer than 10% of them have actually been discovered. So the next time you go to your favorite fast food joint, count the number of people behind the counter. Then remember that your lunch order is getting more attention than Target Earth.
That's the way the way it should be.
Along the rugged Oregon coastline, in this inaccessible cove, someone or
Yeah,
something
right, I remember
has
that.
left a calling card. And the message is strikingly similar to the one left in crop
Remember back, like, was it early 2000 or not late 90s when those two comets? It was like in the same year. I know it was Hale Bopp, and then there was the other one that was fucking huge. That was crazy. It was like two comets you could see. Just looking up, looking up at night, and you could see them. It was
Worldwide.
fucking crazy. Like within like what? Like was it like a year or was it 2 years? I think it was like a year.
Instead of corn or wheat, this message is.
And I remember it was there for like a month.
Sand.
Well, maybe not a month, maybe like 2 or 3 weeks.
I believe that they're a non-physical, non-terrestrial, very high-order intelligence.
Ilis is the national coordinator of the Center for Crop Circle Studies U.S. network. She has investigated.
There was Hale Bopp, and then there was a bigger one afterwards. Was that? I want to say it's Shoemaker Levy 9.
formations
I don't know if it was
in
that
forest
one.
fields throughout North America, and has found a strong connection between crop circles and sightings of UFOs.
Yeah, the Heaven's
in
Gate.
Point, Oregon, the formation of the sand circle was also connected to a UFO sighting.
This is the first time that we've ever had sand rings. Certainly on the beach, it's the first time in sand at all. There was a light seen offshore the night before the sand rings were discovered in the area here. This area is under the high water line.
Yeah, but could we see it from Earth? What was the one? There was... What was the one? It was Hale Bopp and there was another one.
Today.
Further study and more photographic evidence is impossible. As quickly as it appeared, the Hug Point sand ring was gone, washed away by the tide. We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings.
Oh!
Laylee Haislip's book inspired Oliver Stone to make Heaven and Earth. Now, Sightings investigates the frightening story of a restless spirit.
Haley's
that
comment
haunts
was
her
like in the
family.
80s. Right? I don't remember that one.
Iran's top military command speaks out about a dramatic UFO encounter.
No, it wasn't Haley's. It was right within. It was like a year after Hale Bopp, or maybe like 6 months.
In 1992, when Laylee Haislip returned to Vietnam after 20 years in the United States, it was as a technical advisor to director...
I remember because my friend had this crazy ass telescope, and we were we were out there for like every couple days looking at it, and it was 2 of them.
Stone. He was making Heaven and Earth, the true story of Laylee's
What do you have,
coming
like
of age
a fucking super expensive
during the Vietnam
telescope?
War. As Laylee watched her past unfold in front of the camera, it seemed
Nah, I had a name like Shoemaker Levy 9, but I don't know if that was the
paranormal
one.
Forces were at work behind the scenes.
Hold on, I'm gonna look it up.
She was a young woman when she left Vietnam as the bride of an American. Now, Laylee Haislip returns to her homeland with director Oliver Stone.
This house here is not supposed to be there on
Laylee's story will become the movie Heaven and Earth. And on this trip, she is guiding the cast and crew through her childhood village and introducing them to her family.
No, this way she remembers.
They are here to learn the details of Laylee's girlhood that will bring the film to life. It is a rare opportunity for actress Joan Chen to meet Laylee's mother, whom she will portray in the film. But another family member is conspicuously absent. His picture graces the family's altar. Offerings and prayers to him, the traditional Vietnamese rituals for honoring the dead, are performed regularly. The rituals are carried out despite the fact that no one in the family knows how Laylee's younger brother, Sao Bon, died or where his body can be found. Drafted by the Viet Cong, Sao Bon vanished in 1963. He's not been heard from since, except in the supernatural visions of Laylee's mother.
Maybe I'm just remembering wrong, because it said it was Hale Bopp.
Nearly 30 years after her son's disappearance, Laylee's 84-year-old mother tells her daughter that Sao Bon...
Or maybe Hale Bopp was the big one, and there was one called Hayakutaki or something. I don't know, maybe that one.
In spirit. She describes an eerie visit
I
from
don't
a
know.
snake that followed her around the house. Then there was a sickness in the family that could not be treated, two traditional Vietnamese signs that a restless spirit is present.
Snake to us is a very symbolic. It's something is powerful, something that represents on the other side.
Yeah, that might have been it.
Laylee is unsettled by the possibility that Sao Bon is not at rest. This trip is no longer just about making a movie.
I just remember they were close together.
He's my mother's favorite son. We always feel like he's so there with us. Which is my mother very much aware that
What the hell are you talking about, Bill?
not happy with where he is right now.
He have come many times
Maybe that's true when they're married from another timeline.
at a spirit, but just like a human body, just like a shadow, and have come to her.
I've been
many
Mandela.
time. And sometimes let her know that he present, and sometimes he didn't allow her to know that he there, but he there very often. She missed him so much, and so he came.
A proper burial in the family plot is essential if a spirit is to truly be put to rest. But Sao cannot be put to rest until his body is found. The Vietnamese government has never contacted the family. Sao is just one of the nameless, faceless dead labeled missing in action and forgotten by the Viet Cong.
I think it was Haya Kutaki because it was 96 and Hale Bop was 97. So I think that's what it was.
The violent end is inevitable and has serious implications for the family who survives him.
Because I knew they were real close together.
In the traditional Vietnamese
And
world,
one was small and one was fucking, and the other was fucking huge.
if someone dies a violent death, then they become an unhappy spirit, and they can roam the earth forever.
Karen Fugelstad is a cultural anthropologist at Cabrillo College in Santa Cruz, California. She specializes in Vietnamese spirit lore.
Why would you waste your life doing that?
On death, the most important thing to become is an ancestor. But if someone is not taken care of in the afterlife, or
Haley's
if
comment
they
was
died
early
a
80s.
violent or very traumatic or a young death, then they can't really become an ancestor. They wander around the earth as a spirit. Spirits possess living people if they're not taken care of in their afterlife.
The family believes
Like I said, I had a friend with a fancy telescope, so maybe like he was always going on about it.
their mother's recent illness is evidence of a spirit possession. When a medical doctor fails to diagnose her mother's illness, Lê Ly agrees to the traditional Vietnamese approach. The family goes to a psychic.
And the psychic
How's that music? I hear that music. I am not taking you seriously, dude.
Used to the traditional Vietnamese approach. The family goes to a psychic. Used to the traditional Vietnamese approach. The family goes to a psychic.
I'm not taking that guy seriously. That's Joakashi music. All right, guys, let me play you the song on my people. Very soulful.
And the psychic said that his soul have to tell us that he want to remove where it's right now. Usually it's not happy until it buried properly.
The practice of communicating with the dead is a long-standing mainstream tradition in Vietnam. Westerners looking at this landscape, the Vietnamese warned, can only see a fraction.
I just remember it was like one year there was a small one, and then the next year it was a fucking huge one. So it has to be that one if it was visible.
If you could actually see what the universe was comprised of in the countryside,
You should dance again, emoji.
then you would see living people going about the business
Fucking
of their
raiding.
everyday lives.
Raiding ass Bill.
But you'd also see spirits everywhere. You'd see spirits in the water. You'd see spirits in trees. You'd see spirits by beautiful rocks. You'd see ancestors
the pros do it.
hovering around every single house. And you'd see goddesses and gods and, you know, the spirits of ancient kings and queens. The countryside would just be an amazing thing. You'd see spirits everywhere.
To help the earthbound see this full picture, psychics are an important part of every peasant community. Surprisingly, the psychic in Lê Ly's village tells her that there are 2 family members who must be found and put to rest. Her brother, Sao, and a female cousin who also disappeared during the war. He proposes finding both. The search begins the next morning. An hour outside of Da Nang, the psychic leads the family to a spot where he believes Lê Ly's cousin was raped and murdered 30 years ago. This man is believed to be a wizard. He uses divining rods to determine where the remains will be found. Family and friends dig into the soft earth until the wizard instructs them to stop. The psychic determines that these are the remains of Lê Ly's cousin and instructs the family to take them back home for burial.
At sunset, the remains are buried in the family plot. Sticks of incense are lighted and prayers of thanksgiving are offered. The family is filled with a great sense of inner peace.
He's very grateful that helped him to relocate his sister. To him, he's very happy now. At least he have a peace of mind. Without our help, he don't know when it's gonna happen. But it happened today, and now it's over.
A storm is brewing, as if to remind the family that there is still a restless spirit among them. The following day, the family accompanies the psychic on a longer, more difficult journey into the past. They hope this road will lead to the remains, both earthly and spiritual, of their beloved Sauban.
There he is. Poor little guy.
No tangible remains of Lei Li's cousin were found. The family was clinging to the soil and rock. The psychic instructed them to stay home. Lei Li knew that her brother's remains might be found in the same way, but after 20 years of living in the West, she secretly hoped they might find something more.
Next,
I have a high hope to come here and find my brother remain.
dramatic new information brings Lei Li a step closer to finding her brother's remains.
Oh, just clearing this up. That comment with the wacky Japanese name was exactly 1 year before Hail Bob. It's got to be that one. I just don't remember calling it that name. Well, I guess here we are.
Lei Li Haislip's supernatural odyssey began when she returned to Vietnam as technical advisor for Oliver Stone's movie Heaven and Earth. Lei Li's mother felt that she was receiving disturbing visitations from the spirit of her son and Lei Li's brother, Sauban. He'd been missing in action since the 1960s. With a Vietnamese psychic, the family traveled across the country in search of the remains of Sauban.
Where's that bill? Restless warrior!
It is a difficult journey over unmapped roads, across unnamed rivers, and deep into the Vietnamese countryside, where Viet Cong casualties were known to be very high. It is a route predetermined by the psychic's vision, and the route leads to an area where, locals tell the family, many Viet Cong...
Yeah, fuck around, you shits, and you'll get it again.
...were killed.
Where's he going? He's running.
Again, the psychic determines that spirit remains will be found here, and the wizard defines their exact location. The family begins to dig. Temperatures climb to over 100 degrees. A crowd gathers to watch the dig, but there is nothing to see. Again and again, the psychic and the wizard are drawn to this spot, but the earth yields nothing that can be named Sauban. The family is devastated. They had hoped to discover the remains of Sauban. They had hoped this was the end of the road.
Hope to come back here again and...
Why are you trying to find him? Where? I mean, just let the little guy say where he is. You're never going to find that guy anyway.
I have a high hope to come here and find my brother remain.
You don't even know where he was.
Again, the heavens seem to send a message. Don't give up. Push on. This is the message the family hears in the wind.
Yeah, right? No shit, shook you. He's done blown his legs off.
Back in Da Nang, the family turns to a different kind of spiritual intermediary. A man who claims that he is the medium for an ancient Vietnamese queen. In a trance state, the medium speaks with the voice of an old woman, a voice many people believe is coming directly from the spirit world. But just as Lei Li begins asking about her brother, the session comes to an abrupt end. The local police are upset by the presence of a camera crew and arrest the medium. The family is frustrated once again. Lei Li's first trip home ends with tears. She must return to the United States before she completes the task
You ain't gonna find that, Bill.
by tradition.
There's no doubt Vietnam's full of unhappy souls. I think because Sao died during war, because he died a violent death, the place where he was killed
I'm playing the music.
a negative place, a place full of terrible feelings, and a place full of horror. it would be much more comforting, both to Sal and to his mother, if he was buried near the family. That would be much more comforting, and it would be much more secure.
Guys, you ready for some soulful Vietnamese music?
And be associated with all of those, wonderful feelings that people have about home and their family.
Was Sauban doomed to roam the earth, forever a restless spirit? 2 months after her return home, Lei Li received an encouraging message from Da Nang. Local officials had heard about the failed search for Sauban's
You're not gonna find that dude.
Inspired them to search.
Stop digging holes in the field.
War records that had been locked away for more than 25 years.
Would the government behind us, and they go back to the records, it's all piece of paper. It's almost gone. And they found that my brother's birth certificate, the day he joined the army, and the day he was killed. And dig it back up and bring it out to prove it.
The authorities also found an eyewitness to Sauban.
Hold on. Let me consult the great spirits.
Death. The Viet Cong doctor who signed the death certificate. Encouraged, Lei Li returns to meet the doctor, and he leads the family to the same area the psychic had led them before.
He found the place that the bloodshed. That is when he was wounded. So the psychic, he not 100% correct with the remain, but 50% correct.
The psychic apparently led them to the spot where Sauban was
I think
wounded.
this guy, give the guy one more chance to find the body, and if he's wrong, beat him to death and bury him in the hole you dug. You got one more chance, motherfucker. Tell us where he is, or you're going in the hole.
The doctor leads them to the spot where he last saw the body of Lei Li's brother. The
Bitch was
doctor
on their
took
shit.
the family up a treacherous, overgrown mountain path to a cave. The Viet Cong had a makeshift hospital here. This is where many wounded soldiers were taken to recover or to die. This is where the doctor
Or
buried
just to relax
Sauban.
with a Capri Sun.
This time, the remains
Just
are not
get in Flowers
ambiguous. Human bones are found.
Yeah, but whose? If you said it was a place for people to go die, it could be anybody's.
A military official certifies that these are the remains of Sauban. Lei Li, the bereaved sister of a Viet
No, what are the fucking chances? Get out of here, dude.
Cong soldier and the wife of an
Yeah,
American.
the soldier guy's like, yeah, it's him, dude. Can we go home? This place sucks. We get fucking malaria or some shit. Yeah,
The whole
right.
time I was thinking, who was the person that killed him? Perhaps maybe I made love to that person, I fall in love with that person.
Ew.
I
How many people did you fuck, lady?
love that person, I hate that person.
And yes, me and my sister, we make a living by $1 of the U.S. In the same time, my brother wounded and killed
His last words were boing, boing, boing.
by the U.S.
She fucked the entire Marine Corps?
Just so unfair.
Sauban is buried the same day in the family plot. His mother collapses at the graveside. Her son had finally.
Shouldn't have fucked around with the red, white, and blue, you dumb bitch. Told her. Hey, stupid. That's what happens when you mess with the big dogs.
I have a question that is maybe somebody else remain and not my brother. If in that case, then will be hundreds by my brother and hundreds by the person removed. It's still very peaceful with everything, so it should remain. It's no question, it's no doubt.
Since the burial of Sauban's remains, the family plot, Lei Li's mother has stopped having her disturbing visions. For her family, decades of waiting and wondering are finally over. They're the lucky ones. It's estimated that more than 3...
George Haley, you are a goofy little guy.
So true.
Canadians and soldiers on both sides are still missing in Vietnam.
Next, one of Iran's most powerful generals breaks his silence about UFOs.
UFO exist, and they're trying to get contact with all of them.
Sightings recently reported on a 1976
I'm a pretty talented little dude.
confrontation between the Iranian military and a UFO. Since that report, 2 new witnesses have come forward to describe their roles in the historic event. After 20 years of silence, the former deputy commander and a lieutenant general in the Imperial Iranian Air Force are finally speaking out.
Okay.
As recreated in this Iranian
Would you run away from Iran?
television documentary. On September
Such
19,
horseshit.
1976, an enormous UFO was tracked across Iran by the Imperial Air Force. In an exclusive sightings interview, former Imperial Air Force Generals Nader Yousefi and Mahmoud Sabahat described the tense scramble mission in which an F-4 fighter jet chased and attempted to engage the UFO. Now, for the first time in nearly 20 years, General Amir Kamyabipur, the second highest ranking officer in the Shah's Imperial Air Force.
Yeah, the Shah's air, like, dude, that guy took off like a million fucking years ago. And plus, you can't check it, right? You can't check this guy's information.
And his deputy commander, General Abdullah Azerbaijan, spoke exclusively to sightings about what they believe happened
Those guys hopeful
on
as
that
shit.
historic night in 1976.
I had a statement from the pilots, I had statement from General Yousefi and also control tower. And having those calls from a civilian around the town, I was convinced that was a UFO. So this is how we went into investigation.
As far as my experience is concerned, it can be American airplane, it can be Russian, it can be any technology to be like that.
This guy's just doing this for easy money.
Except some super technology, which
Look,
is
I don't trust
only
this guy. Next. Just, I mean, there's stuff that's like interesting, and that's definitely not interesting. Some guy
I had
telling
him
his
on
gay
my
story.
upper arm, and I was being pulled.
The generational abduction. Then a blind man navigates
Tim White, don't do this voice anymore.
his way through life by clicking his tongue.
I have never had a student.
I hope we see that guy.
Them scared. Then, newly discovered documents prove that the United
Uh-oh.
States government has been building flying saucers.
They were probably seen by many people, and probably
He's
some.
bad.
And you don't have to believe to understand why she's called Amazing Grace.
Ugh.
To the surprise of the medical
Oh,
community,
it's another
she
scam
survived
artist.
a situation where nobody should have survived.
This show should have been called Lying Scumbag Weekly. If it was called Lying Scumbag Weekly, I think the show would have been successful. All right, last one, then I gotta get the hell out of here. That boy is real. He was licking his lips and clicking his tongue. He was clicking his tongue and licking his lips.
I'm Tim White. The alien abduction phenomenon has come under fierce attack recently. It's laughable, the skeptics insist, to believe that extraterrestrial visitors are taking humans against their will for a sinister purpose. But new abductees are coming forward all the time.
Explain
They
that one.
withstand the ridicule
Mostly
because
from trailer parks.
for them, alien abduction is not a phenomenon.
It's a way of life.
Objective reality.
Generational abduction. Three generations of imbeciles is enough.
Three generations of one family enjoying a stroll after dinner on a warm summer evening. Playing ping pong. sitting around the backyard laughing at dumb jokes. It's the good life in Roseville, California.
That looks lame as shit, dude. Where's the fucking burst?
When you're on the outside looking in. But what you can't see on the surface is the bizarre secret that this family shares. A secret that will forever
Man, that looks
set
painful. I would hate to be
them
there.
apart from their friends and neighbors.
When you have a family like ours, very open about it, it makes it easier to deal with the fears and the anxieties of finding out something like this.
Shannon Hernandez, her mother, Debbie McGill, and Shannon's 5-year-old son, Zachary, believe that they are being targeted by an extraterrestrial.
Right? No fucking beers? Get me out of here. 3 generations of
Three
alien
generations of one family who claim to have been repeatedly abducted by alien life forms. It's a rare phenomenon researchers have named generational encounters.
The advantage of the whole family being contactees is that we can talk about it openly, so everybody's okay with it.
Generational encounters refers to a series of contacts between extraterrestrials and more than one member of a family.
They were really trying to sell us on this alien stuff back then.
Specifically, between
So many books and TV shows and people speaking all over the place.
generations.
All
Sometimes
scam
we
artists,
see
all of them.
3 or even 4 sequential generations who've experienced extraterrestrial contact.
Dr. Richard Boylin has done
You can fix
extensive
it?
study of the generational encounters phenomenon. He has reached the conclusion that far more cases exist than are actually reported.
I would say that certainly in half the cases where there's been contact by ETs over any period of time, there will be contact with, if the person has children, they may talk to their parent and find out the parent's been secretly harboring a contact experience in his or her own life. And of course, spousal contacts are very common.
Debbie McGill believes her first alien contact occurred in 1972 in Northern California. Her daughter Shannon has only recently uncovered memories of her own extraterrestrial encounters.
No, it's your uncle fucking molesting you. Like that one lady, remember?
In late March, I had a dream that I was being pulled by 5, whatever they would call grays. Your typical gray ETs. I had them on my upper arm, lower arm, and I was being pulled. I woke up terrified, absolutely terrified. Light came in, bed shaking. It's kind of like it all happened
You know where the
once.
uncle probed
I
her.
opened my eyes, and up on my wall, I saw the face of an ET very clearly. For a couple of weeks, I was real scared of the dark. It was a real adjustment.
Shannon kept the frightening images to herself until her son Zachary came to her with stories that sounded hauntingly familiar.
One day he came up to me and told me about how the aliens landed in the backyard. He even showed me where they parked. There was a little fear at first for him,
Oh,
too.
shut
He was
up,
scared
lady.
of the dark.
You're disgusting.
Things like
You
that.
should be ashamed of yourself.
We had an open discussion about it.
He told his mother about the ETs coming, and they take him to play while Mommy and Daddy
All right, well, where are these people then, right? Like, this was 30 years ago. Shouldn't they have a bunch more stories? And it's just one episode of Sightings, and then they're gone forever. And they just stop talking about it. You know what I mean? Like, where are these people? Are you still getting abducted? Look at this little fruit. Lion ass fruit.
That's all.
That's an alien mask that goes back to generations.
That's all I can say.
Based on my observations of him, he certainly seems to be a bright kid who's certainly above average for his age group in his poise and verbal skills. And there seems to be a statistical trend with kids who've had ET contact that they seem to be at a performance level a bit above average, and you wouldn't expect that to hold true as much as it does if it was just a fluke.
To be pulled from bed by an unseen...
I'm just saying, if these people really believed these stories were real, they would never shut the fuck up about it. They would never shut up. If you really thought you got probed by fucking aliens, you would tell every motherfucker. You wouldn't just do one episode of Sightings and be like, that's fine.
And
That's
carried
good.
away by a non-human form would seem a nightmare for most. But Shannon, Debbie, and Zachary report that the contact has been friendly.
What is they got their little 15 seconds of attention, and then that was
Because
it.
it has been a positive experience overall, Debbie and Shannon call themselves experiencers rather than abductees.
It's something about the
Abductees,
gate
it has a
program?
negative connotation to it. It means stolen.
I prefer to call myself an experiencer because they're not taking me unwillingly. I go quite willingly.
Oh, I bet you do, Bill.
Her daughter's and grandson's experiences confirm what Debbie has felt for years, that her family has been the object of extraterrestrial scrutiny for a quarter of a century. The reason why is being explored through therapy.
Do you notice anything about you?
Pictures.
Do you know why you're seeing these pictures?
Because you told me to before. You told me what to
This is
say.
about the future?
Yeah.
How far ahead? Way distant in the future?
Not way distant.
Pretty close in the future?
Next few years.
Based on the pictures, what would you say is coming up in the next few years?
Yeah, exactly, Cozy.
Major
And then they just dropped it.
Geological changes.
Is there some kind of overall message you take from this or lesson?
Yeah, not to worry. Things will be okay.
And
It's all about love,
things be
people.
Okay if there's such major shifts.
Because it's all for the best.
Apocalyptic images conveyed through telepathy
Whoa!
or mind control are a common theme among experiencers, and there are very specific images both mother and daughter remember being shown.
Did the ETs communicate with you while you were seeing these pictures?
They made us watch Porky's too.
And what was the flavor of their communication? Any general
A sense
flavor?
of urgency.
Urgency.
But
Urgency
yet,
for what?
For me to understand something.
ETs give a variety of different kinds of messages, such things as earth changes, cataclysms, geological weather, epidemics, social unrest, wars have all been shown to experiencers. And it appears that these future scenes are either probable futures that will happen unless we clean up our act.
And then Tommy Dreamer came and said how nice the alien's pecker was.
Growing number of experiencers, Shannon and Debbie believe that they have been charged with a mission. They have been told to spread the aliens' otherworldly warning, and they have been told
Not for nothing, Mr. Martian there, but you got a nice cake.
to move away from California. They don't know why they are to move.
Whoa!
But the family to move away from
When the alien spooge load kicks in.
California.
Whoa!
They don't know why they are to move, but the family believes that the reason will be revealed to them when the time is right.
I just got up one day last summer and said, I've got to move to New Mexico. I mean, I
You
just
could be
knew.
a cake.
The entire family has now relocated to New Mexico. Debbie and Shannon are trying to spread the message they believe they've received through extraterrestrial contact. After the completion of this report, Dr. Richard Boylan's license was revoked by the California State Board of Psychology for misconduct unrelated to his work with the McGill and Hernandez
They have to disclose that. Can we play that one more time?
Debbie and Shannon are trying to spread the message they believe they've received through extraterrestrial contact. After the completion of this report, Dr. Richard Boylan's license was revoked by the California State Board of Psychology for misconduct unrelated to his work with the McGill and Hernandez families.
You mean the guy was a lying, dishonest scumbag?
Both families wrote to the board and to Sightings, stating that they continue to believe in and trust the therapy that they received from Dr. Boylan.
Next, Dan Kish is blind.
Dude.
But his uncanny ability to see could change the world. with
Amazing.
science.
I have never had a student who does what he does.
Wow!
It's a well-known fact that people who have lost one or more senses, like sight or hearing, can sometimes develop their other senses to an uncanny degree. Doctors call it compensation. Dan Kish, a sightless man in San Bernardino, California, appears to have gone compensation one better. Sightings correspondent Carla Wohl reports on what appears to be Dan's development of an entirely new sense.
Sightings has to disclose the fact that that guy was a lying scumbag. Uh-oh.
Imagine trying to navigate the busy world around us without the critical sense of sight.
Whoa!
Without the ability to see impending danger, or even the ordinary signposts we take for granted. Today, blind people are taught that they need the eyes of another, a dog or a helper, to negotiate the world of the sighted.
A real-life
Dan Kish
Daredevil, guys.
disagrees. He's developed a sixth sense that gives him complete independence. He's the only human known to use echolocation as skillfully as bats and dolphins.
Dan, what is it exactly that you do when you echolocate?
Well, usually I click, and then I listen for the sound as it bounces off of all the objects in the environment.
So something like a bat would do, say, or a dolphin would do?
Well, it's exactly the same. The click is different, but the process is the same.
Whoa.
Can you tell me where the trees are?
Sure. Well, we just passed one. And here
He
we
died
have
a year after this by walking onto the train tracks.
another one.
Tree?
He forgot to
It's
click.
smaller than some of these others. We have one here that's much larger.
Dan can visualize an object by the echo it creates. It's a unique ability Dan taught himself as a young boy, before he even knew there was a name for it, or that other animals used the same method.
All I can remember is him clicking, similar to that of a bat, I suppose, and trying to locate things in front of him. And I used to ask him questions, why are you doing that? And he would tell me that it's his way of moving around. It's his way of seeing things.
For me, the signal is a tongue click. It sounds like this.
Stop that.
Pull. The object I'm looking for is this bulletin board.
I've worked for 21 years as a mobility
You passed it.
and so I've had hundreds of students. I have never had a student who does what
Are you saying this is him walking down the street? Telephone pole. There's a car.
In fact, no one is known to do what Dan Kish does.
He would walk along.
Are you any relation to Carl Kish?
And he would be clicking, and he would know there's a wall on my right, or there's a big tree now on my left side, or I'm coming to the corner, or whatever it happens to be.
How specific can you get? For instance, crossing the street here. With your echolocation, can you tell me where a curb is, say, and where a driveway is?
Well, sure, they're different heights. The curb is higher, it reflects more sound. The driveway, a lot less. And the driveway is just lower.
So that's easy for you?
Sure.
His ability to locate and navigate around obstacles allows Dan to do something no other sightless person is encouraged to do.
Ric Flair's in front of him, helicoptering his biker. He's going, you got a nice cake.
Do.
The first time Dan rode a bike and our family saw him riding a bike is probably the first time that they really realized that Dan
You sure you're not blind either, dude? What the hell's going on with your head?
just about anything he wanted.
There you go.
I used to go bike riding all the time because it was something that I could do. I wasn't relegated automatically to a tandem bike or to riding on someone's handlebars or to just staying at home while everyone else went on a ride.
Dan allowed us to challenge his ability to navigate in unfamiliar territory. We took him to a playground studded with metal poles. Incredibly, he avoided them all.
The process of riding a bicycle, particularly in unfamiliar areas, is both very exhilarating and very demanding. Demanding to the point where I might say that I can feel myself almost entering another state of consciousness where the senses are wide open and there's no room for any other thought but the process of riding a bicycle itself.
Just beats him up.
Understanding echolocation is
But
just
what if before the fist hits the blind dude's face, he goes and moves out of the way?
its beginning stages. We seem to have just gotten an appreciation for how miraculous this ability actually is.
Dr. Lawrence Rosenblum believes Dan's ability offers a unique opportunity to study how the brain perceives sound.
might be something like getting a quick flash of what an environment is like as if somebody just turned the light on. Because what echolocation does is actually illuminate acoustically an environment.
We've got a parked vehicle to our left, probably a car.
Right.
Then a space and another parked vehicle coming up that's much larger than the first, a truck or van of some
Now,
sort.
Dan, how can you tell that? I mean, it's enough to know something.
I'm just full of shit. I can see everything.
How do you know it's bigger?
It's just larger. It reflects more sound and reflects it from a higher direction, accounting for the height of the vehicle.
You're absolutely right.
Despite skepticism from traditional instructors, Dan believes he can teach echolocation to other blind people, especially children.
Here we go. A way to make money. Bullshit.
It's like if you guys can see with your eyes, and we can see with our ears.
Teaching a blind child.
You know, they say it's very rare to be like 100% blind, right? Like it's like usually like, you know, barring like accidents and shit, you can usually see a little bit. It's very rare to be 100% blind.
Ride a bike.
The guy could probably see like shadows and shapes and shit.
Run, to roller skate, to tree climb, to rock climb, to hike. To do all those things is vital. All kids can ride a bike. So why should this one kid not be able to ride a bike?
By teaching echolocation to others, Dan hopes to forever change the way the blind see and the way we see the blind.
Researchers maintain that, at most, humans use 10% of their brain potential.
You can see from the corners of his eyes. Yeah, see, it's very rare.
Part of the remaining 90%. If he has, just imagine what other remarkable abilities must lie dormant within us all.
Next, corporate America is turning to
He said hi to Shaq once when they were alone. Hey, man, what's going on, dude?
Later, the frightening secret that lies beneath Lima's church.
I mean, maybe he's like 75% or 80% blind, you know?
San Francisco.
I don't know.
Here are some of the stories Sightings is following in the news. There are an estimated 450,000 Bigfoot watchers in the United States alone.
There's no Bigfoot.
Central Clearinghouse for reports of the legendary beast. A new Bigfoot research center is opening in a very unlikely location.
Yeah.
It's flat, it's farmland, and it's in Minnesota. The town of Crookston is about to become home to the world's largest Bigfoot center.
He has art in his house. I mean, maybe he's got vision problems. You know, you could be legally blind and still kind of see. I think Michigan Video Maker's legally blind.
Got started because when I first came here, they've been dealing with this issue of how to do tourism because we don't have any natural amenities here in Crookston, such as lakes, to use as an asset or a resource.
Like blindness is a...
There haven't been any
could mean a lot of things.
sightings here, but as Holbrook discovered surfing the internet, there have been Bigfoot sightings just about everywhere
Look,
else.
sweet
And I thought,
mullet.
well, this is not just a Northwest, Washington, in
That's a
Oregon,
business
California,
mullet.
Everybody thinks it is. This is really something that's a national phenomenon. And that's when I started thinking, well, how can Crookston take
Whoa,
part in
that
this
cool
national
dude.
phenomenon?
That was a
Soon,
bitch, I think.
this Crookston Museum will be transformed. Preliminary drawings are already underway for new displays.
Yeah, if you still have the eyes you were born with, right? You didn't get fucking karate chopped on the eyeballs.
Info
You probably
Center
could see a
and
tiny bit.
life-size replica of the legendary beast.
At least light and darkness at least.
It'll attract people from outside of our town as well as giving us another thing to do inside of our town.
The local diner will be serving
shit.
up Bigfoot burgers.
That burger cost 55 cents.
And dozens of gingerbread feet. But Holbrook insists his center is going to be more than just a tourist attraction.
Personally, I would say there's a high potential that this creature exists, given the right...
Wait a second, dude.
Insists his center is going to be more than just a tourist attraction.
Personally, I would say...
Did you get the same haircut as that guy back there? That Bigfoot?
there's a high potential that this creature exists. Given the right resources, I believe we can prove it. We can put a
Dude,
man
we're going to
on
be
the
like 95 years old and still going to be playing this stupid clip.
moon. We can prove whether or not Bigfoot exists.
Beastly Bigfoot odor?
In Palo Alto, California,
Paul
Stanford
Heyman.
biologist Paul Ehrlich is renewing his warning about the future of humankind. There is a new generation of drug-resistant bacteria capable of triggering a deadly epidemic.
We're likely to lose a large portion of humanity to emerging viruses, to the many now resistant strains of bacteria, to the resurgence of malaria and so on. And there's a lot to be said for that. In other words, the epidemiological situation is extremely severe, largely because of the size of our population, because of our population growth. So we could have a dieback from plague.
Recently, sightings reported on an upsurge in the number of deadly viruses unleashed during the destruction of tropical rainforests. Some researchers believe it is Earth's way of turning on its attacker, the human race. It's called Gaia's Revenge, the Earth's revenge. Now, there is growing concern that these viruses are not alone. New insidious bacteria may prove even deadlier. Mutant forms of pneumonia, immune to penicillin, and new strains.
Try for more propaganda, guys. Save the rainforest, or the viruses will kill us all.
Of antibiotic-resistant tuberculosis are already appearing worldwide.
Why do they tell us about this shit? Like I have any say what happens to the fucking rainforest. You know what I mean? I can't tell people to stop cutting that shit down.
Some scientists
Why are you
believe
bothering
that
me
these
with
may
this?
be precursors to a global, unstoppable plague. Medical
Hey,
researchers
stop that. Stop cutting down the rainforest.
have had to search for ingenious methods to keep these bacteria in check. However, they cannot be certain that humankind will continue to prevail.
Whoa!
In New York City, where Wall Street's bulls and bears direct billions of dollars every day, the art of the deal is taking on a whole new meaning.
One of the favorite things investors say is that
Art of the deal? Like Trump?
billionaires use metaphysics, the millionaires don't. Because the billionaires know that magic has a lot to do with making huge amounts of money.
Barry Dolnick calls herself an executive mystic. She
Well, why
claims
aren't you a billionaire, dude? why aren't you a billionaire if you know all this shit?
to have counseled some of America's top movers and shakers.
I see people on Wall Street, people who run big portfolios, heads of divisions of some of the biggest companies in the world, creative
Executive
people,
mystical.
artists,
Yeah,
actors.
right.
In fact, Dolnick herself was once a corporate executive. Metaphysics was just a hobby until she started sharing her psychic talent with a few
It's all tiny hat
high-powered
rituals.
clients.
I think the interesting thing about Barry that makes her very unusual is her business background combined with her ability to work with you on metaphysics.
Whoa!
Makes her an unusual counselor.
Typically, Dolnick uses tarot
How much you pay for this commercial, bitch?
cards and detailed
This is a
astrological
fucking
charts
commercial.
to help clients plot long-term business strategies or evaluate marketing plans. And for help up the corporate ladder, Dolnick mixes individualized herbal charms. However, she always reminds her clients that on Wall Street, there are no guaranteed bets.
What I do have a gift in is prophecy, and I can see what's likely to happen
Where is she now?
in the future, but it's up to you to make it happen. So it's sort of it's got to be a two-way street.
She probably screwed someone over and she got chopped up and thrown in the river.
We'll have more stories from the news next time. Now, here's what's coming up on Sightings.
She's called Amazing Grace, and her healing
Oh, here we go.
baffle the medical community.
Oh!
Unable to explain why she survived an almost lethal situation.
Proof that the United States has been
You know she was on the Epstein flight log.
building flying saucers.
I would look her up if I cared, but here we are.
Faith healing has a long and checkered past in American history. Elmer Gantry comes to mind. Charlatans and thieves have supplanted what were once real healing miracles performed in simple country churches. Today, Grace DeBaccari is on a one-woman campaign to restore the integrity of faith
Fucking
healing. She believes
scumbags.
that the way to do that is to heal as many people as she can.
Yeah, whatever happened to her? If she sold magic, how come we don't hear about this bitch anymore? It's probably... What's her name? I'm gonna look at this bitch up.
The evidence is there's a woman with an incurable disease that I know is not fake. She's got 6 doctors that are telling her This is the way it is. This is what's going to happen. The best you can do is slow the progress of the disease. Goes to all the fancy clinics, etc. Nothing works. She goes to this lady who's jumping around on a stage singing and banging a tambourine like she was just stepped out of an Elmer Gantry movie, and it's gone.
To those who believe, she is a savior, an evangelical preacher known simply as Amazing Grace.
Grace knelt down to me, and she asked me what affliction I had, and I told her multiple sclerosis. And all she did at that point was just lay her hands on my forehead, and I went right over backwards.
They are flocking to her services in Danbury, Connecticut from all over the country, from all over the world, in fact. They pray for a miracle, and many prayers are being answered.
It was an instant healing.
This bitch got investigated by James Randi. Looked into her claims and the claims of several other healers of that area. They found no medically verifiable evidence of cured illnesses in the causes they examined. In stage tests, investigators posed as people with non-existent ailments to probe the healer's claims. Unlike some nationally known televangelists, blah, blah, blah. Grace D. COOKERY, I don't know, did not attain long-term mainstream prominence or a high-profile media career. His exposure came mainly through local appearances, brief TV. So it's just nobody. A local regional healer. There's no record of major miracles verified by science. Basically, it's being nice, but it's saying she was full of shit.
Total and instant healing right then and there.
Many of the people who come to see Grace D. COOKERY have been branded with the label incurable. But Grace seems to have...
Was he? I never knew that. But if he called you bullshit, it was pretty much set in stone that you were bullshit.
To hand over the cane that I had to her, at which point I did, and she told me to walk from one end of the gymnasium to the other.
She was a beautician turned faith healer.
Her walking alone on a basketball court was a prescription for a broken arm or a bloody nose or something. But she went all the way up the aisle. She turned around, she came back the aisle, and then she wandered out of the gymnasium basically in a daze. And at that point, I forgot pretty much everything except trying to get to her and find out what the heck was going on here.
Many people believe Grace can somehow stimulate the power of an individual's mind to heal their own body. Grace's own explanation is much simpler.
I don't consider myself a healer. I believe it's his divine healing, and I just call
Shut
out
up,
whatever
lady.
he'd have me do.
Would you ever trust a bitch with hair like that?
Just call out whatever he'd have me do. I'm just a regular person, just minding my own business, taking the children to softball.
Grace can recall the exact moment she believes she was given her healing gift.
I had a near-death experience where I went up into the heavens.
No, you didn't.
And I saw a tremendous light. And I wanted to enter. It was wonderful. And then I stood there and said, no, I'm not ready, I'm not ready. And my spirit went back into my body and I woke up. So I thought, well, God, I'll do anything you want me to do. And then what I felt God speaking to me, saying, sing and leave the rest to me.
What a corny bilf. I looked up, like, what is she doing now? And it's like, she just disappeared. Chat GPT or whatever was like, I don't know, dude. There's no record of her anywhere. It said if she's alive. It doesn't even know if she's alive or dead.
God speaks to me. He'll tell me, go to the left, go to the right, go straight down the middle. And I'll do it. And as I go, I'll stop and he'll say, right here.
Who here has a problem with their back? Problem with your back? Would you come here, please?
The crowded hotel ballroom.
Yeah, it doesn't even know she's still alive.
A manicured hand. From the outside, it seems too cliche to be believed. But what sets Grace D.
Heal me, please!
Is documentation by medical doctors who will confirm the miraculous recoveries of patients.
No! Dude.
Once so close to death.
Where do these scumbag doctors come from?
barely conscious, suffering with seizures, blood pressure problems.
All right, what's his name? Hold on. I'm going to type this guy's name.
She was moribund, barely.
Ronald? I'm looking him up.
Suffering with seizures, blood pressure problems, kidney failure, severe anemia. She had fluid around the heart, fluid around the lung. She was in
He was a real doctor.
Desperate situation.
In 1987, Harriet Grimaldi was diagnosed with a supposedly incurable disease called scleroderma. She was told the end was very near.
I'd go upstairs and cry out to God to let me die because the pain was so bad.
For 5 months, Harriet was kept in the intensive care unit of Phelps Memorial Hospital.
Get Phelps.
Doctors didn't expect that she would ever return home, but Harriet was a fighter. And when she heard about Grace DeBucari, she convinced the hospital to release her for healing.
The first time I went, I didn't notice anything, you know? And Grace would always pray over me.
That's me in the green shirt right there. I need healing, Biff. Hey! Heal my boss.
I could notice that I was feeling less pain each time that I went. And I could move my shoulders, I could move my
That's Denty Daniel in the striped shirt.
hands, because I could hardly lift my hands. I couldn't raise my hands up.
Today, Harriet Grimaldi has more energy than ever. In fact, she is a volunteer gardener at the very hospital where she once lay dying.
Now she's doing a 120-man gangbang.
She survived a situation where nobody should have survived. And
Dude, what are you doing? You're a doctor. What the fuck are you doing?
Surprise of the medical community, we are unable to explain, A, why she survived almost lethal situation.
Look, there I go.
And
I'm getting healed.
Second,
Finally.
Why her disease didn't progress. And it almost appeared that it took a screeching halt.
Poor little guy.
And reversal.
I said, you should tell all your patients to come to Grace, those you can't help. I tell the doctors.
Doctors who practice near Grace's Connecticut home, like
I never knew that guy was a fucking fruit.
John Pagano, have started sending some of their patients to Grace's services.
A friend of mine was deaf in the right ear for over 20 years. I knew
Now he's deaf in both ears and blind.
She pointed to him and said to him, "You're going to be healed tonight." And in a few minutes, right after that, he was absolutely
Another doctor?
Startled. A pop took place in his right ear, and he actually staggered back a bit. And even Grace, at that moment, said, did you hear that? And all the people around him heard something take place in his ear. From that moment on, and that was about 10 years ago, he's had perfect hearing in the right ear.
Get.
Sing grace, how sweet the sound.
It was cool what he did to Uri Geller, though.
No matter what religion you are, what denomination you are, God loves all people of all faiths, all religions. He just loves.
Whoa.
What I think is is that grace in one way or another stimulates the healing forces within the people themselves. The God within them is acting because they either have faith in her, or there are some cases where they had no faith in her.
Turn a fruit into a vegetable.
That even defies explanation.
Jeez, what a series of bad episodes, huh?
He had a herniated disc.
Man, this
I
show
went
sucks.
there, and my wife didn't even want to come with me. She says, "I'll drive you there, but I'm not going in."
He was like ducking behind.
That looks like he's out of The
But Grace
Sopranos.
picked him out and told him to come forward.
Well, no, that cheesy karate guy was somebody else.
So I fell over like these other people, which I never dreamed I'd do. While I
Uri
was
Geller was the spoon-bending sniffer.
down, I felt heat come through my back, through my legs, my thighs, and I started to squirm on the floor. I just like straightened out, and I was able to try to get up. The ushers were trying to help me. She says, "No, he'll get up on his own." And I was able to get up on my own, and I stood up straight for the first time in 6 months. I was actually straight. I started to cry in front of these people
Gabagool over
who I didn't want to
here.
be here with. And God touched me just like that.
Joey Gabagoo.
The concept of Jesus Christ is what stimulates the healing powers within you, then that's right. If the concept of science stimulates the healing power within you, that's okay too. Or God, the universal consciousness, and all that. Whatever it is, whatever avenue your consciousness is attuned to, that's what will work for you.
That bitch is dead. Who?
It's important.
Praise who? Some dirty sniffer Moloch or something.
To know that Grace DardBunker doesn't take any money for the faith healing she performs, and she doesn't believe any true healer should. She also wants you to know that she does not consider faith healing a substitute for conventional medical care.
Yeah, cause she's bullshit. And dude, she gets paid. Get out of here.
Next, there's something unholy in
She
the
probably gets paid to
catacombs
show
beneath
up.
the Church of San Francisco.
It was a very powerful force. I was alarmed and scared.
Church of San Francisco. Raul.
It wouldn't let me enter.
Yeah, that bitch definitely gets
In
paid.
an effort to provide a global view of the paranormal experience, Sightings is broadening the scope of its investigations. Recently, I traveled to South America and in Lima, Peru, discovered a haunting secret buried beneath a centuries-old cathedral.
Oh shit, haunted catacombs.
It was in 1535, the first year of the Spanish colonization, that the Cathedral of San Francisco was begun here in the oldest part of Lima, Peru. For centuries, the friars here have talked of encountering what they call unsettled spirits. Not surprising, perhaps.
Careful, Peru. This is a CIA Fed.
A place that is built literally on the bones of tens of thousands of people.
The catacombs were first built as the foundation for the church. They were in fact the cemetery of the church and of its parishioners. The catacombs are immense, and there are many human remains, bones and skulls, which are interred here.
Macabre designs have been created in the catacombs below this historic cathedral, created with the bones of more than 25,000 seemingly rare spirits.
You gonna eat the bones?
There are people who don't believe it. But once
The hell is that? Dude, you definitely need a new do. There. You look so much better.
see it, you believe.
He saw some spooky
You have to
ghosts.
have a certain sight in order to see spirits. A priest once told me that ghosts have so much power that they move faster than thought.
Father Benito is 82 years old.
82
he has
years
lived
young.
and worked in the church since he was a child. Over the years, he has seen many ghostly apparitions rising from the catacombs below.
He was tall, and he was
Someone
wearing
get
a
this
monk's
guy a
hat.
hover round.
I was stunned. I just stood there, and he walked to another wall where the door was closed. And he walked right through the closed door. Naturally, it shocks you because your heart beats faster and your legs get a little weak, you know. After it goes away, you pray to God because of the power of the Spirit.
Today, the Cathedral of San Francisco is a refuge where the citizens of Lima seek solace and find peace. But it has not always been this way. The history of the area, in fact, all of Peru, is drenched in the blood of the Spanish Inquisition, spearheaded by
I
Francisco.
mean, but why would ghosts hang out where they die? It doesn't make any sense. The
Just
whole ghost
outside
thing. The whole ghost thing doesn't make any fucking sense.
Lima stand the ruins of the ancient religious center of Pachacamoc. The conquistadors
Better hang around my tombstone for the next fucking 600 years for some reason.
desecrated the temple and declared its followers heretics and devil worshippers. Most of the people here were murdered, and the rest were enslaved and forced to build the new city of Lima.
Yeah, right? Get some ghost beers.
Its new church. The Inquisition lasted
Ghosts, get some ghost whores.
in 300 years.
Can't knock them up.
The accused and the accusers are now entombed together.
Right? The whole ghost story falls flat on its face. Oh, I'm gonna hang in this fucking dirty ass basement for 900 years. Why? I don't know.
But I was unable to. There was a very powerful force. I was alarmed and scared. It wouldn't let me enter.
Cristal is one of
Some ghost meth?
Peru's most famous psychics. Although she knew about the spirits in the Cathedral of San Francisco, she had never dared to personally enter the catacombs. At Sighting's request, she agreed to descend.
Yeah, right? What are monks doing believing in ghosts?
Almost immediately, she became agitated, then seemed to make contact with an unseen force.
La presencia de alguien.
I feel the presence of someone here.
You can find the way out of there?
Negativo. Very energetic, very negative.
Muy violento.
Very violent.
Que fue enterrado por casualidad acá.
He was buried here.
Mató a mucha gente.
He killed many people.
La descripción de este espíritu era...
The spirit would definitely be described as being native to Peru. He had been a great witch.
Yeah, but not like spooky ghosts that like hang out in dark basements.
A shaman in his time. He had absorbed the energy of a friar who was there.
Usually they have a message
the two of
or
them
something.
Interchanged their energies. He was accused of
matar.
Murder.
Mediante
for using
hechicerías a otras personas.
Witchcraft against others.
Siente odio.
He's full of hate.
Y le fastidia que estemos acá.
And he doesn't want us to be here.
Get out!
Cristal tried to communicate with the dark spirit, and it seemed to respond.
You're not a monkey-ass Bill.
He's standing right in front of me.
There was an abrupt physical change in Cristal. She said the force had entered her body.
No. Stop.
Later, she would describe it as a battle of the souls, a battle she won by releasing the spirit.
Camina hacia la luz.
Walk toward the light.
Hazlo.
Do it.
This is more psychic nonsense.
Liberate yourself.
Entendí todo.
I understand everything.
She said it was her psychic connection to his pain that allowed the spirit to go free.
Wait, she could hear the ghost. Whoa!
After I'd listened to him,
Listen,
I made
listen
him
to the
see
ghost.
that he was wrong.
Get fucked, man.
That he had died and that what he was doing wasn't right. And he accepted it.
These are the physical remains of soldiers and slaves.
Although, if I was a ghost, I might be kind of pissed that they made some art piece out of my dome. Hey, could you not make an art piece out of my noggin, man? Can't you, like, just bury my noggin like everyone else?
Priests and sorcerers. And while dead men tell no tales, their spirits often do. Especially here.
Get my noggin out of your basement.
Each other in life seem to cry out for peace in death. While it seems that Crystal was able to release one of the restless spirits from the catacombs, it's estimated that more than 20,000 people are buried there. The friars of the Cathedral of San Francisco report that the haunting activity is as pervasive as ever.
Next was what crashed at Roswell, a flying saucer
Oh,
made in
my
the
God.
USA.
They've channeled this information from what they thought were extraterrestrials.
We really love the Roswell story, man. The thing is, when it comes to like alien stories, like Roswell is like the most boring.
Recently, sightings brought
Supposedly something crashed. The military came and took it away. The end. That's it. What the hell is there to talk about?
Standard report on government
And
experiments
they found some foil that's clearly from a fucking weather balloon.
with saucer-shaped aircraft.
We showed you the Avro car, a crude experimental craft first tested in the 1950s. Well, now, newly declassified documents reveal that the military was testing and flying much more sophisticated.
That's just a fucking hovercraft.
The secret project was codenamed Silverbug.
Just a fucking hovercraft.
The Allied forces had gained complete air superiority over Hitler's Luftwaffe. The Germans were desperate. They ordered the immediate development of an aircraft capable of vertical takeoffs and landings, because nearly all of their runways had been destroyed. The project was spearheaded by Dr. Richard Mita, known today as the father of saucerology.
Dr. Mita was
saucerology.
hired by the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, to build a saucer-shaped craft that could vertically ascend and, with rockets, shoot down large numbers of Allied planes.
But the Germans were too late. The war ended before Mita's saucer got off the drawing boards. But his designs and technological breakthroughs did not go unnoticed by the American military.
We had large numbers of technical people searching through Germany as they were moving right behind the troops. They began in April of 1945, and they would send back everything they found.
And according to Alexander Flax, former Assistant Secretary of the Air Force, German technology wasn't the only thing being shipped to North America. After World War II, Dr. Mita himself began work on a secret aircraft project at A.V. Rowe Aeronautics in Canada.
Get out!
Dr. Mita at A.V. Rowe was working on some of the concepts that were derived from the German experience, and there were certainly saucer-like flying machines. Anybody looking at them could have decided that these were indeed flying saucers.
And there is evidence that soon after the war, the United States had also launched a super-secret project to develop vertical flight vehicles.
The vertical takeoff and landing programs had a long, long history.
What does this have to do at all? Does this have anything to do at all with aliens?
Many programs. Among the three services, I counted at least 35.
Of those 35 saucer projects, the most highly classified was known by the code name Silverbug. Silverbug saucers were designed to fly 2,300 miles per hour at an altitude of 80,000 feet. These designs, dating from 1955, were not declassified until March of 1995. For over 40 years, America's #1 flying saucer
just a history
project
lesson.
was top secret. But this flying saucer project was not. In the 1950s, while Project Silverbug was under tight wraps, A.V. Rowe unveiled the Avro car to the public. Was this jerry-rigged flop really the best the brilliant Dr. Mita could create?
Just a hovercraft,
The
dude.
Avro car is just a cover. It's a cover story. What was actually built by A.V. Rowe is anybody's guess.
Ufologists believe that the U.S. military had everything to gain and nothing to lose by insinuating that this was the state of the art for flying saucers. It would deflect attention away from real saucers being tested and spotted by amateur skywatchers in the American Southwest.
Yeah, that's the stealth bomber before it was the stealth bomber. That's what everyone was seeing.
Away from real saucers being tested and spotted by amateur skywatchers.
That's basically what that is.
Skywatchers in the American Southwest.
It's like the 70s,
There's
60s
virtually
version.
no doubt in my mind that the United States government built German-inspired designs in this country. They were probably seen by many people, and probably some crashed.
The release of Silverbug's plans and protocol offers an interesting twist in the great debate over what crashed near Roswell, New Mexico. It could very well have been a flying saucer, but
all right,
one
wrap
of
it up,
ours,
dude.
not one of theirs, and not the first.
In Germany, at about the turn of the century, many, many secret societies developed. The Vril machine was built by the Vril Society.
And the Vril saucer was, in turn,
Just a
based on the
Silverbug
instructions
crash,
left
exactly.
behind by a mysterious ancient man.
These texts were instructions on how to build this interdimensional machine. They've channeled this information.
But where are you getting these diagrams from, or whatever the fuck this is? Like, this doesn't mean anything. You're just showing us pictures. I don't know where did you get these pictures?
What they thought were extraterrestrials. Built this
Back of a
craft,
cereal
levitated.
box.
The first piloted flight was in 1934, and they knew they had something at that point.
It appears that the saucer silhouette will soon be seen in the skies again.
Uh-oh.
This is the Tier 3 minus UAV. It's a
You
state-of-the-art
were talking
surveillance drone built at the world-famous Lockheed Martin Skunk Works in Palmdale, California.
But they're just showing me random drawings. They're not saying what they're from or like schematics or whatever.
Yeah. Looking at this aircraft head-on, one can't help but observe that saucers are real.
If you've had a paranormal experience, please write to us at Sightings. Sightings can also be contacted at America Online at keyword Sightings. At the Sightings Forum,
One time someone called me a fruit and no one was there.
And QuickTime clips. Also, join us daily in our chat room, live on AOL.
Until next time, remember, no mystery is closed to an open mind.
Yeah, you call Sightings and tell them you saw a UFO and you got proof. Next thing you know, Tim White is sawing your head off with piano wire. Don't do it. Don't call Sightings. They'll find your chunks in the river.
For Sightings, I'm Tim White.
Next on Sci-Fi, Dark Shadows.
All right, what episode on? We're on at season 4 episode, but what number in the playlist? We're 55. We're 55 out of 95. We're getting there. We're more than halfway done. But guys, thanks for watching all that crap. And hey, I'll see you on Friday or something.
I would too. I would shoot my dick off in front of Ozzy Osbourne to protect his family.